Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. How you doing? You're here right at the beginning. And that means you're either European or you aren't working right now. Those are the two scenarios. East Coast doesn't exist. It's not even 5 p.m. there. But it's almost 2 p.m. here in 108 degree. Fabulous Las Vegas. I hope you guys are ready because we're jumping back into a favorite of mine. I've been looking for a reason to play, and between the new dev diary that just came out and also maybe possibly doing a 10-minute demo of Hearts of Iron on my Steam Deck to see how it actually works, I was like, I kind of feel like playing this. Not to disappoint those of you who like the other game more, but the thing I was deciding between was this and Captain of Industry. Which doesn't mean Captain of Industry is eliminated, it just means it's gonna have to wait until, like, next week, maybe. And the reason I waited on that is because they have an experimental branch update with a lot of good quality of life changes. And I kinda wanna wait until that's unstable so I can play with the new Captain of Industry patch. So, numbers go up game. We are, hello, also going to be streaming tomorrow. And thinking that tomorrow is likely to be Clanfolk again. Because I thought it was a lot of fun. And we started a new game of that, a new family of 3. And I want to see how their story goes. So, likely Clanfolk tomorrow. Unless things change. Anyway, welcome beginning of stream subs. Hello, Lashley, who says 13. Lashley's back for over a year. I can't believe it's been that long already. Hello, Cap David says it's happening again. There are some hype Hearts of Iron fans in chat right now. I appreciate. We have probably streamed, I would say, the majority of my playtime on Steam, and I'm at 385 hours. So we probably streamed over 350 hours of Hearts of Iron, which is a lot. Captain of Industry, also known as Oops, chat, we should restart. Sometimes it's not even oops. Sometimes it's just like, maybe we should restart. How much of those 350 hours were muted? At least 10 to 15 minutes. Bare minimum. I got a full cup of coffee, as you can see. And getting some caffeine. Had an exciting day of Kenshi yesterday. We'll play some more Kenshi next week, assuming everything goes well. If you weren't here at the... It wasn't the end of yesterday's stream. It was like 2/3 of the way through. I am moving this coming week. Staying in Vegas. There's lots happened. If you didn't see yesterday's stream or you didn't catch the people talking, they're talking. Chat's got a lot to say. But someone asked how Hearts of Iron 4 is on Steam Deck. It's playable. The thing about Steam Deck is you have to get used to the haptic touchpads. That's the hardest part. But all these games are playable. I did a little Steam Deck demonstration of just kind of... I didn't get to play anything for a significant period of time, but I just wanted to actually play something. So the games that I got to test out briefly... I've tested out Risk of Rain 2. I also tested out Hearts of Iron 4 for like 5 to 10 minutes. And I did try RimWorld because I knew people would be asking how RimWorld plays on the Steam Deck. And I tried... Did I try anything else? Let me see. I've got it right here. because it's plugged in, because it's currently downloading. Guess what you'll never guess what I'm downloading. There's no way that you'll guess what's downloading right now. Oh, I played Demon's Tilt, that pinball game, which is actually not the best for Steam Deck, and that's because of the size of the screen. It's a pinball game, and the pinball table is vertical, but the Steam Deck screen is wide, so it's like... It feels like watching a portrait video in landscape mode. So that one didn't go. It's a great game, but I don't know how... It's playable on the Steam Deck. But hello, people who are just arriving. Chat's guessing the game that I'm downloading. It's not Forza, because I think you can't play Microsoft games yet, unless they're specifically detached from Windows, which apparently Halo Wars is. So I got Halo Wars, because it was/is maybe $5 on Steam. But that's not what I'm thinking you can't guess. What I'm downloading right now is Divinity Original Sin 2, which I have famously had a not great stream experience with, but I wonder how much of that was just because I was streaming it. So I decided to give it another try, because apparently it is incredibly optimized for Steam Deck. And by incredibly, I mean, like, it's got the verified symbol. Forza Horizon 5 on Steam is marked as playable? Okay. Maybe that is, but you can't play Halo. And you can't play... There's another Microsoft game. Like, can you play Sea of Thieves? Like, okay, I have Sea of Thieves on the Microsoft Store, but you can't get Microsoft Store games easily yet. There's like there's workarounds for the Steam Deck to do certain things. There are things that like you can technically get like GOG on Steam Deck, but you have to go through a series of sort of dangerous modifications. And that's the problem I have right now, is I have Witcher 3 on GOG, and if I could simply produce a Steam copy, then it would just be so much easier to just load from Steam and then just transfer my save files over with like a disk or something, I don't know. Can you play Flight Sim? I don't think Flight Sim is tested yet. Can you play Epic Games on the Steam Deck? I'm not sure where... Like, there's a desktop mode because it's a computer. So you can pretty much do anything you put your mind to if you know the right series of levers and pulleys to manipulate to do what you want. Microsoft Store stores things in a weird format. Actually, the ones that are incompatible is because they're Windows-based. And it's something to do with just Microsoft Store utilizing Windows versus a Linux-based operating system. You can play anything if you install Windows like I did. Yeah, no, I don't think I will. Suck all the resources dry. So the fun part, in my 10 minutes of demo of Hearts of Iron 4 on the Steam Deck, the mouse, like the touchpad, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. It's these little squares on the side. Those are the mouse touchpads on that side. So you use these little guys to play a lot of the games that you're like, how do you play that without a mouse? It's basically like having a laptop trackpad built in, with the difference being that it's clickable. So it's like a proper button. Let me see if I can demo that. So it's like the whole thing is a button, and it's got a little click. So you can just like, I wonder if I could just show you RimWorld in this, because it's very weird. The main takeaway is that anything, like if you had a choice, like if you're sitting in front of your desktop with a mouse and keyboard and you have a Steam Deck, there's no reason basically to play the Steam Deck version of the game that takes a mouse if you have a mouse and keyboard right there. Now granted, you can hook up a mouse and keyboard to the Steam Deck, but like there's no kickstand, which is probably just because it's too delicate for a shoddy regular Switch kickstand. Like the Switch Pro kickstand is pretty nice. But yeah, you can't like stand it up without a dock. So playing with mouse and keyboard would be somewhat difficult. How big is the Steam Deck? Could it even fit 300 gigabyte Microsoft Flight Sim? I don't think it's that large anymore. They shrunk it, but it's like a 450 gig solid state drive on the top end, and then you can put SD cards in the bottom. So however big the SD card gets. But anyway, chat, you guys wanna change the stream? Now there is one thing that has I have definitely what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say early adopter syndrome. I have encountered a Steam Deck bug already that is annoying, and that's what I get for being the pre-order guy. So basically, any game that I play, doesn't matter what it is, 100% of the games that I play on the Steam Deck, even though I am connected to my Wi-Fi, have a little error code that says cannot, unable to sync with the Steam Cloud. Click retry sync to make another attempt. Okay. Doesn't do anything. Sync it, baby. No. Okay, not gonna sync it. So it's every single game says that it can't sync with the Steam Cloud. So then, when you click play, okay, click play, it gives you a warning that says, by the way, we can't sync. Are you sure you want to do this? If you play now, you may not have previous game progress, and you may permanently lose it. So it does this for every single game. And then when you click play anyways, it does it again. Then you click play anyways again, and then this time I got an error because I'm already playing Hearts of Iron on the other computer, so we can't look at that. But also, like, how come I can log into Netflix on 3 different devices at the same time, but I can't play 2 different Steam games that I have on the same account? And don't say it's because people would share their accounts. I know. But still, like, physical copies. Bring back physical media. Okay, Ubisoft is deleting games off of the internet forever. I own all these games, but can only play one at a time. What if I want to have, okay, but I can play 2 games on the same computer. Steam quite literally has account sharing. Yeah, but you can't do the same thing at the same time as someone you're sharing an account with. But anyway, I digress. I was gonna show you, I can't really show you how RimWorld works. Anyways, let me plug this back in. I unplugged it. So I looked up how to fix the Steam Cloud sync, and there's not really, like, there's a bunch of people who have the same issue. Just sign in on one account offline, then it'll work. Yeah, but that's the thing. I didn't say there was no way to do it. I say it's dumb that Steam sort of forces you to go through the extra steps to get to that point. Cloud sync error for me personally was changing to Proton Experimental for the affected games. For me, it's every game that I have loaded so far. But the thing is, most of them actually did load my progress. So, like, I tried loading Risky Rain 2, which, by the way, I haven't played in so long. I got my ass kicked in Risky Rain 2. I didn't even make it past the first level. The first attempt, I actually couldn't find the teleporter, and it was incredibly embarrassing. And I didn't get any good items, and I just rage quit to the main menu, because it had already gotten to, like, medium difficulty while I was just walking in circles looking for the damn teleporter. And then the second time, I got to the teleporter and died. So I died in the first area. But also, I've never played Risky Rain 2 with a controller. I played with mouse and keyboard, so it's taking some getting used to. But it did remember all of my unlocks, like all the characters that I had unlocked, even though it told me it didn't have cloud sync. So, I don't know, there's clearly a bug. So early adopters beware, I guess. That's just the way it is for anything. And it's always gonna be like that for new hardware. You can't use the same disc in two Xboxes. But I'm not trying to play the same game. I'm trying to play two different games that I own on the same platform. So the actual comparison would be you can't use two discs in the same Xbox. Would be the closest analogy. You're not the controller gamer you thought you were. It is true that it's taking some adjustment to get used to the Steam Deck controller, because the buttons feel pretty good. The thumbsticks, I'm still not sold on. The thumbsticks are fine. Like, now that I've actually played a couple games, I'd say the trackpad is decent. I like the buttons on the back quite a bit, because they give you some extra binds. Having the D-pad gives you 4 extra binds. I like that you can bind both the trackpads to different things. So there's a fair number of ways to get the buttons that you need. Like, you can actually program each game to be like, I want B to actually be F on the keyboard, and like do all that pretty easily. I would say the only thing that I don't like the thumbstick clicks. Like, they're just not as good as the Xbox controllers, which I happen to have right here. Like, Xbox controller and the PS5, and even I would say the Switch Pro controller just have better, and this is kind of a small but important thing. In most games, you sprint by clicking the left thumbstick while moving. So that usually entails pushing it forward and then clicking. And like, Xbox, PS5, and Switch Pro all have a better push forward click than the Steam Deck, in my opinion. Because I was having trouble maintaining sprint in Risky Rain, because you have to push it forward and click. And it's fine, like it works okay. It's just the thumbsticks are just so high. But overall, I like it so far. I'm enjoying having that portability aspect and being able to like play games on the couch. I took the Steam Deck downstairs while Midas is eating lunch, and checked out Hearts of Iron, so it's nice to just be able to have the computer on the go. However, fun fact, as we jump in here, Hearts of... I loaded a game as France in Hearts of Iron, just to see what the performance was like. And not a great sign when it's going like 40 frames per second while paused in the first year of the game, because everybody knows that as Hearts of Iron goes on, the slowdown just jumps up. Does it allow for tilt to aim? I think there's gyro support. You just have to manually turn it on. Steam Deck seems like a Vampire Survivors machine. Vampire Survivors is pretty intense, weirdly enough. I'm waiting on Epic Deck. Keep waiting. Okay, before we do this, I did want to actually take a peek. There was a new dev diary today, which I'm not going to read in full, but I just wanted to look at because I'm very excited for the next expansion with the Italy rework and Ethiopia and Switzerland for Hearts of Iron. And they're doing Ethiopian dev diaries first, which is hilarious because of the options that are going to be available. And I just really like the way that they write the dev diaries, because they're all these big pictures and they kind of walk you through a bunch of different possibilities for how the game would go, and then give you like close-ups of all the information you want, and then give some nice detailing paragraphs, and it's just actually fun to read. So I think they're well written and very in-depth. And this is just for Soviet Union demands an end to the Italo-Ethiopian War. So the reason I said hilarious is because there is actually an anarcho-Ethiopian path. Taking the call out to the world focus will unlock a number of advisors, including socialists and anarchists. So, with support of anarcho-communists of the world, Ethiopia should finally start to halt the Italian advance. Of course. How far towards anarchism will Ethiopia go? So, yeah, there's apparently going to be a anarchy path in Ethiopia, which is probably going to be fun. But there's actually, I guess, the historical reason would be due to the sort of this or that government style for Ethiopia, whether it's like central power or an aggregation of different smaller clusters of peoples. I think there was even mention of an anarchy council. Okay? Try and wrap your brain around that one. No, not a narco-Ethiopian. But anyway. So, lots of interactions with Italy, obviously. And a lot of interesting branches where you can sort of start a coup in order to work with Italy. Obviously requesting Soviet aid and more besides. So it should be fun. I know I'm scrolling really fast. Anti-Portuguese propaganda in Ethiopia, of course. Anti-colonialism. You can tell it's work in progress, yes, because of the way that it is. That's right. I did enjoy, I forgot that we did this until recently. We did a South African playthrough last time. So, that went really well. And I actually want to show you, if you missed it. This was our South African finale. The Mutapa Socialist State. I remember accidentally letting the Democratic People's Republic of Angola go due to a loophole. And thus we had them as a puppet, I think, and we couldn't ever actually integrate them back into the Mutapa Socialist State. And we ended up quitting in 1946, which is pretty late in the game because I remember we got stalled out trying to invade Turkey. And the reason we were invading Turkey is because, well, things weren't going so well in Europe. And we were the next target for the Axis. Norway and Sweden just chilling, though. we basically united Africa and then decided to try and kick some Axis ass. But we got stalled out here at Turkey because fighting in Turkey is not fun. There's rivers, there's deserts, there's barely any supply lines. Obviously this isn't, like, Turkey's borders change around here depending on what they do. But it was a very, very fun campaign. And that's where we were like, we did our best, but we definitely weren't going to win. Because there were just too many soldiers there. But it's an awful place to try to fight. And you can imagine, you might say, well, why did you have to fight there? Well, we don't exactly have the African Navy. So there weren't any other real options for us. We did get a number of resources from taking the northern coasts of Africa, of course, but there still wasn't enough to manufacture any boats. So we couldn't establish any sort of naval superiority because I think British Empire obviously went Oswald Mosley, which makes Germany even more powerful. Axis, Britain has the British Navy. So yeah, that was a losing battle. FDR, of course, conquers Canada and splits Mexico with Japan, as you do, democratic Japan. It's very, very historical. Into Central America. But yeah, that was the last campaign, so that was a good amount of fun. And that, if you haven't seen Hearts of Iron before, this is kind of the fun part of playing. It's seeing the game change each time. And it gives you the same pieces. You play with the same chess pieces. They start all in the exact same position, but they end up in completely different configurations. And you might get bogged down with the numbers and the minutia of the different researches and military front lines and building factories and developing areas and such, but I think it's still fun to watch solely from the perspective of seeing what chaos the world descends into this time. Every time, I think, Felix, it's the most cursed timeline we've ever seen. It's somehow just, I don't think it's ever been boring. Sometimes it's been like, okay, they're doing this again, but then the thing that you remember will combo with a different event in a unique way. So, anywho, we're gonna go back to menu and choose a new country. We should get a nice chunky stream in today. Starting early here so we can just chat. We were talking about Steam Deck, talking about Ethiopia. There's a new expansion coming to Hearts of Iron sometime this year, hopefully. That's gonna have, I don't know what what are the major features? Other than the new countries. They usually bundle a major superpower, like in this case, Italy is gonna be the main star of the show, but they bundle it with new features. Air rework, okay. Plane designer. So then we'll have a boat designer, tank designer, and a plane designer. I'm sure there'll be some other things as well. But kind of in anticipation of that, I decided to do some gaming on this today. Hello, Shadow Fox. Factories, any conveyor belts? Maybe next week. Maybe with some Captain of Industry. Kina Kunai, welcome. I've been learning Hearts of Iron a lot since your South African campaign. I'm very excited to see a new playthrough. That has actually been the case for a number of people here at Blue Lobster, so I'm glad that those previous campaigns were helpful in getting some of you over the initial speed bump of intimidation that is often found when looking at Hearts of Iron for the first time. Because it looks intimidating, but it's actually pretty... There's a few things you do have to Google, but it goes a steady clip once you get over the first campaign or two. 1936. I have never started in 1939 because I just think the build-up period is too much fun. Dark times are coming in Europe. Hitler has consolidated his power and his attention is now increasingly drawn beyond Germany's borders. Mussolini's Italy continues to embark on daring military adventures. Very daring, going into Ethiopia. Very daring, Mussolini. While the Empire of Japan stands poised to attack China and Asia. Almost 20 years have passed since the end of the Great War, and the world has yet again been doused in gasoline. A single spark may be all it takes. When are they going to do a World War I simulator? When are we going to have the Great War? I've tried doing my own runs, but I find it more fun to just watch you play it out than design my own custom squads. Well, I also think it's more fun to play when chat is watching, so it's a good symbiotic relationship there. I remember watching the South African game and just going, ah yes, green bubble means good. Green bubble does mean good, yes, that's true. There's a mod for that. I'm sure there is. My experience with Hearts of Iron 4 is loading it and then closing it. I've done that also. I did that today on the Steam Deck, actually. All right, 1936, and we have to choose a nation. So, I know chat's got a lot of suggestions. Let me tell you the ones we've already done and that are off the table for today. I am open to doing some old campaigns over again in a different way, but today I just want to keep doing new countries. We're playing vanilla, quote unquote, as in no mods, but I have every DLC, all of them. 100% DLC playthrough. So, I know everyone's got their favorite mods as well, but I'm not bored of what I've got to play with. We have played France, and I think we got our asses kicked. That's the only major power that I have played on stream, because I just avoid major powers. I like playing minor powers. One day, I think the first major power that I really truly want to play is the Italy rework. We'll probably just jump in and do an Ethiopia campaign when the new expansion comes out, and then just go straight to Italy after that. Do it from the other side. We have, of the minor powers, I swear we've done Canada, but it was a long time ago. I feel like we did Canada a long time ago. We've definitely played Fascist Australia. That was the Thunder Down Under faction. We haven't played New Zealand, though. We just did South Africa. We did British Raj. India was a lot of fun. We did Czechoslovakia. That was difficult. We haven't done Hungary or Romania or Yugoslavia, so that entire area is new, but also, if I recall, their trees are relatively simple, because weren't these included in earlier DLCs before they started getting a little bit more complex with the focus trees? But I haven't done any of these three. We haven't done most of the East. The only Eastern power that we did was, I think, Shanxi. No, excuse me. We did... Who did we do? Oh, we did Sinkiang. We did Sinkiang. Okay, I had to remember. Because we started communists right there on Soviet Union's booty. Yeah, we did Sinkiang. We've also played Mexico. That campaign went terribly. So one day maybe we'll try Mexico again, because they have a really fun tree. We have not played the Netherlands. We have played Spain. We played Anarchist Spain, which was probably the best campaign in the game. Part of a DLC. That was our most successful by far. Portugal we played and also screwed up. We unsuccessfully tried to reintegrate Brazil into the crown, and it backfired. And we had an awful campaign there because we went out of order or something. So I'd be open to trying Portugal again in the future, but not today. Haven't played Bulgaria. Not opposed to Bulgaria. I'm also, Greece is one of the first ones that we streamed. And it went terribly because I didn't know how to play Hearts of Iron very well. So, Greece would also be fun to try again. We did do Turkey. Turkey was the one we did right after Greece. We got in Battle of the Bosporus. Started streaming this a bunch. And did a big Turkish campaign. Which wasn't successful, but we didn't lose either. And then between Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and Poland. We definitely did Poland and got rolled, as I recall. We played Estonia, I think. Yeah, we did Estonia, because I remember these. Did we do Latvia or Lithuania? King for our people. Did we do a quick Lithuania? I feel like we did. Let me look. I'll tell you guys what my top choices are, and then we'll decide. But I want to look at my load screen. Okay, there's South Africa, there's Portugal, Poland, historical Poland Monka S. That was a good interpretation. Estonia, okay. So we did do Estonia, but we didn't do Latvia or Lithuania, I don't think. Mexican Commune did not go well. We invaded a bunch of people as Australia. I am Russia now. British Raj. The British Raj playthrough went pretty well. The reason it stalled is because I remember we pushed the front line, and the Soviet Union capitulated and became ours. But we couldn't close the entire land gap. We had to march all of our troops west. and we couldn't get to the new front line fast enough, so they just pushed it right back, and then we lost right after that. Okay, then we've got... Did we try Australia twice? I don't remember that. There's Sinkiang, Czechoslovakia, Turkey, Spain, single playthrough. Iron Man Spain, good luck. Wow, we actually did do Anarchist Spain on Iron Man mode. Why did I do that? I don't know. Risky. We never save scum, but it just seems unnecessarily flexible. There's Greece, Turkey, and Greece, and New Zealand. This save is so old, I didn't know that it even existed. Okay, anyway. New game time. So I'm gonna tell you my first choices. You probably got the achievement. I think I did get the achievement. The things that speak to me the most. Chad wants Yugoslavia. I personally... I'm gravitating towards either Netherlands. Let's just look at the map. I'm gravitating towards the Netherlands because that could be a very short campaign. Given its geolocation on the map. I really wouldn't mind trying Latvia or Lithuania again. Because we never played them. We played Estonia. It's in the same area. I think Bulgaria might be fun. And Greece was so long ago that I kind of want to play Greece. We just did... I want to go back east again, but not today. I think those are the ones that are speaking to me the most. So there are other countries on the map that you can play, and you're not limited to just the countries with the custom focus trees, but you'll have more fun. So like, for example, if I pick Brazil, they don't get all the detail that the other nations get. Like France has all this extra detail. They have a generic focus tree. So Sweden and Norway and Finland don't have a custom focus tree, but you can unite the Finno-Ugric people, Ugric, how do you say that? Via an Estonian focus tree. Pole? Like, I'm not really feeling... I mean, Yugoslavia looks fun, but I'm just not feeling it today. I would like to play it eventually. Not feeling it. I want to... No chat, not Poland. We already did Poland, and it was hard. You have to go with what you feel. I do, yes. What did I say? It was Netherlands... Okay, can we at least... I'm not saying I'm going to pick one of these, but would I rather... If it were just between Latvia and Lithuania, what would we pick? Because I need to narrow this down before I can tell. All right. Latvia starts with some debuffs, actually. Chat says Lithuania. Evanito just write Lithuania because everyone else did. Recruitable population way down in Latvia. And stability and war support way down. And then Lithuania. I remember Lithuania tried to help us as Poland, and that didn't go so well. Yes, Llewellyn, we actually just did a huge South African playthrough and ended up uniting Africa. Okay, I'm thinking... Chat says Lithuania, so it's between Lithuania, the Netherlands, and Greece or Bulgaria. Chat, if it was between Greece or Bulgaria, who would you pick? Bulgaria gets Boris. And a bunch of catastrophes. Pretty even. It's pretty even between the two. Okay, dumb question. I know what you're gonna say, but between Lithuania, the Netherlands, and Bulgaria/Greece, who has the biggest naval potential? Answer honestly. Chat says the Netherlands. Okay. So, as the Netherlands, do I have to deal with any colonies? I'm not sure where the Netherlands is historically in 1936. Indonesia. The Dutch East Indies. Okay, that's spicy. I hate micromanaging islands. But you do get a lot of resources from the Dutch East Indies. We get to fight the Axis on two fronts. Ready for the awooga sound. Oh, what about the awooga sound? God, I've been saying I want to do the Netherlands for so long, though. That I feel like I just need to bite the bullet and do it. Because we just did South Africa. We had a whole campaign where we didn't have to manage any islands because we didn't even capture French-held, God. Chat, my brain stopped working. Hold on. Madagascar. Okay, I got it. I'm good. I didn't need to look. Is it weird that I thought of the movie, and that's what reminded me? Perfect. Streamer hates it, chat loves it. All right. I guess let's just do it. No historical AI focus. I know you can't see anything. This is a gamer who takes an hour to even unpause the game. That's true. But picking your country, your nation is not a small choice. Regular difficulty is more than enough for Hearts of Iron, especially when you're playing a minor power. The higher difficulties doesn't make the AI better, they just give them bonuses. And I think the game's already hard enough. I've lost plenty of times on normal. So, we're just gonna start as Netherlands, regular, no Iron Man necessary. We could do Iron Man. Chat, do we want to load achievements and do Iron Man? Do we want to do Chivos? No. Are you sure? Honest Man. Okay, we'll do Honest Man. Welcome, everyone, to Hearts of Iron. We're going to be playing Netherlands now. Here's our leader, Hendrikus, or Hendrik us. Like, I'm not even gonna attempt to pronounce most of the difficult names, because there's just gonna be a lack of vowels, I think. We are currently democratic. Hendrik me, smiley. Let's see how the Netherlands begins. Was there a lore block that I could have read for the Netherlands? All right, let's see. National spirit of Wilhelmina. Wait, there was a lore block? I want to read the lore. Chat, we lost. That was a quick game. Didn't even get unpaused. Already forfeited. Already lost. You know what that means, though? That means I'm gonna do Iron Man, because I shouldn't, therefore I will. Okay, here we go. The Dutch government eyes the mounting global tensions with concern. Between an ailing economy, a powerful pacifist movement, and a firm belief in neutrality to the point of driving potential allies away, they are unable to properly prepare defenses. At the same time, the importance of the Netherlands as a gateway of trade into the continent means that both the British and the Germans desire Dutch cooperation to thwart the other, and may take rejection as a reason for hostility. Perhaps withdrawal to the colonies is the only possible means to resist such an invasion. So what, we should give up our mainland and just go to Indonesia and like hold down the islands, maybe? That sounds chaotic. I don't want to do that. All right. We have an anti-revolutionary party considering rapid changes to society to be potentially harmful. Conservatism espouses tradition and moderate reform, sometimes advocating a return to old moral values is what the government type currently is at the time of war, which basically means we don't have any ability to conquer others. Our annex cost is plus 50%. We can't join factions easily. We can't send volunteers to aid other people. Just trying to be neutral isolationist, it looks like at this point. When we pick up, and we have a popular figurehead, Wilhelmina, plus 15% stability. For centuries, the family of Orange-Nassau has been interwoven with the very history of the Netherlands itself. Like her forefather, William the Silent, in the 80 Years' War, the current queen, Wilhelmina, will undoubtedly prove an inspiration for Dutchmen rallying to the defense of their homeland, should their country ever be invaded. Unlikely, I think. Shell-shocked spectator of the Great War. Minus 50% recruitable population, factories are a quarter worse, and docks are 10% worse. It's all bad. As the neutral Netherlands was the closest safe haven for refugees on the Western Front, the Dutch have been but all too close a spectator to the horrors of the Great War. As a result, a strong pacifist movement has grown to permeate large parts of the public and presents the government with great difficulties implementing any increase of military expenditure. Only the Navy still enjoys a certain measure of prestige in the public eye. A defensive war, or a war on pacifism, would be needed to truly rid the country of this sentiment. Pacifists on the eve of World War II? Couldn't be me. I declare a war on peace! Something about like a famous leader misunderstanding war and peace as war on peace, and then like using that as a cornerstone of their ideological outreach is hilarious to me. Oh, you'll get a piece of war, all right. Okay, so that sucks. And then we have the Crisis Jaren. I don't know how to pronounce that, but that's my best guess. All construction speed is 50% down too? Okay, great. Due to the peculiarities of global economics, the Great Depression has hit the Netherlands much later than elsewhere. The Dutch decision to maintain the gold standard while other nations abandoned it rather quickly has further exacerbated the crisis years in the Netherlands tremendously. In keeping the guilder from devaluing, no funds are left to aid the ailing Dutch economy, let alone improve the poor state of national defense. The crisis can be reduced by investing in public works, and will become largely irrelevant if we capitulate and lose control of the crisis-stricken mainland. Just give up the mainland. Debt? Never heard of it. I'm moving to Indonesia. I'm gonna see you guys on the beach. Whatever's left of our gold reserves, you can have them. Okay, and these represent the different focus trees that we can choose from. So, yep, all right, let's go. This is a bad idea, chat. We're doing Iron Man mode, no historical, go. If we lose rather quickly, we're just gonna restart the game, okay? You can't say bay, bay, B. There you go. Save and play. We're in. Hearts of Iron Death speedrun. So now I have justification for not unpausing because it's actually can't go back. Now, let's get the basics out of the way. At the beginning of every Hearts of Iron campaign, we just want to kind of take inventory of where our territory extends to. So the Dutch East Indies are our integrated puppet of the Netherlands. They cannot become a puppet yet. We need 500 more points to promote them to that level and 47 more political power. So we need to kind of work on getting them to the point where they will simply join us, which we would manage their subject, change autonomy level to annexed, if possible. Like, it's going to be incredibly expensive to annex them right now at this stage in the game because of... I thought aloof neutrality had more. Wait, did we even read this? I didn't even see this one. Aloof neutrality. We need more tension for volunteers. Tension is a representation of how chaotic the world is right now. It's at 0% at the beginning of the game. A policy of strict neutrality kept the Dutch out of wars with any of its neighbors for nearly 150 years, and above all has kept them out of the Great War. The public's belief in their talisman of protection is therefore almost fervent, and the weak Dutch government finds itself unable to go against the will of the people and take a strong stand in international politics. Instead, it has resolved to put its faith in the League of Nations. Ah, yes, the famous League of Nations. And otherwise adopts an aloof attitude to world events. League of Nations will get it done, chat, for sure. Weak government. The Dutch government in recent years has been marred by weakness. It would not take much to topple it. Cool. All right, we're starting in a great place. We suck ass, is what the game just told me. So we have a couple spots in the Caribbean, yes? Curacao? How do you say this? How do you say that? C? And Suriname. You got it? I said it right? Sick. Okay. Or is this Suriname? 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 Anyway, we gotta defend those places too. Ostensibly, those are gonna be the first to go. Let's see what our natural resources look like here, because I'm assuming the Netherlands are holding them for a good reason. Yes, they are. They're holding them because they produce a ton of aluminum. We even get a wee bit... Ooh, 38 oil. Okay. They knew which part of coastal Venezuela to hold on to, I guess. And then, over in the Dutch East Indies, our puppet is producing mad rubber, aluminum, and oil. Just the entire world's supply of rubber. Chat, from a geological perspective, why is, like, this much of the world's rubber supply in this section of the world? Rubber trees come from there. Okay, but is it like, why do rubber trees grow best there? That's where God put it. Like, can they not? They just do. Tropical climate. Okay. Warm and humid. The greatest mysteries of the world. Fair enough, chap. Fair enough. Okay. We produce 7 steel. That's it. Invade Belgium immediately. I need 40 steel. You don't even have to know how to play Hearts of Iron to know 7 is not a large number. So we're getting 65 aluminum from Suriname, 38 oil from Curacao, 7 steel from Holland. That's all I've got. I got We're exporting 4? We need to change those laws. All right, let's do the baby stuff. This is beginning of game baby stuff. We take our unassigned divisions, shift click them, and we got 8 whole divisions, chat. That's fantastic news. We're gonna put them in an army. Let me look at these divisions. 18 combat width. Okay, that's better than expected. They have Johnson M41s, which is probably the lowest tier of rifle research. No, it's actually 1936 tier. Okay, so we're not in 1918 territory. We're actually current modern weapons. So that's a good start. But yes, we put them in an army group, and then we give the army group a commander. So considering we haven't fought a war in 150 years, we've got a pretty good general. General Gottfried von Wurst to Wurst. 2 Wursts. Who is a level 4 general with pretty just balanced attack, defense, planning, and supply consumption. So they've got some perks already. Bonus attack, cheaper to promote, good Panzer Leader experience factor, trained as an armor officer. Politically connected, they gain less XP. Okay. But yeah, they're gonna be the one. Unless we don't have a general. I mean, he's a general, but like, what is this guy called? I guess an army group commander? No, we have a field marshal. Field marshals. Why does a field marshal suck worse than the regular general? He's an old guard. Ah. That means that he has connections. And is reckless. Reckless, inflexible, and picked up by friends. Not a good combination. All right. But yeah, that's all we got right now. So there we go. Our army is currently orderless. Not odorless, but orderless. You can smell them from here. We're just going to do an area defense of the mainland for now, and we're going to have to figure out the other parts later. We do have an air base, but I'm not going to guard it right now. Guard forts and supply hubs. Minimum divisions 14, 11, 10. Okay, fine. Just naval bases, air bases, forts, and supply hubs. And we'll train more. All right, they have orders. Next, research. So we start with 3 research slots. That'll vary depending on what nation you pick. I pretty much just stick with the tried and true, same stuff every single time, because you have to plan for success. It's probably not good to do the same stuff every time. You might want to rush some artillery, probably not tank tech. You probably do want to rush engineer companies, considering who our neighbors are. But yeah, let's just go with the standard long term. So we research the ability to research faster. Learning about electronic engineering. How do electronics work? Okay, then we can do 3 researches simultaneously, and some of them have different time that they'll take. And the way the research works in Hearts of Iron is based on what year it is. So there's these research trees that represent different technological pursuits. And if it's 1936, we're going to research everything that is 1936 at standard time. Whereas if we try to research anything that is beyond the current year, it's going to have a debuff to how long it will take us. So we have to spend more time researching something that is much further out. And in this case, we're just going to jump on machine tools, which will help our very awful manufacturing in order to produce more guns and military equipment. And also unlock these trees to boost our industry. And then we have a minus 50% to all construction speed. So that's terrible. So getting rid of that's going to be a priority. But we can just go ahead and get construction 1, 2. And that'll give us a small 10% construction speed bonus. Is there ever time researching ahead is beneficial? There is. Sometimes you just don't have something that you want more. If you're really going for a specific build type, or you have, usually I don't start doing that until I have like 4 or maybe even 5 research slots, and then have 1 research slot just always ahead of the game a little bit, I would say. Hello, Raiders, what's up? Thanks, Lang, for the raid, welcome. Just some old guy, LV Trisha, Mastani, and more. Hey, Lang brought me, he says you're swell. He lied. I don't know what else to tell you. I just do it when it feels right. Yeah, just research ahead whenever it feels right. To be honest, I love being in the character creator forever, and this whole channel is essentially devoted to preparing to play the game. That is true, Candleys, that is true. Also, thanks to the beginning of stream subs, I love that I got Lashley and Cap David. But then I missed. Scripps3 says, you're my favorite Hearts of Iron 4 streamer. Can I vote for another Portugal run? It'll happen eventually. It'll happen eventually. Thanks, Scripps. I'm glad you enjoy the streams. Kenjutsu also says, hey, thanks for 12 months, Kenjutsu. Chillin' Sicilian says, my 2-year anniversary. Did you get me the traditional gift of a flight sim stream? It's work in progress. It's coming along. Stick around. Lutra, we're talking about Ethiopia and said Anarchiopia, which is hard to say. Topiary HD waving at chat. Hi, Topiary. Corey Gaming says, Netherlands, you better pronounce everything right. I will, yes. First try. Obviously. Okay, let's get our little civilian factories operational. I'm just gonna build more civilian factories. We don't have many spots. So most of the slots to build in have already been occupied here in the mainland. I don't want to abandon the mainland, so I'm definitely not going to do that. Because I don't think that would be fun. So, how many? There's 5 civilian factories here. I think I'm just going to build a 6th and just fill that in. And then later, maybe, once this opens up a little bit more. Because I just want to build where there's 80% infrastructure. Because it'll build a little bit faster with that. And then... this is, we do have actually a decent amount of civilian factories for starters. So just queue up 2. I wouldn't mind building some infrastructure here, but I think it's actually faster to build the factory first. And then our military factories. We have 4, and we can dedicate them to starting to queue up some guns and supplies so we can train some more troops. So in this case, we definitely want support equipment for different, what do you call them? Support groups. I mean, support equipment for support companies, but like engineers, maintenance companies, field hospitals, and so on. And then, I do want to have a dedicated towed artillery because I think the defense that towed artillery brings to the table is worth... We're not going to have the resources for it, but I believe the factory production efficiency will still spool up at the same rate, which is right now more important, and we can worry about getting resources later, so it's going to be the last priority. We do need to make trains, but I'm thinking we can just go get the cheap train and then focus on that later. So I'm going to do 2 factories for guns, 1 for support, 1 for towed artillery. Make bikes. You got it. Our dockyards are also free. We're just going to build convoys. And that's going to be the last priority. So whatever priority you move these in is how the resources are allocated. So most of our steel is going to guns. But if we push it down, now it's split between support equipment and guns, which might be preferable to you. Low manpower. Chat! There are 270 people in the entire Netherlands who are willing to be recruited to fight for us. Because we have volunteers only, and there's only 270 total humans willing to volunteer. Etalyx, will you go over division templates? I don't have the metas, so you might not want to listen to me for division templates. But I do have certain preferences that I'll explain with regard to templates. I currently have 0 on my Switzerland run. Getting Switzerland out before you have a full focus tree. Very brave. Speaking of focus trees, we're about to look at that in a second, and that's going to be the biggest chunk. So I know we have insufficient resources, bad manpower. We don't need a template right now. What decisions do we have available? Gateway to Europe. These decisions will take political power, also known as PP. PP. We'll eventually be able to placate either the British or the Germans, who are vying for control of our trade. We'll piss off one by appeasing the other. And then the rest are pretty standard, so these are just actions that you can take for various pro and con boosts. Like worker conditions will raise stability, but your factories are awful. To be fair, right now is a good time to maybe do that if we had a big excess of political power, but we have so many laws that need to be changed and advisors that need to be added. So I'm not really worried about any of this. The Treaty of London in 1839 disgracefully separated the north and south of the lowlands after an all too brief period of unity. Now under our leadership, we can recreate those days and take our intended place as the counterweight to France and Germany. Hang on. Repudiate the Treaty of London so that we can become the United Kingdom of the Netherlands? Core Luxembourg, and gain cores on all Dutch and Belgian states in Europe. Basically invading Germany. Easy. Nation building in the Dutch East Indies. We must train a new generation of administrators to lead the Indonesian people away from totalitarianism and into democracy. Gives them democratic support. What do they start as? Where am I? They start as non-aligned, but they call themselves the Democratic Party. Okay. Confusing, but sure. All right, last but not least, the big chunk, the focus tree. This will basically determine the trajectory of our particular playthrough. And each of the unique focus trees have a variety of ways that you can go. These, once you pick certain ones, they'll be mutually exclusive. So over here is our political alignment. So we have to start by simply forming a new government, but then it quickly gives you a one of three choice of caving to Germans, maintaining neutrality, and then caving to the British. And you can only pick one. So once you pick one, it'll block off the other sections of the tree and start to simplify its appearance. But for now, we have to kind of choose between starting down a political path, starting down an economic path. This is abandoning the gold standard and boosting our construction speed back to where it's supposed to be. And then this is also, this is a focus on the colonies. So in our case, Indonesia. There's Sumatra, Java, and ultimately liberating. What are we liberating? Move the capital to Holland. Our homeland is liberated. The armies that surrendered upon our capitulation have been freed, eager for revenge. Morale soars. Manpower plus 150,000? Okay. It's a lot of people. It's a big influx, injection. That's the tree you use if you lose. Ah. I gotcha. Anywho, let's see where the gold standard goes down. Construction speed up. Public works is civilian factories and construction speed. So chat, those of you that have played the Netherlands, the only backseating I really need right now is how soon do I need to focus on the government? Because my tendency is to always focus on industry so we can build faster and get free factories. Let's see where the governments go. So we got the new government first. With a new leader. And also, we remove weak governments, so we get daily PP and stability back. No ELP. Then Gateway to Europe is PP, and we can give trade influence points. Then we have to choose between the Germans' neutrality and the British. Because, like, yeah, getting rid of weak government just seems nice, because stability makes everything better. Okay, but we have to decide on a final path if we make it that far. So caving to the Germans is pretty obvious, but that being said, Germany doesn't always go the way you think in a historical. And we can also choose between joining Germany and Netherlands first. So just because you cave to German demands doesn't mean you ultimately join the Axis. This lets us create our own factions, unite Netherlands, annexing Belgium and Luxembourg. Then taking back French Caribbean, Trinidad, Ghana, Cape, conquering France, the UK, and South Africa. God, that sounds incredibly difficult. And then ultimately, of course, gaining our own imperial ambitions. All that remains is to take back our old colonies in the northeastern U.S., claiming New England, New York, New Jersey, and Maryland, and then, of course, conquering the entire United States. No big deal. PP is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. I just got here and was worried I missed something, but Ita hasn't unpaused yet. That's because there's a lot to do. And we had to talk about it first. Okay, this is conquering France. The program. The program gives us recruitable population and some different conscription and mobilization options for free, basically. Okay, that sounds fun, but we have to go fascist for that, obviously. So maintaining neutrality lets us... Red is the new orange. We can then either affirm loyalty to Moscow, join the French, or become the bastion of true communism, creating our own communist faction. Preempt Western intervention by simply conquering UK, France, and the United States. Okay, so that's... Then we can also, of course, puppet the German Reich. Mobilize the masses as good recruits. And joining the Comintern. Then we've got... the royal family. Orange has become a national symbol. Replace the defeatist government. As Churchill himself once said, our proud Queen Wilhelmina is the only man in the Dutch government, the only one with the backbone to do what must be done. And she becomes the actual leader? She becomes the queen. And that leads to new Dutch unity. We get 3 extra free military factories. We want a Netherlands united. And we want to develop, that's just factories. And some national spirits. Okay, and then we've got... go with Britain, which leads to a whole bunch of stuff. This is asking the United States to guarantee us and protect us, which is kind of nifty. Okay, guarantee the West Indies. The 4th ally. Despite our humble beginnings, our contributions are undeniable. It's time to take our place as the 4th ally in the war against the fascists. Yes, of course, everyone remembers the major powers of the Allies in World War II. The UK, the US, Soviet Union, and the Netherlands. The Dream Team. And then last, we have unity through democracy. Lead the minor democracies. Okay, this one is Sweden, Luxembourg, Belgium, and 7 others get a good opinion on us. We then form the Benelux and invite them to the faction. Then we create, we invite all 10 of them to the European Union. And then create a research pact. Okay, so there's quite a few here. I always am way too ambitious and I pick the ones that I can never do. The last campaign we did was Communist South Africa, so we're just gonna say X out the entire communist tree just for variety's sake. And we gotta narrow something down. So, I like, the idea of forming the EU. Sounds fun. Royalty path sounds kind of fun. And Netherlands first fascist sounds fun. So I'm gonna let chat vote. Here you go. Okay. Okay, we have royalty. Royalty Queen and the EU form EU. Okay, there you go. Chat, you've got a poll. Tab back in and vote. People ride. Poll. It's kind of hard to decide without seeing what Germany will do. Yeah, but that's the risk we take. But thanks again, Candleys, for the 42 months, and Lang again for the raid. I hope you had a nice stream, and welcome people who popped in. We're taking things very slow, as we always do here. Talks, I believe to cave to British or the Germans, UK needs to be democratic and Germany needs to be fascist. Well, we'll do what we can do. You know, it's not a big deal either way. This one just requires trade influence. So I don't think it's that strict. I believe that's only for go with Britain, which is not one of the things that we're doing. And we're not going with Germany either. Because their ruling party has to be fascist, and to go with Britain, their ruling party has to be democratic. But we're doing lead the minor democracies. These main ones don't require certain faction leanings. Chat, the votes are rolling in. I find it tough to figure out what each decision does sometimes. Yeah, you just kind of have to, like... It's easier almost to look at them from the drop-down here. And usually it's just under effect. But yeah, sometimes it can be a little difficult because certain things will fire. Alright, chat has voted almost 50% for the Queen path. Which means we're going to try to maintain trade neutrality. Okay, well, you have spoken. I say we go ahead and start the focus. You basically always should have a national focus going, with the exception being if you really need political power for something incredibly important. Because not having a national focus does give you a bonus political power a day. But in our case, we don't need that much, because typically you will get political power by simply using your focus tree to advance your focus. Now do the voice. What voice? The Queen one? Yes, Queen! That one? That what you want me to do? Okay. Good job, chat. Our current government is weak and is now on the verge of falling yet again. We will give a new prime minister the task of forming a stronger cabinet. We'll get a new government formed. The Democratic Party will now be called the Christelijk Historisch Unie. Dirk Jandigier becomes leader of the Democratic Party. Defeatist. Surrender limit is minus 25%. Basically, we surrender quickly, but we remove weak government, which gives us political power and good 10% stability. So we'll start there. Okay, and then we go. We're on Iron Man, by the way. That's why we're taking things fairly seriously here. All the J's are Y's now, you tell. It's not cool. It's not cool to spell with a J anymore. But yes, welcome one and all to the just unpause the stream after an hour and a half. We spent the first, I was doing Steam Deck stuff at the beginning of the stream, okay? So, 1936 looks exactly like you expect it to. The only current global conflicts right now that I know of is Italy versus Ethiopia, which is going to be the focus of the next big expansion, both Italy and Ethiopia. And then Switzerland. It's just the three, right? I believe it's just the three. So if you can play Ethiopia and throw off the yoke of Italy, you can have your own unique focus tree. So to people in the chat who were kind of suggesting other nations, the reason why I don't pick them is because let's say you wanted to just be funky, right? And pick the Dominican Republic. You could do it. You can play as the Dominican Republic if you want, but their focus tree is going to look like this, and it's going to look identical to any other nation that does not have a big effect on World War II. Because they just haven't been... They haven't customized every single nation in the entire world. Circa 1936. Crazy, I know. Unbelievable, really. Work harder, devs. New Zealand does have a unique tree, so does Australia. But again, a lot of the unique trees come via DLCs. So if you're interested in playing a certain country or faction, and you really want to play with the unique tree, then just make sure that you have the DLC that is associated with that. To that end, all the Hearts of Iron DLCs go on Steam sale whenever Steam has a sale. So just make sure you check those then, because buying at full price is a mistake, because they're always on sale. But yeah, Australia has a nice tree. Had fun with Australia. Haven't played New Zealand since apparently literally when I got the game. So I wouldn't mind doing a New Zealand. We could probably do a pretty fast New Zealand run. Hi, Tox. Hi, chat. What's up, Avic? How's it going? Welcome to our January 1936. Oh, wait. We have oil, right? Yeah, we have a lot of oil. Okay, so we only have a small navy consisting of a couple heavy cruisers, a destroyer, and 8 submarines. Ooh, no, we have a slightly larger navy. Okay, slightly larger navy. So this is good. Even though these ships are old and stinky, what we can do is just have all of them start exercising. How do we... Okay, naval exercise in the Java Sea. And the naval exercise will start building Navy XP that we can turn around and use. It's going to consume fuel, and also they'll have to repair every so often. And then we're gonna select this fleet and do naval exercises here. Eastern North Sea. Okay, looking good. I just want to start building Navy XP now. Good noises! But yeah, at this point, I don't remember which DLC has which countries or nations. I just have all the DLCs, and I just treat that as the game. But they are very good noises. Ita, what are your thoughts on the dev diaries for the new DLC? I can't tell this is a meme because we spent like 15 to 20 minutes talking about them at the beginning of the stream. But they look good. I haven't read the new one yet. We just kind of looked at it earlier. But I'm very excited for the next expansion. Because I'm very interested in playing Italy. I think Switzerland would be fun too, but I'm mostly interested in Italy and Ethiopia. Hello, Quid! People arrive. Ding, ding. Ding, ding. You know it. So we can actually go faster fast forward by doing joy at the beginning of the game, just kind of like figuring out what a game plan is going to be while the world rotates and turns. And at this stage, what we really need to figure out is how to spend our political power at the beginning of the game. And to that end, we're either going to hire a political advisor, or we're gonna change one of these government types, but we need war support to change our economic policy. And we've already got export focus we're not gonna have limited for a while. And then volunteer only also can't change unless we have 10% war support, and we have 0. So you drum up war support by choosing certain focuses, but there also are decisions that may boost. War propaganda is one. That'll do weekly war support for 90 days. So that's another way. How big and powerful is the Royal Dutch Air Force? I don't think we have a single airplane. I think we have 0 airplanes. Do weather effects have an actual impact on the game? Yes. Whenever there is a battle, the weather does change the stats temporarily. You don't really have to pay too much attention to it, but the weather effects do, like, create different buffs or debuffs for different types of units. I love these games when I'm doing homework because you go into so much detail about your plans. I don't need to watch the stream to enjoy what's happening. I am an audiobook. So that's accurate, yes. As far as our political advisors, the ones that are available to us at the beginning of the game without doing any of the other. So a lot of them have X's because they have prereqs. But the ones that we'll have is Captain of Industry, which is actually the other game that I was thinking about playing today. But now I kind of want to wait for the patch, the experimental branch. But maybe I won't have enough patience for that. Captain of Industry gives us bonuses to construction speed. It's very useful, but maybe not right now. Political power gain up 10% and some stability. I do favor that one. And then War Industrialist is building speed for military building. So those are the only 3. I might take the PP+, PPPP, and the stability gain at the beginning. Anyways. Who goes there? I see some dapper waves in chat. Tox, have you heard of Terra Invicta? I have. I'm looking forward to playing it. I didn't play the Steam demo. I'm aware there was like kind of a demo for Terra Invicta that you could play as long as you didn't X out of the game, right? There is no save mechanics. People just kept their computers open for 48 hours trying to get as far as they can playing it. All right, let's see. New government time. Germany embroiled in civil war. That was fast. A sudden Wehrmacht coup led by famed Field Marshal August von Mackensen has triggered a civil war in Germany early this morning. Fascists, royalists, and Democrats alike have taken up arms against their former countrymen, and military units have been removed from the borders to see to the internal threat. The fascists, under orders of Hitler, have already vowed to destroy the nation rather than see it fall to treasonous Germans. Let's hope peace will soon return to Europe. German Reich declared war on the German Empire. Meanwhile, here, the fifth cabinet of Colin? How do you pronounce the J there? It doesn't matter. Has once again, like its predecessors, fallen, and the Minister of State, Dirk Yendegeer, has been asked to take up the responsibility for... Shh! This song is so distracting, and it's already playing. Hold on. It's already playing. No shuffle. No shuffle, please. There we go. Start at the beginning. Okay, anyways. The fifth cabinet has fallen. Minister of State Dirk Yendegeer has been asked to take up the responsibility of forming a new government. Having last served in 1933, some 3 years ago, he's proven his ability to serve his country in peacetime. With mounting world tension, however, it's unclear how the new minister-president will handle leading a nation in war that looks increasingly more likely. Let's hope it's a little more stable than the last. The Democratic Party is renamed. And weak government has been removed. This one right here, daily political power is reduced, stability reduced. So we just went straight to 100% stability? Wow, that was a big swing. Okay, so that's given us a whole bunch of boosts then. Super stable. Now we need gateway to Europe. The Netherlands is the gateway of trade to Europe, a fact well understood by our trade partners. Though while our position gives us strength, it also puts us in an unenviable predicament. While the British aim to blockade their likely enemies on the continent, the Germans wish for us to increase the flow of trade to their country through ours, using us as a backdoor to avoid the blockade. Well, their situation has changed a little recently. Once we do this, we get political power, we get new decisions, and can do trade influence. Do we want to try that this early? I think we want to do the first two, and then we want to start doing the trade relations decisions. And then receive an amount of political power equal to the total invested by all Gateway to Europe participants. We want to do this, then switch over to abandoning the gold standard, I think. And then we should be getting some researches done soon, too. Turkey remilitarizes the Turkish Straits. Turkey and the Soviet Union have come to an agreement revising the Treaty of Lausanne, which was signed and implemented after the nascent Republic of Turkey repulsed the Entente in the Turkish War of Independence. The treaty has long been decried an assault on Turkish sovereignty, but today the treaty has finally been amended in favor of the newly legalized Montreux Convention. Turkey now has complete control over traffic that passes in and out of the Turkish Straits, and states around the Straits have been remilitarized by Turkey. British observers who were part of the process are merely satisfied that conflict in the region has been avoided. My Turkey. My Bosporus. So, meanwhile, in Germany, we've got Hitler on the east and August von Mackensen, everyone's favorite mustached, skull hat wearing individual, on the left. The unfortunate truth is, for the purposes of our campaign, neither of these are good. The number of times where it's been like, oh good, Hitler lost early, usually results in a certain Kaiser coming back and steamrolling the rest of Europe anyways. So I don't know whether to celebrate or not for the purposes of Netherlands' long-term survival. Arguably, the Civil War is good for us regardless, just because at least some of the forces will be casualties. You benefited from the German Empire as Poland. I guess, yeah. A little bit. Have a good one, Grugan. Thanks for hanging out today. So we have 60 PP. What should we spend it on? I think we should wait. I think the Gateway to Europe decisions we should start doing immediately, and send in some feelers out to the UK and whoever wins this. I'm assuming the junta will win. They usually do. This is making me want to play Axis and Allies, but I need like 10 hours for that. Well, let me tell you about Heart of Iron, Veninator. All you need to enjoy the Axis and Allies experience, that is World War II Simulator, is not 10 hours, but 10 credit cards. You can have the complete DLC package and play hundreds of hours just like me. And yeah, I guess you will need 10 hours anyways. I wonder how this will work with Wilhelmina. That's a good question, actually. How this will work with two royalties next to each other. Okay, so first research done. We're learning electronics and how they can assist us in researching things faster. I'm just going to double down on research speed. Go for another 4% gain. Right now we're at a +8. Export focus is helping us a little bit. Mechanical engineering, it's the one we just got. Has there ever been a Hearts of Iron run where there is no war? No. Not unless it was a multiplayer game with one player playing as every nation, and they just mutually agree not to start a war. And, you know, if you believe that each of these video games is a simulation, and inside the simulation we're creating pocket realities, then good for them, you know? Good for the ones where we actually did avert war in one timeline for the good of everyone in 1936. Ethiopia has gone into exile. Italy has won, for now. Until I get to play. Until I get to become Ethiopia. Then we'll see about that. The game kind of revolves around war. You can be a pacifist, but I think it'd be quite boring. Japanese young officer coup. A group of young officers have succeeded in toppling the government and reinstating the emperor as the supreme ruler of the Japanese nation. It appears this was a reaction to perceived threats of widespread government corruption and adherence to hostile ideologies. Already referring to the nation even more consistently in imperial terms, officers have announced purges will continue until, quote, all unsavory elements have been removed from the military and the government. Emperor Hirohito himself has released a brief statement assuming the leadership offered to him by the rebels, and made clear overtures of reconciliation with China and the Western colonial powers in the Pacific. Does this guarantee peace in the Pacific? Chat, this is the Axis Civil War timeline. I wonder what the Allies Civil War timeline is going to look like. Leader of the Japanese shogunate. They've already changed names.
Bevelen?
So, good for them. I thought I was unpaused. My bad. Oops. Now I'm unpaused. Hey. What's up, Brandon G, also known as Brandong? How you doing? Can you play Germany and go pacifist? If you wanted to, I'm sure you could. I don't know how long that campaign would go. But thanks again, Quid, for the 15-month sub. And hello, people rivers. It's only 3:30, a little after 3:30 here in Vegas. The game has been unpaused, and the wars have already begun. I don't know how many points I should try and get, because this one, once you take trade neutrality, you get a bunch of political power based on how many trade points you built. And at that point, we would go here, then to Dutch royalty, Dutch unity, and finally Wilhelmism down there. And there's some other options that we'll get to pick too, because New Dutch unity goes down there. Chat, I'm gonna say, I'm curious how this one's gonna go, because I don't know if we get any war. Do we get war goals here? Because we went trade neutrality. Or did chat pick the most pacifist one? Gain national spirit. German defectors periodically generate units with 7 infantry and 2 artillery battalions. Is that good? Add pro-Kaiser defectors. Develop the South as infrastructure. I'm not sure which one of these leads to any types of claims. Second London Naval Treaty. All right. Britain, France, Italy, Japan, and the U.S. met in December of 1935 to restrict the number and size of cruisers and submarines. Negotiations turned heated over Italy's war in Ethiopia and Japan's desire to be seen as equal to Britain and the U.S. Negotiations are now at an end. Signatory nations have agreed on limits to the size of battleships and aircraft carriers. So, like, how much larger could aircraft carriers have realistically gotten before they just became, like, unmaneuverable? Become democratic as Germany to avoid war. France and UK become fascist and declare war. It could happen in ahistorical. It's not off limits. Hi, Town Chat. What's up, Space Tuna? How's it going? They can still get bigger? Biggest ship in the world. What's the biggest ship in the world right now? The Seawise Giant. A ULCC supertanker that was the longest self-propelled ship in history, built in 1974 to 1979. In Japan, greatest deadweight tonnage ever recorded. 4.1 million barrels of capacity, 1,504 feet in length. They're limited by the Panama Canal. That's probably true. But, like, how long before they start making arcs? That, you know, like, I feel like if we started some... You guys remember in Pacific Rim when they go and start building, like, walls for the kaiju and have, like, national subsidized mech building construction. When are we going to do that so that we can put all the Californians somewhere after the fault line or global warming swallows them up? We need like huge city size, future proof, Frostpunk-esque super arcs that just self-sustain out in the ocean. Like my raft, for example. Free political power and new decisions. Okay. Step one, before we pick a new thing. Let me see what the decisions allow me to do. Mega raft. Start building the mega rafts in real life. So, German military junta actually can't be placated because they're not fascists. So we're just gonna placate the British. They get 5 points of trade influence. So the AI is already ruining my potential build. But that's the way it goes. Now I have to ask, do I even bother hiring one of these political advisors? Because I don't, this person increases stability by 5%. I already have 100% stability. But I do get 10% bonus PP. So he'll eventually pay for himself. So I wonder if I should just do that. Whereas we also want construction and such. Let's get bonus PP. Okay, national focus time. Chat voted, we can't cave to the British because they need trade points. We can cave to the Germans because why? Bypass it. Because Hitler isn't in power right now. They're fighting for power. But chat voted to maintain neutrality. We must resist demands on our trade from either side and maintain our trade policies as they are. To pick a side would likely lead to war. All right, we're not going to do that yet, I said, because we need to wait until we have some points to cash in. In the meantime, we're going to abandon the gold standard and start going economic. We're going to get plus 10% construction speed on the Crisis Yaren, which is currently minus 50% construction speed. We're in incredible debt by sticking to the gold standard and having to prop up the economy. So we're going to drop it. Refusing to drop the gold standard cost us tremendous resources these past years. Now that France has left the gold bloc, only the Swiss and ourselves remain. The time has come to allow the devaluation of the guilder and use the freed up resources to improve the sorry state of our defenses. Get it in gear. Build those money printers, that's right. Got it. All right, some researches are kicking off. So now the age-old decision. Production efficiency cap affects our production lines. So infantry equipment was previously maxed. 50% efficiency was the max, and we just gave it another 10% boost. So that's what the red bar is. It's going to slowly build day over day until it gets to full efficiency. And early game 10% is actually 20% because it's plus 10% on top of 50, and 10 out of 50 is 20%. So, math. But yes, concentrated industry versus dispersed are mutually exclusive, and once you pick one, you have to stick with it. If you're planning on getting bombed a lot, then dispersed is generally better because your factories are stronger against bombing. And you also get a bonus to efficiency retention. So if we were to change these factories to a different equipment, we would lose basically all of our efficiency. So if you're swapping your factories out a lot, then that's a good one to pick as well. But I think it's a tough call, because I think we're likely to encounter bombing. Like if Britain goes fascist or something, we're right on the coast. They're going to have a lot of carriers doing bombing runs. On the flip side, concentrated industry just has better output. So it's plus 15% factory output instead of plus 10. So you're getting 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% better factory output over time versus production efficiency and factory bombing strength. Chat, what do you guys think? What's your personal opinion? I don't know. Yes. Dispersed is better. I also like dispersed. I generally prefer dispersed as well. Chat agrees. All right. So with disperse, what's great about it is actually the efficiency base too. It's a plus 5%, so it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So if you get a brand new factory line, it'll always start at 25% efficiency and save you a lot of time building that efficiency over time. Not to mention the retention being as high as it is. So we're gonna go dispersed industry 1 and start getting a number of benefits here. We get extra factories per state each time. So these, like, Holland is already full. We're filling up Brabant. I don't know how to say that. And Friesland is only got room for 6. So we're gonna increase their maximum. So we can build more buildings there. And then on top of that, we get the other bonuses we just talked about. Brabant. Brabant, 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 Brabant. Sorry, it's just fun to say. Say it. Say it, chat. Say it out loud. Everyone together. United Kingdom dominates Dutch trade negotiations. The British have expanded their influence over us to the point we're forced to favor them with the current trade negotiations. Am I not already doing that? We'll do it again. I'm really not sure what the benefit of the trade points are. We are at 0 manpower. Not a single soul in all the Netherlands is willing to fight for us. By the way, is Japan, they just had like a coup. Where am I? Japan just had a coup, so it was like, it's already done. There was no civil war. Hirohito just became the Japanese shogunate. Okay. Whereas, why am I going this way? You could just go from here. Because I think about it like a standard map instead of whatever. Whereas in Germany right now, the civil war is raging on. Are we getting coxed right now? A little bit? A little bit? Getting some fluctuations? Uh-oh. It should still be watchable, but you guys are dropping fast. Can you send help? No. Actually, I can't. You guys are at like 3,500 kilobits? It dropped to 2,500 for a second? But look how many naval XP points we're building by just basically having unlimited fuel. So we've got our Navy running exercises off the coast, and the other benefit of that is the ships actually gain experience levels. Where do they cap at? They're at 69% right now, because of course they are. It might cap out at level 3. That decision was there to help you balance the influence if you want. So right now, it's a waste since Germany won't be participating if the junta wins. I probably won't do it anymore. We do get a partial refund after this is done. Simply by picking trade neutrality, we'll get half of our political power back. And And we should get positive relationships. I'm trying to see what we actually get. We get opinion negative 25, but trade relations plus 25. Interesting. And then we get daily support for unaligned. Replace the defeatist government. Division defense on core territory. And we're just going to hold it down. Chad voted for royalty. Avic, the forces of darkness have always watched my ISP. Were you having some internet trouble recently? Were you having some outages? You got internet outages on top of the heat waves? What is the world coming to? But yeah, it looks like, once again, German Reich is losing the Civil War, and they're rapidly being pushed out. I don't think I've ever seen the Nazis win the Civil War event. Maybe one day they'll play better and get good. All right, just a universal construction speed up 10%, and it's about this stage where we want to turn our attention to... I do like getting radio early because it's not fun to pick later. The only time I wouldn't pick radio is if we didn't have 1936 guns that were already being manufactured. We need to start making trucks, but we don't have any military factories. So in lieu of that, the options are really getting an engineer company, which is very important. I'm just going to go ahead and grab radio, though, because it's not fun to research. I want to get the boring stuff out of the way early. And I do kind of want the captain of industry guy, since we can't affect any of our economic or military policies. Because just infrastructure and civilian factory construction speed is good right now. So I'm going to go ahead and grab them, and then we'll just leave one spot open. And we can always replace people later. We're getting 1.4 political power per day, which is pretty decent right now. We got 5% world tension, and we can... Well, let's make some more. Nationalist Spain has declared war on Spain. Let's get Spain underway. The German Civil War has seen 100,000 junta casualties and 115,000 Reich casualties, so it's pretty even, but the junta is still winning. I know, I was about to play Captain of Industry today, actually, Avic, but I decided to play this because there's an experimental patch for Captain of Industry. And I didn't want to do the experimental build yet, but I might do it next week if it doesn't go to stable. Lots of good quality of life stuff. Okay, now the world's heating up. Getting a little spicy. Here is the eventual four-way battle for the ages. Spain does tend to go pretty wildly different directions depending on how things go, but we haven't seen the anarchists win in a while, I don't think. It's time for Karl? I think it is time for Karl. My goal for the Netherlands, aside from not dying, is I want to actually make a navy. Like a good navy. We certainly have the oil for it. We don't have the dockyards for it. But if we could ever annex the Dutch East Indies, that would all go a lot more smoothly. There's not a lot of building area there, to be fair. Just a handful of factory spots. But they're currently, as of yet, untapped. So when we run out of things to build, we're probably going to help them so that we build points towards eventually annexing them. But right now, that's not really even possible. All right. We've abandoned the gold standard. And now our 50% construction speed debuff is now just a 40%. Wow. Isn't that impressive? Get war support. We will need that, but right now we're going to do public works. That is an industrial research bonus we'll be able to use, and a free civilian factory and 10% more construction speed. We're just trying to catch up. Get rid of the crisis Yaren on the mainland so we can actually build at a normal rate, and prepare for the Kaiser to come knocking on our doors soon. Hopefully they don't know who they want to invade, right? Because they're like, maybe we invade Poland. Maybe we invade Czechoslovakia. We also have Austria. They're not going to invade Switzerland. Lithuania, Belgium, Luxembourg. There's France. So many choices. Maybe they'll pick Netherlands last. And we'll just chill. But yes, there's also, of course, the eventual United Kingdom and Sleeping Giant United States, who can go in bizarre directions sometimes as well. Just kind of seeing if there's any rumblings of different ruling parties yet. All right, we can go ahead and pop it up to 4 times speed. Wow, so fast. Hello, Psycho Merlin. What's up? Let's go to Brazil. That's we should have played Portugal again. Leazar, howdy. And good afternoon to Americans just now jumping in. We should have a nice, fun day as the Netherlands today, and definitely won't be cut short before 1942, when we finally built our entire armed forces. No doubt. The pinnacle of infrastructure and industry. I guess I have to decide at what point do I want to go back to the political tree. Because we'll need to do trade neutrality, which might be bypassed. It's bypassed now. Do I just bypass this and click it now? Do I get any benefits? We'll bypass it after this. I think I just make people hate me. And then after this public work, we just gotta get more building slots. This is infrastructure, build speed. 2 military factories is pretty sweet. Also, research slots are king in Hearts of Iron. Being able to research more things simultaneously is fabulous. Why are these highlighted? Okay, there's a research slot there, research slot there. These are not research slots, silly. So this is the fastest research slot we can get. We have to go 1, 2, 3, 4. But if you focus on tech, you might not be prepared for Germans knocking at your door. And that's entirely possible as well. But yes, maybe the Kaiser's like, hey, you guys are royalty too? That's pretty sweet. Why don't we just be royalty together and rule the world? We can have a shared victory. So around 1938, 1939 is when things really start to go super off the rails. It really depends on a few factors. Germany's definitely a wild card there. I've seen Italy do some early rumblings before. I've yet to see United States do the Civil War route in any of these campaigns. We might have seen it once, actually. And Japan and China can have some spiciness early on, but Japan seems pretty chill right now. And then the factions that start forming, because I'm curious, I want to see the UK not go fascist this time, but also if they're gonna go fascist, at least Germany is not fascist, so that should be a little easier. But yeah, they are pushing out the last holdouts right now. Bet. How long until the Germans start researching zombie bioweapons? I mean, I'm pretty sure that Wolfenstein is based on a true story. Like, okay, by the way, have you guys noticed in movies now, the new movie trailers are coming out, and instead of saying, like, based on a true story, the new cool, like, hip thing to put in your movie trailer is, some of these events actually happened. Okay. You're making it sound like, whoa, that's badass. I can't believe that some of these things really happened. But they've changed the narrative from based on a true story or inspired by true events to some of this shit happened, dude. Look at what's going on. There's gunfights, there's car chases, there's people breaking glass, explosions. Which of it happened doesn't matter, but some of it did, and that's a nugget of information that will leave you wondering whether the thing you're watching right now actually happened. And that's enough to get you in the movie theater seat. We must continue the great public works from the late 1920s. The reclamation of land and the construction of new canals, roads, and tunnels creates jobs and serves to improve the nation. Free civilian factories always lovely. And a free building slot, and a free research bonus, and construction speed. All of the above, very good. I want to bypass this now. Boop. We must resist demands on our trade from either side and maintain trade policies as they are. We don't have to pick a side because the Germans are dead. So, well, there's other Germans. Some of the Germans. The Germans we needed to appease are dead. Let's put it like that. And we can go straight for this if we wanted to. We do need to start getting unaligned support, because that's going to take a while. Because to replace the government, we're going to replace them with a like they're not the democratically elected defeated, or not democrat. He wasn't even elected, was he? I don't know. Maybe he was. But there's going to be an election in 1937. So we do need to start building unaligned support early. So I think I'm going to go bounce back to that before getting the infrastructure bonuses, and we can focus a little bit on this. Yeah, let's go back to politics. Bulgarian government condemns the IMRO. Bulgarian leader Boris III issued an official statement showing rejection to the Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization and publicly condemning the activities. They will take extraordinary measures that allow the government to allocate more resources for action against the IMRO, rooting out the terrorist organization once and for all. Maybe finally the Bulgarian government seeks to end the greatest source of conflict and tensions in the Balkans. But where will... Maybe we could play Bulgaria in the future. I want to play Greece and Bulgaria again. We're doing pretty decent political power gains. How's Spain? The front lines are shifting. Nationalist Spain, just a military junta. Fascists trying to take over. Some of this stream actually happened. That's right. Some of the events that you're seeing right now actually happened. Which ones? Not my responsibility to tell you. Lambda Project, also thanks for 48 months. Gaming, baby. Happy 4 years. I had to math it out in my head. And thanks, Lambda. Play on Inverted, also says Happy National Hot Dog Day, E. I could go for a nice barbecue hot dog. Is today actually Hot Dog Day? You mean talks might be real? Maybe. Why do you think it takes me so long to create character and unpause? I have to compute everything first. Calculating. Hard drive, CPU, GPU doesn't work so good anymore. God, I love this game. I want Hearts of Iron 5. Okay, they can't just keep making expansions forever. But how are they ever gonna make Hoi 5? How, chat? They're gonna have to do another expansion for every single nation. They're gonna have to erase them, I mean. And what, go back to the basic powers? And then do them all over again? They did it for CK3, but it's different. Like, focus trees in Hearts of Iron are unique for Paradox games. Compared to, in Crusader Kings 3, the closest thing would be your, like, long-term goals. Like, creating a specific nation, but there's only, like, a couple of those. Whereas, focus tree is, like, a much more intricate system. Would it still be World War II? Would be cool to see a more modern one. I think they'll probably steer clear of modern for a good reason, and I think I wouldn't mind seeing. I do think that the Great War would be difficult setting just because you have fewer planes, you have fewer boats. World War II is that sweet spot of further in history than any of us lived. Not that nobody's alive, but and also having a variety of different utensils, from artillery to firearms to the introduction of carriers and all. It's like the sweet spot. They're focusing on Vicky 2 right now. We're just talking about the far-flung future. Works for The Sims, just remake the game without any cool DLC content, and then make it again! You could, it would just need a completely different engine. I think. Okay, anyways, I was paused because I was deciding if I wanted to modify the government. I think I want to not pick you and leave that spot open. I can't add industrial. I could do a material designer, but I don't want to yet. Aircraft, sheeps, and tank designer. No need. I could not hire a military high command until we get 20 command powers. I think we just save PP for now, which is fine. That's respectable. All right, so German military junta is chasing out the last of the Nazis. August von Mackensen wins again. Should I buy this game? I believe so, but I would caveat that with two things. Number one, you should buy it when it's on sale. And number two, I think you can play the base game for free if you have, it's not free, but if you have Game Pass. I think the base game's on Game Pass, chat. So you can just try it out first if you have Game Pass. Yeah, I think the best, like what chat is saying of a new Hearts of Iron sort of starting in the Great War and then moving through World War II into the Cold War would be very fun. Obviously that adds a lot more complexity because it's a bigger time frame. However, I think that would be justification in my mind for resetting the major powers. Like, CK3 has multiple time frames that you could start in, right? Like, you could start as one of the nations circa World War I, circa World War II. The Cold War would be kind of the end game, so I guess you could start there, but that would be like just a little bit past where the tech tree currently is. Because right now you can get jets, 1945 and 1950, so tech could go a little further than that through the Cold War. But it would be a good reason to only have a handful of major powers represented, because then you have to go through and have those nations capable of playing from that entire era. So it's like, okay, it's more gameplay, it's more work, therefore I feel like the player base wouldn't mind if there were only, say, like 5 to 7 major powers that you could play as that were unique in the base game. And then you've got a million DLC options. We're about to have a bunch of research all at the same time. CK3 is great too. Scratches a very different itch from Hearts of Iron, though, in my opinion. You play Hearts of Iron for the actual logistics of combat, and you play Crusader Kings for the roleplay. You don't really play Hearts of Iron for roleplay. So, we got Dispersed Industry #1, and also one of our recent focuses gave us a bonus on industrial research, so this is a good time to just go ahead and skip into... I think just go straight to Dispersed Industry 2. And then we got Mechanical Computing. So we're at max research that we can really get until we get 1938. Or closer to 1938. So we're gonna have... It's almost December. I think I'm just gonna start both of the industrial 1937 pursuits. We have 3 actually, so it's gonna be quite busy. We'll do Dispersed as our 100% bonus. Because I think factory output and having more space is actually... Maybe construction speed's better. Yeah, let's do construction first. Then do Dispersed. No, we'll do actually improve machine tools. And we'll do Dispersed last. Because I can't build... We have 10 civilian factories. And we just opened up a teeny bit more space. I like to try to get a full 15 civilian factories. So we only have 10 that are usable right now. We can get more if we could change our civilian economy, but we need more support for that. Which we're gonna work on getting. Should I? Like, we can do military budget cuts to get 10% in 70 days. This is a 5% war support. And this is a 10% war support. So we can wait until here without having to spend PP on war propaganda, which we can't anyways, because there's not 50% world tension. So that's probably what we're just going to do, is just wait. One day maybe we'll play mods, Zodicus, but right now I like playing different nations I haven't played with just the baseline rules. Cold War would be cool, but only if nukes were actually devastating. I think you just have to redo the entire nuke system. Like, in this game, it's more straightforward than it probably should be. You simply research nukes, forehead. 1, 2, 3. You got them. Like, I think it would have to be a more complex series of events leading up to being able to deploy a nuke. Like, that would have to be an entire mechanic. Going from discovering how to utilize nuclear energy to putting that into a warhead. It would have to be more than like 3. I think that's why it's so basic in Hearts of Iron, because it's quite easy to actually obtain in the game. It just takes a little time. I'm really interested in Vicky 3. I never played 2, and I enjoy the economic logistics. I do too, and I never played Victoria. So I would like to see Victoria as well. Because the logistics is what I enjoy about Hearts of Iron. Trying to balance the books on how many supplies you have for your units, what your factories are producing, what infrastructure or constructions you're spending your time on, and how you're expanding that, I think is good. The history of our country is intertwined with the royal family of Orange-Nassau. As such, the color orange has become a national symbol, reflected both in the custom of adding an orange pennant to the flag on days of national celebration, as well as short patriotic songs such as Oranje Boven or Orange Above, celebrating the Queen and the royal family as a whole. We get unaligned support to start building towards a new government type. And we are not at war, so we cannot replace the defeatist government yet. This is defense and more daily support for unaligned. This is new leader and stability, which I don't think we need yet. So I think we go back, now that we have unaligned support building, I think we go back to infrastructure and industry. And I don't have a preference between the two of these. I think the building slots are better, and they both give plus 10% construction speed. So we'll probably just do the 2 infrastructure, 2 building slots in Friesland. Okay, and we just did radios, which will help our reinforcement rate. So when we're sending infantry and they need to be replenished by our very generous 0 manpower, they'll replenish faster. Coordination is also very important now. The amount of damage dealt to the primary target is basically a recent mechanic that, if memory serves, the higher your coordination, the like if 5 units are fighting 5 units, coordination means that your 5 units will focus 1 unit until they're dead instead of splitting the damage more evenly amongst all 5 units, so that you can take out 1 at a time quickly, therefore reducing the overall amount of damage coming back your way. It's my understanding. Okay, we also we're going all in on industry right now, so let's get dispersed too. And those will take a little while. And then we'll have room for even more factories, output will be better, and things will start spooling up. So we should be stockpiling guns right now. We only have 400 spare, but we also have no manpower. So we're going to need a ton of military factories sooner or later. How is Spain? It seems pretty even. They've both lost 29,000 exactly. The German Civil War is all but over at this point. So we'll see what the fallout is of that. We've gone 1 year in game so far. Thoughts, which side are you going to join? We're going royalties, so basically neutral. Which I feel like we tend to do, but chat voted for this. And it seems like a challenging path. Sveninator, thanks for the 3-month sub with the Etalyx in chat. Hey. And Angry Jack Russell's back for 27 months. Thanks for sharing your Prime. What's up? Welcome to stream. Doctrines available. Oh yeah, because we're actually just generating Navy XP. Which is a good way to start choosing what trade doctrine we want. I don't know if I want to pick one now, because I need to figure out what type of Navy we want. There you go! The German Reich was annexed. The military junta took all the states, and August von Mackensen stands victorious over the Reich. So now let's see what they do. The civil war that racked Germany has come to an end. The fighting was extraordinarily intense, with fanatic resistance by the Nazis causing devastation on a scale reminiscent of the Great War. It appears Hitler is dead, and the Nazi leadership imprisoned or executed. The provisional government has now announced it is necessary to secure hold over the state and ensure the return of stability to the nation, before there could be any thought of embarking on a process of constitutional reforms. Is there a new DLC, or did you just want to try playing the Netherlands? I just like playing this game every so often. I like playing countries I haven't played before, and I haven't played the Netherlands, so we're just checking it out. Because this is one of actually the most streamed games on my channel. We just haven't played in a while. We haven't played since No Step Back came out. Or it's actually shortly thereafter. We did play a few campaigns after No Step Back. We played Poland, we played Estonia, and we played South Africa. And had a great South African campaign, uniting basically all of Africa. But, yeah, just wanted to play. I had the itch. Because what I always say, I have the same conversation every Hearts of Iron stream is the same, because I say the same thing. But it's true. Hearts of Iron is a wonderful Paradox game to stream because the campaigns, if you're not me, you could crank one out in like a few hours. But even at my speed, I can finish a full Hearts of Iron campaign in 2 streams. So it's nice alternative to, say, the Stellaris run that we never finished, and the Crusader Kings 3 campaign that it didn't end. I like that there is like a start and an end. And you get to start over start fresh each time and play different interesting nations. And then also the game state changes, goes off the rails on ahistorical. That keeps things interesting. Glad you guys like watching the Hearts of Iron streams, though. Skullgar and LV Trisha. Thanks for the kind words. I pogged the Aussie campaign where you invaded the US. Yes, that was the famous combo invasion of Australia, Venezuela, and El Salvador, going through Mexico in order to invade the southern United States as the Thunder Down Under. Very historical. So, Estonia is wrapped up in Civil War II between the non-aligned and the communist parties. Estonian independents have joined the Comintern. Some of these things really happened. I take a lot of time with campaigns and games like this. I do too. This is also an Iron Man run because I was feeling spicy today for some reason. We don't actually need to pay attention to really any of these. Oh, I know what we can do. Let's start exercising our infantry so they can start generating some little army XP for us. Because we do have a surplus of equipment, so they can go ahead and exercise, which will spend equipment. But we need XP so I can create new units, basically. Create new divisions. Okay, research is 30 days. We're about to get some infrastructure. When we finish the Nordistpolder. Interesting. Let's check on some other places. Ireland? How you feeling? Poland? You guys, nice equal split between democratic and fascist ideologies? Italy has a 22% democratic minority. The 11th Olympic Games were recently held in the undamaged parts of devastated and newly rebuilding Berlin, Germany. Attended by athletes from 49 nations across the world. Like, okay, Olympic Committee, you could have picked anywhere else than war-torn Civil War Germany. Attended by athletes from 49 different nations, the 1936 Summer Olympics are the first in history to have enjoyed limited live TV coverage. The Games, a symbol of renewed German national unity, were also a significant propaganda victory for the new German regime, which, despite tremendous costs of rebuilding the nation after the Civil War, spent lavishly on the event. German athletes saw the most success as they were already trained to sprint through the trenches and the potholes left by the explosions of their enemies, giving them an unfair advantage and winning 33 gold medals, while Americans came in second with 24. 4 of these were won by Jesse Owens, the single most successful athlete of the Games. Good for you, Jesse Owens. Good for you. That was really fast. That was the quickest civil war I think I've seen. Estonia remains strictly not communist after putting down a communist uprising. And now we're just waiting on Spain to get spicy. It's already got a little cracked pepper. But we need some other herbs and spices down here to make a nice, well-rounded meal. But yes, very unpredictable at this point. Like, I have no idea what the world is going to do next, and I have a good idea of what's coming next for the military junta. Because they basically... So they already opposed Hitler, yes? So, I don't know if I've ever seen them reestablish free elections? I always see them revive the Kaiserreich. And that's when things get really spicy for us. You know, if you play ahistorical enough, as I do, there's got to eventually be a timeline in which... But no, the game is just created in such a way where there will always be factions and there will always be certain people opposed to others. But right now, it'd be... I'm trying to figure out what would happen if, say, the UK, the US, France, and Germany all went democratic. And maybe even Italy. Like, I'm trying to figure out what the major faction conflict would become. The Netherlands versus everybody. How about that? Everyone against the Soviets? The Soviets already have a hard enough time in Hearts of Iron. They always lose to Germany in my games. And then Japan, Germany, but I guess if they're not fighting, I don't know, maybe? Okay, chat. After closing off the Zuiderzee by building the Afsluitdijk, and therefore creating the artificial Jesselmeer Lake, we must now finish the land reclamation project of the Noordoostpolder. This will give us better infrastructure and more room for industrial and agricultural expansion. Please repeat that. The main thing here is the 2 free building slots and 2 infrastructure, which are mutually exclusive, and then the 10% construction speed. We're down to from negative 50% to negative 20%. Crisis is being handled right now. Oh, we do have to do the Moss Tunnel before we can expand this. So should I do political or economic right now? I don't need stability. We do need war supports. But it's not immediately concerning. I think I just focus on industry. Because if we can get rid of the construction penalties, we're also going to get 2 military factories out of this. Wow. This is 5 building slots and 3 free infrastructure and construction speed. And then we have to choose which we want to develop. I think we have to do dispersed. And we're going to get 4 military factories and 6 civilian factories. It's pretty good. But yeah, we just got all this political power. I don't know what to spend it on. We can get a chief of navy. But we have to spend all this. Because we can continue building navy XP gain. I don't know if I want to do that. I'd rather start building army XP. Appoint new supreme commander. Party is fascist. Division speed versus out of supply penalties. I'd say speed. Construction 2. Even faster build speed. Okay, and now we're done with industry till like late 1938. And it is March of 1937 right now. So we are free and clear to go back. I think we just let's get engineer company started. This is letting us entrench, dig in, and hold down the territories that we have, because we're gonna be back against the wall, and engineer company is huge for holding down the fort. Okay, Shaboba said just put random continents together, talking about the names of the different places of import, but I read that as just put different croissants together, and I was confused for a moment, and also hungry. How did I get an extra military factory? Who gave me this? Did Indonesia give me this? Support equipment is very important. So are trains, actually. How many trains do we have? 14. We need to start the production line on trains. We also need resources. We're 6 steel in the hole. I'm gonna trade with my neighbor Belgium. Belgium, you guys are chill, right? So we can have an excess of steel and produce things at the speed that we're supposed to be producing them. We are gonna lose one factory for the purposes of building, but that's where we're getting more and cranking out industry right now, so. Oil research is not important, I guess? No. Right now we have natural oil reserves as the Netherlands. The only things that use oil that we have at the moment are our Navy. And the Navy is currently well supported by our full oil reserves, thanks to our territory here in Curacao, which produces 54 oil. So we have more than enough at the moment. But the reason trains are important is because there's actually supply lines. And this is also something that came out with No Step Back. And we have various railway connections, and then we have supply depots. There you are. There you are. I was wondering where you were. We have supply depots and hubs that need trains in order to carry various resources to and from, because they'll get bombed, and then we won't have any trains to send supplies. Well, Spain's a mess. The Regional Defense Council, part of the anarchist uprising, has declared war. Government attempts reasserting centralized control over the mostly independent acting anarchist communes in northeastern Spain, as well as Stalinist repression of dissident communist viewpoints, has led to full-blown infighting on the Republican front. Initially limited to street fights and low-scale clashes between militia and government or Stalinist forces, the unwillingness for either side to compromise means conflict rapidly escalated in just a few days. The reallocation of military resources to deal with this internal threat means the front lines against the nationalists have been noticeably weakened. So we got 1v1v1. It's everybody for themselves. But wait, there's more. Spain's like, I'm not done yet. And Carlos Spain shows up and is like, I'm you, but weaker. I think. Anarchist Spain also usually does that, but I want to see them win. I want to see the AI win. They get to keep Barcelona, which is pretty sweet, but this whole getting surrounded on the western portion, not the smartest idea. And also, please don't lose this disconnect. You guys need to push for the port, solidify your southeastern coast, and then turn your attention to the west. But they can't. They don't seem able to do that. Well, well, well. Here we go again. Under the leadership of Oswald Mosley, the British Union of Fascists has begun an organized campaign of marches across the country, thus seeking to grow the number of fascist supporters throughout the UK. The violent counter-reaction by anti-fascist elements on the public have caused already a number of street fights, however, and it's uncertain whether stability will be maintained or whether the political unrest will become even worse. The BUF leadership, for their part, have already vowed not to stop, quote, until they have marched on Downing Street and demanded a change of government. Let's see if they manage to avoid civil war. God, I've never had this much political power just sitting. Is there something I can do with it? 15 units of trains are added to the national stockpile. Lose 5% stability. We don't need to do that. Extra. I guess we could do the extra region-wide industrial. Cannot build one more infrastructure. I don't know what that means. It should just be a free building slot for 100 PP. Unless I severely misunderstood something. But there you go. Can you change to free trade? No, I can't change any of my government types yet. I mean, okay, I could change to free trade, yes. But I'd also be outputting 80% of my resources to market. But sometimes that's worth it for the construction and research speed bonuses, I guess. I guess it just depends on... Like, I know we don't have that many military factories, but we're about to. Because we're about to grab, 2 more. And then... Production... I don't know, it's kind of a catch-22, right? Because if you switch to free trade, you do get 5% more factory output, but I will lose the resources I'm currently using to make those factories produce things. So, I don't know. I think having the resources is better right now. Okay, improve machine tools, an extra 10% to production efficiency, so we can go up to 70% now. So we can start... Basically, we're making more equipment with the same amount of factories as these green bars eclipse the little red bits. Now, I'd like to turn my attention... not to tanks. Probably... We just need trucks. Yeah, we need trucks. Alright, let's research trucks and then support weapons. I think I'll do trucks first. Operation Anti-Wasp was successful, guys. I was able to get rid of it by having a series of lights leading to the outside. You had a wasp stuck in your house? That doesn't sound fun. Hello, Bonaparte. Welcome, CeeLo, and everybody else jumping in. Smilk is here. Ass Gourmet is here. People arrived. Time to sell some tulips and kick some ass. And we're all out of tulips. Did you watch the, Tom Scott video too recently? But thanks for the 15 months. What up? Crocky Lemons also for 17. Howdy, Crocky Lemons. And Angry Jack Russell, I got you earlier, but thanks again. Okay, I need to be careful because I am on Iron Man mode here. And if I don't pay attention for too long, there is no going back. So we just need to be sure that things are moving according to plan. Spain, how we doing? Hoping you reject the Treaty of London and gobble up Belgium and Luxembourg. I mean, I'll probably try, yeah. Especially if the UK is going fascist. There's no reason to abide. But for that, I need to apparently control Luxembourg and Belgian states. So if I'm gonna do that, then I guess I need to stop trading with Belgium and start trading with France instead. Somebody else close by. France isn't gonna notice one extra civilian factory coming in. Belgium might. People popcorn. Kaiser doesn't look friendly. He's not the Kaiser yet. They're still the military government. So he's still the junta. They haven't switched over to Kaiser yet. There's a chance that they won't, but I don't know what prereqs are required to establish elections. It says they can if they want to. They could actually oppose Hitler, and then instead of reviving the Kaiserreich, I've never seen them do free elections. This could be the actual timeline where we have democratic Germany and fascist UK and just reverse Axis and allies. I have no idea what Soviet Union's doing either. The Moss Tunnel. Our great rivers are phenomenal obstacles, but by digging tunnels under them, we can drastically improve our infrastructure. The Moss Tunnel will be the first of these, greatly improving accessibility to the city of Rotterdam from the south. 2, free infrastructure. And we remove the Crisisjaren. It's gone. I think. Wait. It said that, right? Maybe it just takes a second to go away. It says remove it. Alright, we should probably go back to political stuff soon. But think of the military factories, chat. Think of the military factories. So what does free infrastructure look like? It looks like this. We have 5 out of 5 infrastructure in all of our mainland core territories. We have 2 out of 5, 2 out of 5 here, and then of course we have Puppet Indonesia, which does need some infrastructure, and we will have to defend the Dutch East Indies. Oh, shit! The Soviet Union has indeed declared war on the Soviet Union. The SSSR has a giant chunk of northern territory, led by Alexei Rykov versus Stalin. The Hindenburg disaster. German passenger airship Hindenburg was destroyed today while attempting to dock at Lakehurst Naval Air Station in the United States. For reasons not yet determined, the airship was engulfed in flames and crashed to the ground, claiming 35 lives. Due to the scarcity and expense of helium and the U.S. ban on exports, the Hindenburg, like all German passenger airships, was ultimately engineered to use hydrogen, which provides greater lift but is also flammable. With public faith shaken by this disaster and the rise of much faster passenger aircraft, this could spell the end of an era of airships. They will live on in video games and also weird camera shots at halftime in American football. Just an obsession with them. Chat, where am I getting extra military factories from? I don't know where they're coming from, but we have them. I need one for trucks, but I guess I can start making more guns now. I gifted them. Puppet, I guess the Dutch East Indies, yeah. But they don't have that many building spots. They have one, and they're my puppet, so I don't think I'm getting much. They have 1, 2... No, they don't even, they only have 3 total military factories. There's a civilian factory and a fuel silo. Alright, we're gonna weigh where they're coming from. Like, if I get another one, then we'll see if they built another one, because we know they have 3. Once again, there's open fighting in Soviet Russia. This time, however, it is not a war between Bolsheviks and whites, but rather a war between rival factions within the Communist Party itself. Joseph Stalin holds the capital, while the rebels led by Alexei Rykov are based around Arkhangelsk. Rumors are circulating that Alexei Rykov's rebellion is sponsored by foreign powers, but the validity of those rumors remain to be seen. I guess we could do nation building in the Dutch East Indies. We'll have a daily political power cost for 120 days. But, no, this is daily democracy. We don't care about that. Right? We don't care about that. The rebels are based, Etalyx said that. Technically, if you cut off the rest of what I said, then I said that. Ah, well, the anarchist commune is being heavily pushed back. Nationalist Spain, they've definitely lost more than 500 casualties, right? What are these numbers? These numbers can't be right. Spain has only had 45 casualties? That's not possible. Soviet Civil War. The SSSR. What did chat say? The Super Secret Special Republic? Sounds right. I don't know enough to deny that. Alright, we're slowly gaining non-aligneds. It's going up. The difference in like a snake rebellion and a cat rebellion is the republic versus the republic, depending on how it's spelled. I assume they'll eventually... Oh, there you go. Okay. Well, no, hang on, wrong war. They've already lost... The SSSR has already lost 5,000. There you are, Carl. I was wondering when you'd show up. You're always late to the party. Carlist Spain is here and declares war on everyone. Carl! Manuel Falconde. Wary of being increasingly sidelined. This is like when you... The last person that comes in the Royal Rumble has the most advantage. They're not even tired yet. The Carlist forces under Manuel Falconde have renounced their affiliation with the nationalist cause, declaring their own independent insurrection. Carlist briquetes, predominantly in the north, have turned on their erstwhile allies, while at the same time continuing the fight against their Republican enemies. The effect of the military position in the Civil War is being downplayed by nationalist leadership, but it's evident the current chaos presents ample opportunity for the Republicans. They needed that, because nationalist Spain was just moving on down there with not a care in the world, to be honest. All right, see, now we're at 15% world tension, so things are starting to advance. I don't know when Germany's gonna do something, but the longer they take, the better it is for us. And now we get to watch the Soviet versus SSSR. Go, Carl, go! You got this! We should have had a bet. Chat, we're gonna have a bet. You guys want to bet on who's gonna win? Who will win Spain? One, Republicans. 2, anarchists. 3, Carl. 4, nationalists? What are they called? Not you. Yeah, nationalists. Okay, so before you bet, here are the Republicans, the Democratic Party. Here is the anarchist commune. Here is nationalist Spain, and here is Carl. You've got 2 minutes to put your channel points on the line for Spain. Bet, bet, bet. People arrive. Bet. You guys got a minute and a half. The game is on pause, so things can change in a short amount of time. But that means that the payout potential for the fringe choices are huge. Like if you bet on Republicans right now, it's a 32-to-1 payout. Anarchists are a 13-to-1 payout. So a small number of channel points can become big with the right series of events. It looks like we got 500,000 channel points just on Carl right now, with almost a 3-to-1 payout. Nationalists have almost a 4-to-1 payout, with 69,000 channel points being offered up by Overtly Esoteric. There's like 20 seconds left in the bet. Gamba. Best part about every expansion is just adding new music and soundtrack. Hello, Gamer Deathbot. Already? It's seriously, I think this game is the fastest Gamer Deathbot. Time dilates and compresses, seemingly at random. I just followed, so I am prepared to lose everything all in. All right, Stan Brule, Steve's famous brother. All in on what? 2? What was 2? Anarchists. 500,000 channel points there. 5-to-1 payout. How hard is this game to get into if you played EU4? I think if you're good at EU4 and CK3, then not that hard to get into. If this is your first Paradox game, a little harder. But if you've already figured those out, then it's just gonna be the same but different systems. Different focus, more microcosm. EU4 is more focused on painting the map. Crusader King's more focused on role-playing while painting the map. More role-playing, though. So in this game, you can play much faster, and also it's incentivized to play a quick campaign, and you're choosing smaller goals. So, like, your goal as, say, New Zealand is not to conquer the world. Or maybe it is, and the odds are stacked against you, right? But it could be as simple as uniting Australia and Indonesia and all these extra islands under a New Zealand flag, and that can be your entire campaign focus. So the scope of each campaign is smaller unless you're playing as one of the major powers, or various DLC-powered minor powers. With the right DLC, you can be Spain, become an anarchist, and conquer the entire world, which I think is the best way to play it. But it's much more like setting your sights lower and being able to play minor powers with more limited goals. Like right now, we're playing as the Netherlands. My goal is probably to just survive fascist UK, hope that the Kaiser doesn't come and kick my ass, and then sneak in, take Belgium, Luxembourg, and stand strong as the Queen. And then figure out where to go from there. But yeah, I'd say you can definitely do it. The hardest part to get into is just the money, because the DLCs in this game hold the those nations with the interesting focus trees. So you just gotta wait for a Steam sale. And then get the ones with the countries that sound fun to play. Okay, Dispersed Industry 2 means we have completed our 1937 tier of industrial research. We got space for more factories, and we've also got better factories. And they're less vulnerable to bombs, which now that UK is going fascist, I think was a good call. And we're gonna go back to infantry and just start boosting the stats of our foot soldiers, giving them just a basic offense and defense perk. Nothing fancy. All right, since you guys got all the channel points on the line, I guess we should check this out. Hearts of Iron and Vicky are nice because they're both way shorter than other Paradox games, so it's easier to see the entire thing. Yeah, like, okay, you know how you have all of the factions in Warhammer Total War Warhammer 2 and Total War Warhammer 1, and you've probably played a complete campaign with 1 or 2, but you've started campaigns with like 4 or 5, and you've ended after turn 3 in 6 or 7. This game is much easier to actually play with all of the countries, because you'll actually finish a game and get to the next one. That being said, I did see that Total War Warhammer 3's got a DLC coming out with new content, new peoples. What did they just, or no, was it a new faction? What did they just announce? I didn't actually get to watch the trailer. Total War Warhammer 3, new faction. New Chaos. Total War Warhammer 3 video accidentally leaks 4 DLC factions. Wait, what? I didn't see this. I thought that they did an official reveal. Hold on, let me pause for a second. Sharp-eyed fans watching a Q&A session picked up on what they believe are the names of 4 factions that will be released for the game as DLC. The dime dropped when he got to Domination Campaign victory conditions, which includes a long list of factions that must be destroyed. There's something like 60 of them in total, which is reasonable because Immortal Empires will merge factions and maps from all 3 games. But 4 of the factions have never appeared in any of the videos. Oh. Well, that's one way to announce stuff. Ecstatic Legions, the Fecondites, Legion of the Gore Queen, and Puppets of Misrule, says the article. Well, Total War 3 Immortal Empires is out August 23rd, so that's coming up, like, next month. And I'm assuming you guys will want to see that, right? Give Carl stuff. First of all, I literally can't. And second of all, I'm not going to cheat. Chat, did you know that you can't actually send volunteers until World Tension is at 100% for us? And we have to have 30 divisions to send volunteers, and we only have 8? Yeah, I didn't mean 4 factions. I meant 4 leaders, 4 heroes, 4 whatever they're called. But yeah, we'll probably do an Immortal Empires campaign, because I have all of the things. I got Warhammer 1, 2, and 3, and all this stuff. And we did do the partial campaign when 3 came out, and I was having fun with it. But I haven't seen much of the Total War Warhammer 3 peoples yet. Nobody's been totally eliminated as of yet. Alright, we can go at 3 times speed. I want to see how the SSSR is doing. Pockets of resistance, but it's not looking good for them. Have you done a Skaven run? I don't think so, no. I definitely want to play some Warhammer 3 content with Immortal Empires, though, probably first. Wait, did we do a Skaven? We might have done a Skaven once. Did we do a Skaven? Total War... Yeah, no, we did Twisted in Twilight. We did the Flesh Lab. Famous aviator Amelia Earhart, first woman to complete a solo flight across the Atlantic, has disappeared along with her navigator Fred Noonan, near Halland Island in the middle of the Pacific. The two were attempting a flight around the entire world in their twin-engine Lockheed Electra plane when they vanished. A search for the missing aviators is now being conducted by the U.S. Navy and Coast Guard, with little hope for finding them. The mutant where we thwart the unclean, we were, it was, yeah, I think it was Clan Mulder, right? The mutation mechanic was actually really fun, because you can make some cool combinations of units. Yeah, I think it was Throt. It was Clan Mulder. I had fun with that one. We didn't finish the campaign, but rarely have we. We did do a complete campaign of Total War, though. Who did we finish the game as? God, we got 163 naval XP. Don't want to spend it yet, though. 400 political power. I don't know what to do with it all. We're just enjoying the fireworks. It's July 1937 right now. And we're about to get 2 military factories. And I want to spend one of those on trucks. So we'll have to just plop them on over. We definitely gonna need some more support equipment. Oh, Eltharion. Yes. The Sentinel. Eltharion was a fun campaign. Hindenburg disaster and Amelia Khan restart the timeline. That is a bad omen, yeah. The artillery in Richtingen manufactures munitions and a small number of small arms under license for our forces. Should be expanded if we want to increase our military. And we do. So we have a new material designer and 2 military slots. So maybe we can finally get somebody here. So this is infantry and equipment research speed, which I kind of prefer to artillery. Plus, this is cheaper political power. Especially good this early in the campaign when we have all this to do. But then again, artillery is useful as well. But yeah, I like the infantry one. So we'll go ahead and hire them for faster research. I'll put my factories to work making guns and support equipment. And our new national focus will either be, we got 2 until we get a research slot. So chat, do we rush research slot for 140 days? Or do we go back to changing the government to unaligned? Because we need more than 45% support for unaligned to change the government, and we have 21. So I'm thinking about just doing Symbol of the Resistance so we get another 0.1 per day support for unaligned. That way it can be generating. Then we have time to go back to the research slot, and then we go back to the Queen. Like, it's weird, but I think it makes sense because we don't want to have to wait too long for the unaligned support. Anyway, your channel points. I need to take a gamer death break, but I also don't want to leave this running since I'm in Iron Man. So why don't we do that before something tragic happens? It's been 3 hours somehow. Time flies in Hearts of Iron. I will take a quick BRB. Rip music. And hopefully no one raids during the BRB this time. Thanks for hanging out with me today, chat. Hope you guys are enjoying the start of a clearly fantastic and poised to be truly incredible Netherlands run. I'll be back in just a few minutes after I take the dog outside and get a snack and get some water. Thanks for hanging. Hey. What's up? Okay. Quick. Well, I can leave this unpaused for a sec. But I need to do a quick stretch. Do some squats. Okay. Stretch the legs. Get the blood pumping through the knees. Get a little can of fizzy water. And we're back. Who's winning? Tell you who's not winning. Land-wise, if your name is not Carl, you're losing. Ooh. Feels good to be back. Feels good to be back. Chat, there was another No Man's Sky update today. I watched the trailer, and I gotta say, I'm tempted. I can't bring myself to actually stream No Man's Sky because Raft is still unfinished, and I refuse to accept that. Because they have very similar sort of grindy resources, gameplay styles. Chat is pumping it right now. And I was actually having a lot of fun building my little boat. So I do intend to go back to that. The nice thing about Raft is it's been out so long. So is No Man's Sky, that you can kind of just hop in and out. And it's easy to pick back up. It's not even sunk cost fallacy. I just like my boat. But I guess there's a why not both? Why not both? You know, could do both. I wouldn't mind playing some No Man's Sky. Gonna have to build some capital ship stuff in No Man's Sky. Yeah, I do like the idea of having a freighter be your base. I guess my question is, what happens if you get another freighter? What are they adding? They're just like the free updates. So this time it was, like, freighter base building renovations. They haven't... You guys want to look at the official page? I'm about to get some people back into No Man's Sky. Let me pause for a second. We can simply look at the page. Update 3.94. Obviously, there's a video. Freighter bases have been reinvented. There's a huge array of new parts and themed rooms. Pre-decorated rooms can be further customized, or you can use empty rooms for total decoration. This is some majestic No Man's Sky background music. Existing freighter bases have been preserved, and legacy parts are fully compatible with the new set. Freighters now bustle with specialist crew members walking around the base. Engineers, biologists, and technicians will display thoughts as they patrol. Your hired captains and pilots will visit your capital ship. So a little bit more lived-in feel. Construct farms with specialized cultivation chambers. Plant and grow crops. Harvest them with a single button. Black holes, baby! Asteroids and distortions. That actually looks sick. That looks really cool. There's a freighter. You can build things on the exterior too, like observation decks and catwalks. New base building quality of life. You can place blocks manually instead of waiting for them to snap, I guess. You can replace building parts without deleting them first. Fancy. They made it easier to see where you're building on freighters. There are more freighters, or at least more variety on freighters, so they don't look all the same. And then civilian freighters have their own interior bases and such. New organic frigates that you can put in your fleet that are genetically randomly generated. Procedurally generated is the word. External doors and windows so you can see outside instead of being claustrophobic. There's a new expedition. I haven't done the expeditions yet. Maybe that would be a fun thing to try. They also added graphics to space. Space now has graphics. Interstellar gas clouds, black holes, extra asteroids. Hangars got a visual upgrade. You can upgrade your living ship, more expedition rewards. No time for that to load. God, I just looked at the scroll bar. Is this the same? Is this a different update? Chat, is this a different... What update is this? Is this the same update? Or are these different updates? New asteroids. Is this all the same update? What? Drops? Chat, are we gonna play No Man's Sky with drops? Maybe. Multiplayer mission. Various missions, customizations. These are small things, but still nifty. Civilian pilots can now be seen mining asteroid belts. Ooh. Long distance fidelity. It's cool. Asteroid inhabitants, no spoilers, please. Freighter bridge upgrade, cargo hold, teleportation. Storms in space. Okay, there. And then the actual notes, which are that long. These are the actual words. All right. Well, damn it. How am I gonna find time for all this? How am I gonna find time to play that and everything else? And a move. And the move. Anyway, back to World War II. We're at 19% world tension. That's the neat part. You get to stream an extra day. Not this week! There's so much new since the last you played, too. I know. Totally different now. I want to play on Steam Deck as well. It seems like a good game to play on Steam Deck, to be honest. Very good game. Good, I didn't miss it. You didn't miss it. No one has technically been eliminated yet. Carlist Spain, Nationalist Spain, Anarchist Spain, and Republican Spain are all still technically there. That means there's a non-zero chance that your Spain of choice can still win. Taco Tyler, thanks for the 14 months, who says E in chat. Thanks for the E sub, Taco Tyler. I'm not a huge fan of the base building in No Man's Sky, but the exploration part's neat. I really like the base building, but I think the frigate building would appeal to you because you get to take your frigate capital ship with you anyways, and you can probably just customize that to have the things that you need, like plants and farms and stuff, without having to build a house, per se. I wonder if our old planet is still there, chat. Probably is. With all of its... We did build a little base. It was a nice base. It was cute. We finally got the auto miners, and now we're gonna reset to 0. Because I can't just, like, go back. Like, I have to start over to see how the experience has changed. Find different planets and things. Maybe I'll do an expedition and see what that's all about. All right, construction is still moving on. We have 100% infrastructure, though, which is pretty cool. We gotta keep doing civilian factories until we have 15 civilian factories. Because we don't have the resources to support the military factories anyways. But eventually we are gonna be able to bump off of civilian economy and mobilize. So we'll have more access to our factories than we currently do. But we need 15% war support, so it's pretty important that we get that going, because we're just building things slow for fun. But war support is not easy to get right now without getting the correct political focuses. And it's especially difficult for the Netherlands, who is, by definition, aloof and neutral, and weak. Nationalist Spain has annexed Spain. So if you voted nationalist, you're doing good. If you voted Republican, you're out! The Republican Spain is gone. Better luck next time. Is there any reason not to do region-wide industrial integration with our 400 PP? Any owned state cannot build one more infrastructure. You just get a building slot in Holland, right? So we have 16 building slots. So, does that work instantaneously, or does it take time? Yeah, we have 17. Okay, that was instantaneous. Awesome. Engie companies. Construction of fortifications and breaching obstacles make combat engineers vital in the field. We can now get extra entrenchment and some defense bonuses. These are going to be an awesome support unit for every one of our groups. We just don't have anyone to recruit, so we're not going to be adding them yet for those obvious reasons. We'll probably need military police. I don't know if we need military police now, per se. but I don't know if there's anything better to research. Military police will be good for when we inevitably occupy Belgium and Luxembourg. So we're gonna go ahead and get that now, so we can use it later. Because I don't know if there's something better. Like, I guess artillery would have been better, but we can do that whenever. Because we can't get the next one until 1939 anyways. The Navy is something I want to pursue, but like it just never feels like now's a good time for the Navy. We have 0 airplanes. God, the Netherlands is hard, dude. There's too many things. We need to get radio detection as well. This is tough. Oh, it's this song. Escalation. Get the army leader? I guess we'll never get fascist or appoint new supreme commander. Which one even is that? Well, I guess we might. We're going to, yeah. So is that one better substantially? This is division defense versus division speed. Division defense would be pretty sweet. But supreme leader's a ways off. We could always appoint another one later once we have too much PP. Speed is fine. Defense is better for us. But we do need XP gain, so be it. And command power is gone. People Rife Stroopwafel. Sure, Brynjar Bjorn. Sure. Back to where the channel points are. Here is Nationalist Spain. Here is Anarchist Spain. Anarchist Spain's kind of on their heels. And then Carl's up here. Big people happy. My face when I'm playing Hearts of Iron and watching the world slowly build tension. Right now, there are not really any factions of note. If you got here late, Soviet Union is currently at civil war against the SSSR, led by Alexei Rykov. Germany overthrew Hitler and is still led by August von Mackensen as part of the military junta. Hitler is dead in this timeline. Then we've got the United Kingdom, who is rapidly shifting towards fascism after Oswald Mosley started marching down the streets. And Japan had a military coup and is now led by Hirohito of the Japanese shogunate. And has taken a non-aligned approach. So, the world is getting spicier. Slowly but surely. About to research trucks, so we need to start producing those. And, more importantly, reports have emerged from Hungary that Miklos Horthy was shot by a lone gunman today after leaving the Parliament building in Budapest. Though he was immediately rushed to the hospital, doctors announced he was already deceased by the time he arrived. The gunman shot by police as he tried to escape the scene has been identified as a Communist Party member. The assassination caused an uproar in domestic Hungarian politics, as Horthy's anti-communist leanings were paramount in keeping revolutionary elements at bay. Without the old admiral at the helm of the political scene, it's likely the communist influence will increase dramatically. Can they stoop any lower? Meanwhile, here, ever since William the Silent secured our independence from the Spanish in the 80 Years' War, the royal family has been a symbol of Dutch independence and resistance to any foreign invader. It is certain that should our borders be violated again, this will not be any different. We now get plus 10% attack and defense on our cores. Resistance growth speed in our states occupied by the enemy is up, and most importantly, unaligned support is going up as well. So while unaligned support is going up, we need to wait until it reaches 45%. It's currently 24, so it's going up a decent amount, plus 0.2 per day. We doubled it. So while we're waiting for that to go further down the politics tree, it's time to finish industrial pursuits and I think get another research slot. So let's work towards the research slot now. Turn that down a little bit. There we go. Much better. Much better. Anyways, No Man's Sky. While you guys watch your gambles, your channel points on the line. I want to see all the major list of all No Man's Sky updates. I want to see the last one that I played. First of all, can I just say that their website is immaculate? Like, whoever maintains the No Man's Sky website does a very good job of making it pleasant. Like, that patch page was like, whoa! Like, I was impressed, you know? And I also think it's pretty sweet that they do a release log where you can look at each patch. And they have the major patches as these big pictures. The last time oh my god. Definitely didn't play when sandworms existed. Expedition. I haven't played since expeditions were added. Companions. Maybe it was next generation? That was the graphics update. I definitely played Origins. I'm pretty confident I played Origins. Yeah, because it was Exomech we did get an Exomech, and that was pretty sweet. We played Origins and maybe stopped right before Next Generation. So there's like, let's say half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 to 14 updates since I last played. Good God. Okay, anyway. That's a lot of content. Chat, if we did play, would you rather see I'm just curious. Like, is Expedition content cool? Would that be fun to stream? Or is it better just to play, like, the sandbox campaign? It's cool that none of these are paid content. Yeah, No Man's Sky always goes on sale for like 20 bucks. It's very affordable for as much content as you get. It's incredible, actually. With like really good multiplayer. When they finally did co-op, that was the biggest spitting in the face of the people who found each other's location and planet on launch day after they said nobody could. The universe was so big that two people could ever find each other. And they're like, oh yeah? Oh, you found each other, but you're not there because there's no online. Even though we said there was gonna be. Shit, we have to make a sick online component now. Guys, we have to put our heads together and we're gonna make a hub. We're gonna make it a pseudo MMO. We're gonna show those bastards. Those good times. Okay, we have trucks now. Those are cool looking trucks. They're very little, as you can see. Trucks basically open up not just APCs, which I never get to use. Minor powers are not allowed to build APCs or armored cars. You're lucky if you get tanks. But I do enjoy making these when I can. The biggest thing it opens for us is realistically just new support companies. And in my opinion, since what's our actual manpower? We have an 8.15 million population. Our current manpower is 57,000. We're only using 0.7% of eligible core population, which is terrible. So let's say, realistically, we'll probably end up at service by requirement, which will be a 10% recruitable pop. So chat, what is 10% of, what did I say, 8 million? That'd be like 800,000. How many is it? We'd have 800, we need more than 800,000 troops to conquer the world. Yes, I think we can all agree. Therefore, field hospital is going to be pretty important, I think, for Netherlands, because we need to regurgitate casualties back into the manpower pool, because we don't have a huge manpower pool. Dutch East Indies for manpower? We can't do anything with the Dutch East Indies until we can annex things cheaper. Let's actually just look at everything that is manpower related. Well, if you go communist, you get a bunch of manpower. Who could have seen that coming? We will get recruitable population plus 2.5? No, we didn't go with Britain. So no, we don't get that. Because we're not getting allied favors. So we're going to get 1% here. Expand the colonial army is plus 25% non-core manpower. That would be any of our holdings outside of Europe. So the Dutch East Indies represent how many people? They only have they have 1.5 million available manpower. Their deployed is 39,000. How do you see their actual total population? Because you can see per region. I still think that field hospitals are good for this. Because when you're talking about, say, the Soviets, they're going to end up with like 3.5 million manpower. UK is going to end up with an insane amount of manpower. So, we are approximately, at best, 7, 14, 21, 28. 35. Hang on. 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42. We are 49, 56, 560 days minimum away from that manpower. And that's not including going R&D and possibly more industry. So that's a long time, basically. All right, support weapons 1. That's easy. We are 1937. We're a little ahead on war austerity. I think I'm just going to buff our interwar artillery. So what do we get? It's plus 10% to attack. Easy enough. We should consider getting a military... Not a military theorist. I want an industrial designer. All right, still nobody else I really want to add yet. Spain! Watching people play Hearts of Iron is more fun than playing. I'm glad you think so, Smiley Deb. Because you're here. Which is important to me. $800,000 tanks and put one person in each tank. Single-seater tanks. Could work. Okay. I'm just gonna go 4x for a little while. Maybe speed the Spanish along. We're almost in 1938 already. Haha, it'd be nice if the Republican faction came back, haha. I'm sure some of you would like that. Anarchists have secured the South, and maybe if they can get rid of these pockets, they can send all their forces to the front lines. Right now, fascists are getting sandwiched a little bit. But they don't look sturdy. They don't look stable. The borders are moving, though. They're shifting. There's an ebb and a flow right now. They just can't seem to get these little pockets out. 'Cause somebody's fighting here. France is feeling pretty communist. UK is feeling pretty fascist. Poland is feeling sort of everything. There's lots of feelings. German Empire feels a lot of things too. The SSSR is just like, it's going to take you longer to move your troops up here than it will for us to defend the territory. That little smile. Michael Joseph Savage is a turtle person, and that's why I love him. All these look pretty normal so far. Once we get closer to 1939, the world will wake up a little bit. For the first time, the anarchists and the Carlists in the north and south are about to open a front. It's really hard to say who's winning here, but I can tell you who's losing. Karl has had 80,000 casualties inflicted by the Spanish Directory, whereas the anarchists have only lost 56,000 to Karl. Meanwhile, Karl, wait, who did I say? Regional Defense Council is the anarchists. What did I say? Spanish Directory is the fascists. Sorry, that's the nationalists, different people. So right now the fascists have inflicted the most pain on Karl. My bad. And the Regional Defense Council is 98% towards capitulation, but yet controls all this territory. So if you're an anarchist right now, you've got a lot of land, but I'm not really sure. Is it because they lost the capital? Oof, Karl. What's going on up there, Karl? Italy announces claims on Yugoslavian territory. Chad, aren't you glad we didn't play Yugoslavia now? Speaking to the Italian population along the Dalmatian coast, Benito Mussolini announced that Italy fully considers Italian-speaking territory in Yugoslavia to be a rightful part of Italy. An official statement backed up the claims, making it clear Italy is prepared to take the territory by force if needed. War's coming. Philips has long been a market leader in radios and other electronics. Perhaps by contracting and funding this Dutch electronics company, we might achieve some breakthroughs of our own in this increasingly important type of military equipment. Philips becomes an industrial concern, we get a bonus for electronics, we reduce the ahead-of-time penalty by 2 years, and a 100% research bonus valid for 1 electronic research. Ooh, spicy. And then, expand research and development. Get our fabulous research slot. So I wish I could, electronic-wise, we don't need 2 years. We're only 0.8 years ahead of time. Is there any way to, like, apply that bonus to the next one by just simply waiting 0.08 years? The United States has pursued interventionist policy. The peace movement in the U.S. has suffered a severe setback as Congress passed a joint resolution encouraging President FDR to use military force, if necessary, to safeguard American interests around the world. It appears that many in Congress have decided it was American indecisiveness that allowed the Great War to drag on for so long and consume so many lives. They point out that within a few months of U.S. troops entering Europe, the Great War had come to an end. An earlier intervention, they argue, could have saved hundreds of thousands of lives. The giant will not be sleeping this time. Uh-huh. So I want to see what that focus leads to. Intervention in Europe. So I remember some months ago, the devs added sort of a weight system to focus trees where when they started down one path, they would sort of prioritize following through on it. Because previously what was happening is they would kind of pick something and then dead end and then go do something completely different instead of, like, right now they've got limited intervention into war propaganda. They've already got a research slot, and they've already got intervention in Europe and intervention in Asia with War Plan Orange. Hitler alive, America sleeps. Hitler dead, America wakes. There's not going to be anybody left in Spain when this war's done. Yeah, War Plan Orange is 3 different groups. Japanese Shogunate, King China, and Minkakuo. Which is funny because Japan is royalist this time instead of fascist. Anarchists, are you okay? I feel like at this point I would put my money on the fascists. But I could be wrong. Where are we at? Research and development facilities, and we're researching military police. I have 33 army XP, but since we don't have any manpower, we're kind of just chilling, watching the world burn. Fine by me. It's not really like it's totally on fire yet. Nobody huge has invaded anyone else huge. But Spain is about, I think, to settle soon. Anarchists are circling the drain right now. So anyways, speaking of No Man's Sky. I was gonna ask if anybody in chat had actually done the expeditions and could explain, like, I guess I just don't understand how the expeditions work. Carl making a pushback. Brownies are better than cookies, but what about brookies? I would say brookies are better than both. They expedite the game? I guess so. Feng Shui. Andy Umster, hey, thanks for 29 months. Much appreciated. I do think it's cool, though, how the the updates just sort of appear. Like, are they even really announced? Just like, here's another one and another one. Like, the team for No Man's Sky has to be huge. Speaking of huge, the Spanish directory is massive after swallowing up the anarchists. Another one down. Brookies, you like playing gods, sicko? All I've done really is open world wandering about, exploring and cataloging systems. Yeah, it's just like a good way to wind down. It's really chill. Let's get region-wide integration again and get another build slot for later. And then construction-wise, more civilian factories, please. It's a pretty small team working on No Man's Sky, I believe. Maybe. I would assume, I feel like there's got to be more than one team, though, because the updates are coming out really fast. Like, it seems like really fast. You start a new game in Expedition mode where you work with other players to accomplish specific objectives. Then when you're done, you can upload the Expedition rewards to your main save file. Okay, that's pretty cool. That makes sense, too. My main save file kind of sucks, though. Why is this flashing? I am using all of my military factories. Chat, well, whenever we do get people, we got 7,000 guns stockpiled, so I guess that's good. Our industrial expansion and other recent advances might allow us to conduct more R&D in parallel, especially if we expand upon Philip's already existing facility, that all-important research slot. Let's check on our support. 35%. We need 45%. And I don't want democratic support. Okay, well, we therefore will continue building more infrastructure, I guess. Where does this, chat, why does it add infrastructure? Wait a second. Didn't an update... Didn't No Step Back change infrastructure from like 10 to 5? Or am I misremembering? Like the max infrastructure? So I think they forgot to go back and change this focus because it's adding infrastructure, but we already have maximum infrastructure due to the other focuses, because you max out at 5 now. Whereas before, if you max out at 10, it would actually add something. So really, we're only doing it, I guess, for the build. Still 5 build slots, but it also removes the Crisis Yaren, which I thought we already removed, but clearly not. So I guess it's still good, but the infrastructure rewards are confusing and probably not updated. This is a 210-day completion time? Ooh, that's a lot. That is a lot. We actually probably want to not do that, because that's way too much. The time on that. It's good. Like, it's a lot. We don't need the building slots. We need the factories that are behind them. But I'm thinking let's go ahead and get that war support, because we need to change our policies with all this extra political power. And we can't change any of them because we have 0 war support, which is preventing us from mobilizing our economy, upping our recruitable population. We just need at least 10% war support. And we got that new research slot too. So, yeah, let's do the 100% bonus to 5% research speed in that new slot for sure. And then hopefully finish out the Spanish side of this war. Thought focus added to the limit? I don't think, maybe it does. I mean, I'm gonna do that eventually. I'm not just gonna avoid it, and we'll find out. But I don't think it does. I've never seen it go above 5 since the update. Could be wrong. The other thing I've noticed about No Man's Sky is they tend to release their updates this is totally anecdotal, when nobody else is putting anything out. Like, chat, name the last new game you played. I'll wait. So they have this really good job, I don't know if it's intentional or not, or if it's totally accidental, but they always seem to release a content update when no AAA major releases are coming out, and then they get more news. Stray. Cats. Core Keeper's not new. Alright, we'll not use military police right now, but it's nice to have them research for when we start actually taking things over. We can do 1938 technology now. I want to go ahead and get radio detection. That'll be important later. Into war. Artillery is just a 10% buff tool. We're eventually going to need this 1939 tier tech, but for now, it's fine. No airplanes, no boats yet, no more artillery. We don't have manufacturing for any of this. We're so poor. Railway guns are fun, but I can't. Let's just buff the infantry, okay? Improved infantry equipment 1 to lead towards 1939 tier guns. Just a little soft attack bonus for everybody. Keeping it simple. My point was that they tend to release these updates when the news cycle is like craving some gaming news. And they get the spotlight. I don't know if it's accidental or not. Chat, why did Minecraft publish a blog post about how they're not going to integrate NFTs? If you don't want NFTs in your game, which most people don't, if you just say nothing, isn't that the same thing as not accepting them? Because they're not gonna integrate NFTs. There was some NFT project claiming to have NFT worlds or something. Oh, it's time. I've got an idea. I'm gonna create custom, unique Minecraft worlds with a seed nobody's ever seen before, and I'm gonna create a system whereby nobody else will ever get the exact same world that I'm on, because I won't tell them the seed. And it's mine, and mine alone. And if anybody else sees it, they won't be able to have it because I made it and printed it. Germany has invited Wilhelm II to return to his fatherland as Kaiser. With recent tumultuous events, this may aid the Germans in establishing peace and stability in the nation. The eyes of the world are upon us, however, as many have not forgotten the terrific conflict the old Kaiser plunged us into a mere 2 decades ago. I thought we had stayed neutral for 150 years. Is that not true? Didn't they say that? We must allow him to return and lead his people. German Empire gets returned the Kaiser. Opinion of Netherlands plus 15. Kaiser returns to Germany. France gets Germany lifts exile of Wilhelm II. We must stop him. We cannot risk another great war. Gains taken the Kaiser hostage. Opinion of the Netherlands minus 60. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do that, but also, how strong is Germany right now? They have almost 1 million available manpower. Am I gonna drag us into war if I take the Kaiser hostage? See you in court if you generate my Minecraft world. That's fair. We'll be fine. It's minus 60 opinion, chat. Do you guys really want to... You really want to, like, end the run now? Their deployed manpower is 5 to 600,000. Mine's 57,000. Germany doesn't have the guts. Surely they won't attack you. Guys, you don't understand! This is an Iron Man run! There is no do-over! If we pick this and everything goes belly up... There's always Alt F4. Just win. Let the old man go. It'll be funny. Poll. We must stop him. We cannot risk another great war. So I have decided to begin improving relations with my neighbor, the German Empire. And also France. And also Poland? And maybe I will move my troops onto the German front line. Not long after the German Empire lifted the exile on Wilhelm II in a surprise announcement yesterday morning, Dutch authorities blocked the old Kaiser's motorcade before it passed the German border and forced it to return to his residence, which I will not attempt to pronounce. An official Dutch communique cites concerns for destabilizing the continent should Wilhelm II be allowed to assume the German throne once more. And the Dutch government has therefore taken it upon themselves to place the old Kaiser in house arrest. The German response to this crisis is yet to be made, but public outcry has included the demand for military force to be used to see the Kaiser's return. Someone had to take a stand. To be fair, were we wrong? Because in every game I've ever seen the Kaiser come back, they always go on a European spree. Every time. In every timeline. Chat, you did this.
Yeah,
you did this, chat. We're gonna stop exercising with the army now. How do I get more manpower? Okay, you would think that that decision would increase our war support, because if it's common knowledge that people are crying out in the German streets for military force to be used against us, and we're still like, Should we increase conscription past volunteers? Nah, I don't think so. He's ours now. Make friends with the U.S. They're not gonna... They might do something, but they're not gonna do anything. Fine, I'll improve relations with the U.S. also. What do you mean, just make colonial units? What does that mean? I can take up to 7 divisions from the Dutch East Indies. Just do it. Simply just train manpower. A colonial template. I only have 46 army XP. This? These two guys? This is a colonial garrison troop. What do I click on? Top left under templates, the crown. Infantry template 1 and 2. Okay. I guess this one, but like they already have one. Why do I need to make another one? And then what? Colonial forces draw manpower from the subject at a rate determined by their autonomy level. Stealing humans. Okay, well... They need an engineer company. And they have a cavalry recon. I want more than 18 combat with, but we can always add that later. Okay, the second problem is we only have... how many guns do we need? 950 infantry equipment. So we realistically only have enough to train maybe 5 divisions total. Because we need to have backup equipment for the actual war. And also we have 0 troops actually stationed in any of those other holdings, but I don't think the German Empire could attack those other holdings. Okay, well, today I learned. This is what happens when you never play a power that has a colony. Today I learned. You need to recruit them in Indonesia, though. Do you? It says they're training. It says manpower is filled. Jeff spotted. Not since 2 DLCs ago. How has it already been 17 months? What's up, The Dark? Thanks for the 17-month sub. And the Nubby Death was stolen is also back for a 19th month. Hello, Nubby Death. And Kabish PhD for his 7th month. Hey, chat voted to go to war with the German Empire. Wilhelm III is here. Which Wilhelm did we stop? Or is he the leader, but he's stuck in the the Netherlands. Which Wilhelm did we stop? Wilhelm the second one. Okay, we kidnapped the second one, and now the third one is the leader. Okay. Gotcha. Field hospitals, which we can't really afford right now because we have no manpower. Soviet Union has annexed the SSSR. The Civil War there is over, and we're going to go back to support weapons for this apparent impending military operation to buff our troops. We need to train these guys quickly. We don't have a lot of spare infantry equipment with 4 factories, as you might have guessed. Some allies would be pretty sweet. We are going to get war support soon. Time anyone but Tynan out for 10 minutes? Goodbye. Okay, that was actually 11 minutes. Also, if you're a Carl fan, I got bad news for you. How is Germany still an empire in 1938? There was an insurrection. And Hitler is dead. Send them aid. I cannot send them aid. Nor would I if I could. Electronic research speed plus 15%. Yes. I should have already done that, but I forgot about it. That's everything on this page, including better research, radio detection, and more. The Dominion of Canada seeks immediate patriation. After breakdowns and negotiations with Westminster and an unprecedented 63-hour debate, Canadian Parliament overturned the British North America Act, instead enshrining the Canadian Constitution in laws untouchable by British Parliament or monarchy. Although not an anti-British move on its own, it signals a move away from the Commonwealth policies of the old empire. While a natural step to take for any country wanting to ensure future stability, it does nothing to alleviate the already tense state of global politics. People leave. Overturn military budget cuts. The economy's begun recovering surprisingly quick after we abandoned the gold standard. The military budget cuts we were forced to implement to keep the guilder from devaluating can now be overturned. So that war support should allow us to change to limited conscription, which is important with zero manpower, as you might expect. So now we can do 2.5% recruitable population, and that manpower number should just start growing. But we need to get rid of shell-shocked spectator of the Great War, which we can eventually do here. Yeah, so we have to go all the way down the war on pacifism. I don't know who's probably Germany's the greater threat right now. Maybe we can still go with Britain. They're not standing up for democratic ideals now, though. We can seek to join the Allies. I don't think the Allies are gonna be a thing for much longer, Neville Chamberlain. So we're in a bit of a pickle here, I think. But yeah, I'm gonna say let's go ahead and... God, the new Supreme Leader is actually pretty good because we just get some good field marshals. And this is more land doctrine, though. Yeah, we'll do this later. Prepare the inundation lines. 70 days. Land fort construction speed up. We can flood and drain certain provinces surrounding Fortress Holland, giving defensive bonuses. That seems complicated. But yeah, we're pivoting to military focus. Once I start seeing more than 4 divisions amassing on the borders is when I start to panic a little bit. That's when we'll freak out. Pretty happy with where we're at. I just want to get civilian economy. We need 5% more war support to mobilize a little bit more. That'll help a lot. But 5% more war support is not easy right now. Because we can't do war propaganda until there's 50% world tension. We're at 35%. And none of these raise war support. Fortress Holland. But yeah, I think Germany is definitely the greater threat right now. What is this? Air doctrine, naval doctrine. Going with Britain leads to a number of things. Singapore conference is just naval doctrine. Research speed up. But yeah, I don't think Britain is going to stay in the Allies, so I feel like that's redundant right now. By the way, how is this war still going on? The Spanish Civil War is the only war right now. And Carl has lost 127,000 casualties to the fascist Spanish Directory, 70,000. Almost 2 to 1. But they're still hanging on. It's a respectable battle going on right now. But thanks again, The Dark, for the resub. Jack Mac the White for 19 months. Hi, Jack Mac. Major Spacer says, forget the Eastern Front, invade Canada. I'm a little busy. I'm a little busy not getting invaded by Germany. Nationalist Gamba should not have paid off. What is the current... Nationalists had 19% of the vote? Or 19% of the points. And they were the second lowest. Radio detection. Okay, we can build radar. Baby radar, but radar nonetheless. But thanks again, Major Spacer, for 34 months. Hi. Mr. High is also here for a 36 month. Happy 3 years. Big 3 years, say hi to Stream Mom for us. You guys are going to have your Alien Please privileges taken away. Okay? Go to your room, and I'm disconnecting the Ethernet. We don't have Wi-Fi in this house. We just have 50-foot Ethernet cords. That way I can be sure internet privileges are taken. It's 1938, but it's not close enough to 39. No planes, no boats. Anti-tank, but I don't have the factories to produce it. Like, that would be really good against Germany, for sure. None of these. We have 4 research slots. We could just spend 1 research slot on starting industry early. Or I could just go down radio again and get more coordination. Doesn't feel very good, but fine. Alright, let's go 4x. I kind of need to watch up here to see if the troops start moving, though. We're also about halfway trained the Indonesia forces. Don't deface me. You deserve it. Okay, we just finished building. We have 10 civilian factories working for us right now. I don't know at what point we should switch to doing military. Like, we should probably already be doing it, but it feels like our infrastructure is just so bad. Yeah, the problem is Sun Chaser, there's so many things that would be helpful that I just don't have the infrastructure to build. We don't have military factories or resources to build anti-air or anti-tank. We don't have civilian factories to build military factories, to build forts, to build anti-air. And we don't have a single plane. We're finally recruiting some manpower into the pool. And if we had more than 600 support equipment, I might be able to add preferably an engineer company. It's time to spend all this army XP, but like this is gonna take all the support equipment we have. So it's gonna take 240, and artillery will take 96, but we need the support artillery, otherwise these guys are just way worse. Are we even making, hang on, we didn't make trucks. Field hospital is too much for now. So yeah, I'm just gonna say engineer and support artillery for the main combat width, and I want to increase bicycle battalion. Is this what chat wanted? 23 defense, 3 break. They have the same defense and breakthrough, but they need extra support equipment. Does their speed go up? They're just better at different terrain types? So if you add fast boy bicycles to an infantry division, does it increase the average speed, or do they slow down to the slowest unit? Because right now, I just want to get to... I love line artillery, but that's a pipe dream. I seem to remember enjoying 21 combat width currently, which would be a line artillery here. But I'm just going to do a regular infantry unit. How many more people do we need? 1,600 manpower is not that bad. Slowest unit. Okay, yeah. Slowest battalion. All right, fair enough. But yeah, let's go ahead and reinforce the infantry that we've got here with the support groups. And we got research speed up again. 5% up. Very good. Next. All right, we're halfway to 39. I'm just going to start down industry and get construction speed up again. It's going to take a long time, but we have 4 research slots for a reason. The reason I liked 21 combat width was not for plains. It was for forests. Yeah, so if you have a lot of forests, 221 combat width units takes up half of a forest. But it's not good for plains, is it? Because plains is 90 combat width. And these are all plains. So I don't know, what, 22 combat width might be better? What's a good combat width for plains? It's confusing to think about all these different spots now, but... Are we invading Germany? No. We are holding Kaiser Wilhelm hostage. And now Germany is using Wilhelm III as their leader. And they don't like the fact that we're holding their chosen unexiled leader hostage very much. Carl? Improved infantry equipment. All right, we're ready to possibly start on the new gun type soon, but not yet. Made our infantry as good as they possibly can be with current tech. We need to start making trucks. But we don't have any factories. I think I'm gonna start making military factories. You're holding his dad hostage. I am, yes. They still don't have a war goal on you. Really? That is interesting. Oh. Research slot available, but it's okay. It can store 30 days of research before that becomes a problem. I could do with some more support groups for later. This is for supply usage down. This is for initiative. The quicker it can reinforce a battle. I do like signal companies quite a lot. I value reinforcement. But logistics are always lovely too. We could just research anti-tank for late. Oh, I'm gonna have one dedicated boat researcher because I want a better Dutch Navy. Actually, believe it or not. So why don't we go ahead and get the destroyer hulls up to speed? I don't think we'll get it, but I want it. So we'll just have a dedicated research slot just for boat. Hi, Chatita, what's up? Great Garwin. Anybody else just arriving? As it gets a little later here in America. We've already been streaming for 4 hours. Time goes too fast in this game. Ever since our independence war against the Spanish in the 16th century, inundation, or intentional flooding of the land, has been an integral part of our defense. Properly prepared, it will surely save us again. We have yet to see a tank that can cross water. Oh, just you wait. We're working on that. Land fort construction speed faster. You can create a flooding decision. We're at 43%. We're not quite there for the government type, which is fine because we need to expand the MLD. Ooh, that's actually, no, not that. No, not that. Protect against, I would think Germany is the greater threat on our border, but Britain is scary too. But we're literally holding the Kaiser hostage, so I'm going to say Germany is the greater threat. In light of Germany's increasing aggression, we should direct our defense eastward, just in case they are less respectful of our neutrality than they were in the last war. We get coastal forts and land forts, but it's only like 1. And then they lose opinion of us. They actually have a plus 27 opinion because I've been improving relations. I'm gonna try and offset this with good politicking. No, Germany! Bad Kaiser! I was neutral and you invaded me, and I will refuse to let you do it again. Holding the head of state of a country hostage tends to make things a little testy. It can, yes. Sup, False Lobster. Welcome to stream. Which way did Japan go? They are Japanese shogunate. And, oops, why did I go that way? Well, there's Italian War of Yugoslavia. I forget, I'm just looking at chat. Hirohito is the leader of the Japanese shogunate. So an actual war of aggression has broken out. Italy has struck first and set some things on fire because apparently France was guaranteeing both Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia. And Italian war on Yugoslavia is a war on 2 fronts. So they'll be fighting in Africa over the colonies, and then East and West. Plus the African front, but yeah, 2 fronts on the mainland. So let's see, because this time Italy doesn't have any friends. They're not in a faction. They're just at war with France and Yugoslavia. We estimate France to have an unknown amount of deployed army, but they have at least 300,000 available manpower to recruit, which is less than Italy. But then when you add Yugoslavia, Romania has a bunch, actually. So chat, between Yugoslavia and Romania, why do you guys prefer Yugoslavia as a nation to play as? Carl, it's almost time for a payout, and it's not for you. Its name is cooler. The name is cooler? Seems reasonable. God, I love having more than 3 research slots. Same flag, just upside down. When you copy your friend's homework, but you're looking from the table in front of them, over your shoulder. I actually did not notice that. France is like transform, rotate, horizontal.
Aantreden.
Chat, look! We have more soldiers! Thanks to chat backseating a mechanic that I had no idea existed. We got 5 more divisions, which is represents a 60+% increase in our armed forces. More importantly, they actually have an engineer company, and our newest troops have a support artillery company. Wowee. What mechanic, chat? Recruiting from colonies, manpower pools. I just didn't know you could do that. It's kind of obscure. You have to go to recruit, click on this, which is apparently a crown, but it doesn't look like a crown. Then you click on your colony, which is, or an integrated puppet, and then you can copy their template and paste it over to your division designer, and then train from their manpower pool into your own territory. Because I have no manpower, and they have like 700,000. But I have to use my equipment, which is low. Because they just started training more. All right, we don't want to do that more than one more time, I think. Because we need to rebuild the stockpile. Development of automatic weapons which combine the aspects of light and heavy machine guns allow versatility in how our infantry employ their equipment. A fancy way to say they're 5% better defense and offense. Good for them. It was literally an advertised feature of the DLC. Look at this guy, reads every line of every patch note. Aren't you special? I read the Dev Diary. But anyway, just because it's written somewhere doesn't mean it's not obscure. I didn't say it was impossible to find. Okay, we need... I guess I could double up on boats temporarily just because we're quite ahead on the 1939 tech. I think passive sonar is just necessary for later. How's the campaign going, chat? Well, we're not dead, and we have the German Empire's Kaiser held hostage, so... And chat's about to get some channel points, or lose some channel points. Okay, it's August 1938, and the Soviet Union has just said, to hell with it, I declare war on Poland. Poland's like, shit, I thought I had another year. Is it, Chad, didn't it start in 1939? I think so, yeah. Okay, well, Poland's gotta defend the entire eastern border. Ahistorical baby! Good luck. I'm glad we didn't play Poland for this one. Very bad. Best of luck. On the bright side, maybe Germany will be too distracted by Russia to bother with us. Yeah, we'll see. All right, we've directed the defenses eastward. I want to see where the forts actually are. We can go straight to war on pacifism and get a better manpower pool. Or we can just start creating forts. But actually, I think we should take a second. Is this still not time? What do we need? Requires replace the defeatist government, which requires us being at war. Oh, okay. So we can't actually do anything else on this tree until we go to war. That's fair enough, I guess. So we could still go with Britain, but again, they're not gonna beat the Britain we know for much longer. In that case, we should either do this really long-term industrial pursuit, or we should just finish fortifying. I think we should just finish fortifying. These are only 35 days apiece for some free land forts. Let me see what we got. What did we just unlock? These are awful positions for land forts. Put them on the border, you cowards. Wait, is this on the... Yeah, put them on the border. Where is this one? That's just there. Okay, wait. That one's also not the front line. Uh-oh, Poland! Not a good time, fascist Poland! The communists are coming! You can't just be like, well, I declare war too. If they can do it, so can I. I want this is my Poland, actually. Civil wars, never a good time. So is the Netherlands still gonna get rolled, or are we gonna last a month longer this time? Hello, Cetacea. I mean, we're not like a superpower yet, but we've got some things going, okay? We've got some big ideas. It's only 1938. We still got time. You know who doesn't have time? Carl. Carl's out of time. Poland is also now out of time. But our big idea is probably just going to be tapping into the colonies, the colonial manpower, and getting some pretty sweet industrial developments. I don't know which of these are better. I'll have to look into them before we pick, but this is still a 210-day project, which is outrageous. That's 3 other normal 70 days, and these ones are only 35. Land lease your bicycle of terror. I don't think that world tension's high enough yet. Okay, we have the most advanced radar that we'll never build. I'm running out of things to research. We're already doing 2 on boats. Let's just do some excavation. I know it's not the most useful right now, but I think just having 1 on excavation is fine. Start digging for resources. Poland, baby. Oof. Oof. It hurts. How do I get, war goals on these 2? these ones. That's annexing. Can you play tall in this game? It's just a different kind of game than Paradox games. Tall and wide aren't as much a thing in this compared to Stellaris and Crusader Kings. Every game except for the major powers mostly feels... Yeah, I don't think that there's tall in this game per se. There's just smaller nations with fewer resources, which are not tall so much as narrow. Also, Carl's dead. Phalange's victory in the Spanish Civil War. After a long and grueling civil war, nationalists under Emilio Mola have finally defeated the Carlist and Republican enemies and secured full control over Spain. Though isolated pockets of Republican troops continue to wage guerrilla war and may well hamper the exertion of local nationalist control in previously Republican areas, it's unlikely further coordinated resistance of any significance will materialize. As the nation rebuilds war-torn cities and industry, preparations are being made to transition back to a civilian government under José Antonio Primo de Rivera. It remains to be seen what Spanish imperialist ambitions may manifest in the current world crisis. Well, good news if you are a gambler on the nationalists. Because you are about to get a 5-to-1 payout led by Overtly Esoteric with 69,000 channel points. And if you bet on anything else, your channel points are now out of your account and gone forever. Goodbye. Okay. What was I doing? I was looking for Belgium. Had to be in a faction with the UK for that one. Chat, I think you guys picked the one that I can't go to war. Like, I don't even know which one you picked. This is gonna be interesting. Like, I don't even know how to get a war goal. You guys picked one that I can't get until I'm at war. And I'll be able to bypass Britain once they stop being themselves at the moment. A number of communist delegates from around the world met in Paris today for a founding conference, laying the groundwork for what's been known as the Fourth International. Calls for its formation have existed for years, with supporters of Trotsky's theories taking the lead. Stalin responded to the growing support for Trotskyism abroad by ordering additional assassinations and increasing propaganda against his old rival. With past purges of suspected Trotskyists in the high ranks of the Soviet military and leadership in recent memory, this is unlikely to be met with any resistance. Alright, we'll go back to 4X. Poland is currently the scene of global conflict. Oh, there's the Italian-French war, too. Yeah. Italy's making some pushes. Italy has suffered 200,000 casualties to France's 100,000 and Yugoslavia's 38,000. Romania's like, there's a war going on? Excuse me? And the Soviets and Poland are basically even, except the junta is helping the Soviets, even though they're fascist? I don't know. We must bet everything on Fortress Holland. The area north of the great rivers and west of the Jaisalmer encompass by far the largest part of the population and industry. Sacrificing the rest of the country may allow us to hold out long enough in our industrialized area for a more powerful ally. Do we have more powerful allies? I don't know about that. Then what we're doing. Modernizing the Grebe line. Land forts and free anti-air. Like, I don't even think they're gonna declare on us right now, but I'm still just building it up because it's scary. So yes, we're gonna have to just go back to and hold chat. There's a land bridge right there. Yes. So do we even have? We're gonna have to. I don't even know how to make fallback lines. Single-use defensive orders. But I can't see which spots land forts are in. Okay, they're there. You guys just ignored this. So it's here, 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 and here. What an odd... You know how difficult this line is going to be to draw? There, but who's going to defend this? No one's defending the actual, like, cheeky workaround. What's the defensive bonus from flooding? Inundate the water lines. Ever since our independence war. Okay, yeah. Effective for 14 days. We had to be at war. Holland, Brabant, and Friesland are flooded. They lose 50% division speed. Organization loss when moving up 25%. Entrenchment down. Division defense up 50%. Supplies down 40%. Supply truck attrition up 300%. Infrastructure is damaged. Civilian and military factories are also damaged. Just tell them that back path is against the rules. I think I may have to, yeah. Tell them you're not allowed to sneak in that way. Well, Poland is, like, actually kind of bringing it down on the... Well, they were. Now they're losing some territory. It's hard to say. I think Poland not in a good spot right now with that civil war. But yeah, the defensive bonus from the flooding is a last-ditch effort because it just damages everything too, so it's just like, you can't take me, I'm gonna lock myself in the moat! Swim towards me if you dare, bastards. Excuse me, dog. What are you doing? Is this a dog? Bark, bark. Big yawn. Bark, bark, puppy yawn. What you doing? What are you thinking? You considering all the bad things you've done, like peeing on stuff? Yeah? Just thinking about it? Sleepy boy? Why did you get up then if you're so tired? You just got up. You could have just stayed in bed. We all pee on things sometimes. Okay. Technically true. The southern front of Fortress Holland is well defended by the great rivers Rhine and Meuse. I don't know how you pronounce. Okay, this leaves only a gap to the east of Amsterdam, between the Jesselmeer to the north and the Rhine to the south. The defensive line here, the Greb line, must be modernized and reinforced if it's to hold against determined assault. 2 land forts and 1 free anti-air. Which is pretty cool. We are sitting on 1.2% of the eligible core population. If we want more people, which we do kind of, but also we can use our equipment on other units, I think best focus that we can do right now I think I just want to commit to the industry. War on pacifism will be good once we run out of manpower. But I don't need manpower right now, because I can just train Indonesian forces. So I need industry. Temporary bonuses to consumer goods and construction speed. These are adding to the colonies, which I do want to do, but right now, this is just a big investment, and we may as well do it before we get into war. Secret staff talks is fun. Makes it possible to obtain equipment, offensive and defensive combat bonuses. And government in exile legitimacy. Yeah. It's just annoying to get down there. Yeah, I just want to commit to getting rid of the Crisis Yaren and, more importantly, getting to what's underneath, which is, whichever way we go, is basically tantamount to 6, 10, at least 10 factories, plus a final research slot. Big research! Huge research! Is that a Costa Rica flag in the background? Yeah, there's a few flags from our Microsoft Flight Sim journeys. I'm gonna take this sleepy boy to go get some water and get a little snack. I think he's thirsty. You just waking up? Hmm? Why are you so sleepy? Hmm? Very sleepy, very stinky, probably very thirsty. So I'm gonna let him go get some water. I would leave the game on pause, but I'm playing Iron Man. And I simply can't risk that, so I'll be back in just a minute. This licky boy is, You got a hot tongue? Huh? Do you need water to cool off? Yes, thank you. What are you licking? Big yawn. Are you just a pup? You sleepy pup? Alright, I'll be right back. Mute that and play that, and I'll be right back in just a couple of minutes. Okay, what we got? Big focus, right. Boat research incoming. War in Poland and Italy right now. It's all concentrated here. I got some starbursts, which means I'm gonna be making annoying noises. Some people just call that talking. Chat, am I annoying you? I hope so. Ooh, okay. One day, do you think we'll actually have a badass navy? No? Me neither. But I like to dream. We just researched how to make 1936 cruiser hulls, which we're not even gonna attempt to build. We're instead going to research... destroyer hulls. We're just gonna research everything destroyer-based right now. Specifically... ship torpedo... not torpedoes. No, yeah. Ship torpedoes. Those go on the boats. We're gonna try and make a nice destroyer fleet. Because I'm tired of building subs. Boring. Subs are totally badass. Chat, we have to make a Dutch Navy because the UK is gonna go fascist and they're gonna be mean to us. Oh, all right. There we go, getting comfy again. The world is covered in smog. Or are those just clouds? It's war clouds. Chat, where does Starburst go on the candy tier list? S, very bottom. A, mid, pretty good. That's not one of the options. B, S, A. Okay, I can't read anything right now. John Curtin! No more! Never another Gallipoli! Alright, the cheers. The Australian people don't want to be British anymore. How do you know the UK are heading towards fascism? Two ways. One, Oswald Mosley threatened to march on Downing Street. And also this little thing right here that says their party popularity is 50%, which is a sizable majority. Okay, anywho. Let's take a look and see what the casualties are like. The Soviet-Polish War is actually 50-50. Though Poland has hemorrhaged 160,000 troops to the 133,000 on the combined fascist-communist united front. The Italian-French War, meanwhile, they're actually not doing too bad, but it's 6% in favor of the defenders.
Bereid, commandant.
Let me take a look at the land fort line now. Okay, so
Luisteren.
trying to get a good feel for where this so we're just gonna allow this. All right, I'm just trying to get a visual aid. It just needs to be down there. Okay,
Luisteren.
so the fallback line should be like here to here, probably to here. I would like to hold this as well, but I just don't think that's possible because they've got a flank, a 2v1 there, whereas here it's a 1v1 and it's much more defensible. So we'll just make that the fallback line. Okay, thanks. If historical accuracy setting is turned off, I found it difficult to choose my allies and my alignment. Yeah, it's that information is in this little bubble. So right now, even though they're technically democratic, you can start to get a gauge of which direction the wind is blowing. So even though they haven't become fascist yet, their party lines are blurring. Alright, passive sonar to help us eventually detect submarines, because we're definitely gonna do that. But for now, we need 1939 era industrial. So we're gonna go ahead, we got construction 3 already going, we're gonna get dispersed industry, and then we're gonna get the other things soon as well. None of the Netherlands is defensible? False. I welcome you to try invading once we inundate our land. Good luck. I guess we can get the war industrialists now since we're not getting any of the other ones anyways, because we are building military factories, so we may as well build them faster. And yeah, we're just gonna go all in on military factories, I think. Oops. We are now making 1 truck. 4 trucks a week. The Netherlands is, of course, known for their thriving automotive industry. Hello, Jake9. What's up? Are you winning, France? Uh-oh. Civil war's broken out in the Republic of Turkey between the ruling conservative government and the formerly reigning Kemalists. The Kemalists, who fought and secured the Republic of Turkey's independence after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, have named the current government numerous flagrant violations of the Constitution as reason to topple the regime. Celebrity general and avowed Kemalist Kazim Orbe has been elected to lead a military junta that intends to unseat the current Islamist government. Adnan Menderes has condemned the move of the Kemalists, ill-fitting a truly functional democratic country, Unvowed to restore the rule of law. Turkey versus Turkey, baby. New civil war just dropped. Big time civil war timeline. Chad, I'm gonna save you guys a lot of money for teeth. Okay? This is one trick dentists don't want you to know. So, some people have to sleep because they grind their teeth with mouth guards. Mouth guards can be expensive because they need to fit your mouth. But what you can do instead to save money is simply eat 6 to 8 Starbursts at the same time. And you will be unable to chew enough to actually consume the Starburst. It will stick to your teeth, coating them in a safe, chewy, protective, tasty coating, and prevent you from grinding your teeth. Yes, sugar may break teeth down. But you know what else breaks something down? Exercise breaks muscles down. And you know what happens? They come back stronger than ever. Okay, you gotta train your teeth to be resistant to sugar by feeding them sugar. It's just logic. Toad anti-air would be pretty sweet. Because we don't have any planes. We also don't have any resources. We're 7 steel down, so it's a good time to trade another factory, I think. Go +1. And then we probably need to make more infantry equipment. We have an extra 7,000 guns in stockpile, so I do think that training a few more of the Indonesian forces would be good. Okay. The Zuider-Z work spark infrastructure advancements. Work on the Flevopolder has gotten off to a good start, and though many years remain before the project will be finished, we can already reap some of the fruits of our hard labor. In gaining practical experience with a land reclamation project of this magnitude, engineers have developed new methods for the construction of roads, railways, and waterways. If we were to invest in these advancements, we could gain significant improvement in these fields for the foreseeable future. Excellent idea. 50 pp for infrastructure construction speed plus 20%. Do you know that you've already maxed infrastructure? Because Paradox changed it to 5 max infrastructure and I can't build anymore? But you forgot to update the Netherlands path? We don't have the funds for this right now. I mean, arguably I could build infrastructure in my colonies, but I'm not going to do that. How about rails? Rails are not infrastructure. Rails are rails. Mod it out. You want me to mod it out? You want me to create my own custom mod? Rails are not infrastructure, no. What are rails? They're rails. Infrastructure is infrastructure. Okay. Sorry, I'm just eating Starburst over here. That's why I'm kind of quiet. This is my stream snack. Very healthy. Power is power. Nobody ever asks, how are rails? They only ask, why are rails? You ever bother with spies? Spies are good for major powers, not so much for minor powers. Minor powers don't have the capacity, but they're mostly for the big boys who have so many factories they don't know what to do with them all. So I typically don't, since I mostly play minor powers. President Lázaro Cárdenas of Mexico's Partido de la Revolución Mexicana has announced the formation of a new bloc of nations in the Western Hemisphere. The Bolivarian Alliance takes its name from Simón Bolívar, an independence fighter who helped win freedom for many of the Latin American nations now joining together in an alliance. Their declared goal is to seek an end to the continent's domination by the old European and American empires by building strong socialist states, linked together economically and diplomatically. Peru has joined. Mexican Socialist Republic and Peru issued a joint statement. The latter has now been formally granted member status in the Bolivarian Alliance. Mexico went full socialist. Whether this partnership will be used for offensive or defensive purposes remains to be seen. The United States, meanwhile, had been focusing on intervention and has War Plan Black to attack the German Empire if they want. I have no idea. They're also working on war propaganda, focusing on Europe? Propaganda missions are better. Yeah, they're ready. They have, they can request congressional authorization for military access against, anybody in Europe, basically. I just haven't seen them use it yet. It remains to be seen. I want to play Greece. Who's this? Also communist. I want to play Greece and make the Byzantine Empire. Construction 3. Build, but faster, please. Now we'll do production efficiency cap, and the next excavation will be done in just a moment as well. Where's political? Political ideology. There we go. Okay, this is what the state of the world is presently. Blue, democracy. Red, communist. Orange, brown, fascist. Gray, white, independent, or possibly royal. %, more resources gained and extracted from our ground. Very good. Okay, so we've got everything going industrially. I think let's stay up to date on, Artillery 2 is gonna take so long because it's more expensive. No, it's not. It's the same cost. It's Artillery 3 that costs more. Artillery 2 is just a straight upgrade. So yeah, a lot of the usual suspects, but we have Communist Greece and Bulgaria, and Communist Hungary, Democratic Czechoslovakia, Fascist Spain. So there's some interesting ones. The real problem is if France loses, well, I guess it wouldn't be that big of a problem for us. What's Poland? I think Poland's just retreating right now. They're doing their best. Did we just get new units?
En zie.
Who the heck is this? Damn it. This one unit will defend the entire Dutch East Indies.
Attentie.
I will station you in Batavia. I hired that guy.
Gereed, commandant.
They trained one whole unit. Good for them. I am that guy. Chat, you guys are going to defend Indonesia for us? Scooty Jr., by the way. Thanks for 34 months of sub. Sup, Scooty? Chat, we're hurtling towards 1940 now. Wow. Normally, if I were Poland, I'd be starting to get scared in 1939. But they've already got their work cut out for them. Meanwhile, I have noticed slightly more German presence on our border. Not enough to really panic, but like enough to maintain the border presence that we have. We are about to have 22 divisions, thanks to our Indonesian manpower pool. I assume they're probably none too pleased with that, but what can you do? We'll protect them too. I'll eventually build up Indonesian infrastructure, don't worry. As progress continues on Flevopolder, so too does the industry supplying the massive project grow. Engineers dedicated to supplying the project with construction materials have gained new insight in the development of industry and the construction of factories and shipyards. If we invested in these advancements, we could get significant improvements. Military, factory, civilian factory, and dockyards up 10% build speed for a year. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right, we're researching in boat. Let's do basic light battery. So we can actually make a destroyer design, and then we're gonna need dockyards sooner or later. Line artillery would be pretty sweet as well, but I have to increase the number of factories doing that. I think realistically, we need a 6th gun factory, a 3rd support factory, and then we can do a 2nd artillery. So, I don't want to say Italy's winning. They're fighting over the mountains, so it's hard to say. They've lost 500,000 so far. France has lost 362,000. And we know France has pretty big reserves that they can tap into. Poland, on the other hand, is given ground. So eventually, well, sooner rather than later, The Soviet border is going to be touching the German Empire border. Let's see if Wilhelm III can get it done. Meanwhile, Turkish civil war is over? Provisionary state of Anatolia, led by Refet what is that, S? Something. How would you say Hearts of Iron complexity compares to CK3 or EU4? I haven't played EU4, but I have played Crusader Kings 2 and 3, and Stellaris. I think it's complex just in a different way. It's definitely harder than Crusader Kings 3, but it's probably easier or the same as EU4. Just different. Like, in my opinion, all the Paradox games feel different, but I would wager Stellaris is closer to Crusader Kings mechanically than Hearts of Iron is to either of them. It just feels very different. Like in both Crusader Kings and Stellaris, combat is sort of secondary, and you can kind of blob units and win with higher numbers. Hearts of Iron has a little bit more going on under the hood from a technical standpoint as far as defensive and offensive numbers. In a passionate speech lasting more than 4 hours, Lazaro Cardenas demanded that we abandon all of our colonies in the Caribbean area, as they are, according to him, quote, the most visible proof of our imperialist oppression over the region. While some argue we cannot afford to anger Mexico at the moment, more resolute advisors emphasize that we are totally capable of resisting them, and our territorial integrity should never be jeopardized. Agreed to his demands. Release Netherlands Antilles. Chat, is Antilles Santiago? What? Why does that come up with that? Is this Curacao is okay, so it's just a different name. Absolutely not. You want me to give up all my oil? We don't negotiate with revolutionaries. What, you gonna come take it with your navy? You guys are not doing so hot with the US right now. We don't negotiate. We don't negotiate with the revolutionaries. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna send my damn navy over there. We don't need a navy guarding the sea outside of our home base. The English are gonna kick our ass anyways. Ding ding, ding ding. Okay, so, do we have a port? Okay, they have to go home back to base first. We'll work on it. We'll work on it. Let them come and take it if they can. That would have been hilarious if it was a declaration of war for Mexico. Zog submits to Italy. An ultimatum has been delivered to the Albanian government by Italian diplomats demanding they submit to complete military occupation. King Zog has abdicated after realizing the futility of resistance, and Albania will now be ruled in a personal union under King Victor Emmanuel III. King Zog abdicated after realizing they could take everything from him except his name. He took comfort in that. German Empire still claims Memel. German forces on the border are poised to attack. Lithuania has given in to a German ultimatum demanding the surrender of Old Prussian territory of Memel. It was passed to Lithuania by the Treaty of Versailles, but has been reintegrated into the region of Ostpreußen. Have we reached the extent of German territorial ambitions in Europe? Experts are doubtful. Well, Lithuania's like, I see what's going on down there, and I don't like it. We're actually almost done. We're gonna get 5 building slots and the debuff. Oh! I thought that was to us. Mexican Socialist Republic just declared war on the United States. The United States joined the Allies. Uh-oh. 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 The one big problem with AI in Hearts of Iron, in my opinion, is that once a group is in a faction, they almost never leave. So when, not if, but when the United Kingdom embraces full-on fascism, the democratic United States are just going to stay in an alliance with them, even though they're ideologically opposed, I think. Unless that's changed. So that's going to make a very scary tag team. I think the Allies just break if the UK goes fascist. Okay, well that'd be a nice failsafe. But I have witnessed okay, well, speak of the devil, we are about to get front row seats to the British Civil War. On one team, Neville Chamberlain in the Allies with the United Kingdom. On the other, the British Empire in the Bolivarian Alliance. As you do, if you are Oswald Mosley. Allying with the Mexican Socialist Republic, of course. And Peru. Not my problem. Rising tensions fueled by continuous black shirt marches in the British Empire have now reached a boiling point. The latest series of street fights resulting from these marches spiraled out of control and have now escalated to the point where the military has become involved. While the Royal Navy has remained loyal to the official British government, the situation is quite different in the army, with various units pledging support for either the loyalists or the fascists. With the formation of an interim fascist government, the stage is set for prolonged conflict in the British Isles. Socialists and fascists, classic allies. Do we need to bet on this, or is this gonna be a close, is this gonna be, too quick? France has joined the Allies. Wow, we actually got an ally experience. I haven't seen the US, UK, or Britain rather, and France in the same Allies alliance in a historical ever. But yeah, okay, there you go. Very cool. Meanwhile, Germany still threatens war to get the Kaiser back. Romania has now joined the Allies. But wait! Yugoslavia joined the Allies. I don't think we're actually allowed to fight anybody right now. We kind of have to wait until someone fights us. What path are you doing? We're trying to do the Queen, but you have to be in a war to do it. And I don't know how to get into a war. I don't want one right now. I want to finish my industrial research. I'll be quite pleased with that. Well, the border of Texas is changing before our eyes. Arizona and New Mexico look a little different. There is a war all upon the border between the US and Mexico. And then we still got Italy and France. Poland versus the Soviet Union. It's not going well for them. And Oswald Mosley is kind of just got control of London and keep on trucking. The thing is, I want to do some land grabs. So I don't want to help anybody. I'm just going to be totally neutral right now. Can you justify on Belgium, or is that not how it works? You can't justify on anybody until world tension is at 100%. That's where everyone's like, well, everybody else is at war, so who cares? I'm just gonna justify war goals on anybody. But right now we're at 60% world tension, so we're still keeping up the, you know, facade of diplomacy. Okay, I don't know what to build. In my opinion, we just built, I say we build like 1 or 2 more military factories. And then go back to building civilian. All right, there is new artillery. It's about 50% better on defense. Better anti-infantry attack, and unlocks some pieces specifically for tank building, which we'll be lucky if we get to do. It's May 1939. Let's do the new guns. It's never fun going to this tier because it's an extra steel that we don't have, but researching it is still important even if we don't build them yet. But we definitely do not have the steel surplus to switch all of our factories over. Unfortunately. Outdated equipment in production, you're damn right. So, because we are dispersed industry, we get to keep 30% of our efficiency, so it doesn't go all the way back down, but we are going to slow down on artillery for a while. We're working on new factories as we speak. We're just not... That's what we're doing right now. We're getting like 5 building slots, and we're about to get a bunch more factories. Like 10. Wait, there's more than 10. Oh, we gotta decide which one to do. 4, 5, 6, 10. No, it is 10. Do we want to develop the Ronstadt or the Zahnstadt? They are mutually exclusive. I think we do the one that gives us a dispersed industry bonus. Consumer goods factories down is good. And the DAF material designer. I already have a material designer. So that's fine. Whew, okay. Reduce the ahead of time penalty by 2 years. And 100% research bonus for the next 2 industry techs is really powerful. We're gonna get ahead of the game there. And hopefully start snowballing soon, but we need to get some land as well. Lots of good building slots. So yeah, let's get the dispersed industry one. And our 4 extra recruits are almost done as well. Netherlands continues as WW2 works. A large-scale land reclamation project has been undertaken in the Netherlands, continuing a series of such projects known collectively as the WW2 Works. After the closing off of the Jesselmeer with the Afsluiting in the reclamation of the Wieringermeer and the Noorduspolder, the project now focuses on the reclamation of the Flevopolder, the largest area yet to be reclaimed from the sea. Though the full project will undoubtedly span many years, Draining has proceeded enough that small areas are already accessible, and the benefits to the Dutch industry are palpable. It'll be a modern wonder of the world. Damn right. Absolutely correct. I'd like to train 2 more units. Are we actually out of manpower? Didn't think so. Okay.
Attentie.
Because we'll have a full division of 24 units. And then I'll feel somewhat comfortable, even though we're only 18 combat width. We'll have engineer companies and some recon, and that's about it. I could modify this and give them some artillery if we had enough. We would require 168 artillery for this. We have 900 in storage. It's pretty good. I could also just raise their combat width to 20. What if I put line artillery there? Then we would need an additional... We need 672 out of 900. But I do enjoy 21 combat width for the sake of forests, but it's really not good on the... I don't know what... Chat, what's a good combat width for planes? Planes are 90 combat width. Doesn't seem like there is a good number. 22 would go up to 88, and there'd be 2 left over. Because you can't do 90 divided by 4, so it's always going to be a little funky. Combat width is complicated to explain as well. I would like to have more than 250 spare towed artillery in storage, but I think I want to do this because line artillery is pretty good. If you want to know the difference, support artillery is basically like you have a complement of some artillery, right? Like having nothing and adding a support group actually adds 12 units of artillery to each division. Compare that to line artillery, which adds 36. So 1 line artillery is as much artillery as 3 support artillery, so it's just more and better. I'm not sure if there's any other, like, actual statistical differences. They have more HP because there's more of them. And obviously they're going to have more attack because there's more of them. But they have, like, a significant amount more breakthrough in defense. And they technically do combo with each other. We just maybe avoid the... Chat, is there a tangible benefit to a support version if you have the line version? That's true. Support companies do not increase combat width, but line artillery does. Because I'd almost rather just, like, keep more stockpile towed artillery, and then I can put a line artillery in my other divisions. Support anti-air would be fun, but we don't have anti-air. So, alright, this is fine. And then we'll retroactively upgrade everybody to that. And then you'll see the artillery that we did have stockpiled in surplus disappear because the units just got upgraded. All right. Dispersed Industry 3. We have more room for factories, more factory output, and we have a 2-year bonus on 2 of these researches. So I can do Construction 4 with a time penalty reduction of 2 years and increasing the research speed by 100%. So we can just jump to 1941 from an industry standpoint. It's not optimal if you're stacking doctrine bonuses, but otherwise it's just more artillery. Yeah, we don't have
Attentie.
any doctrine right now. I'm scared to exercise these guys because they're exercising. It's going to burn through some of our supplies, but training everybody is also good to get them away from just being green. Alright, basic light battery when we start making destroyers, but for now I'm going to use that other industrial jump to get ahead of the curve. And that's why I say I hope we snowball. Because look at all this space. 20 different pockets, 16 and 11 in our core territories. And we're about to increase it by another 20%. So I want these military factories. And I do want some dockyards so we can actually start making some destroyers. But I want to not worry about that right now. We need a couple more civilian factories. Oh, I can do early mobilization. Why wasn't it highlighted? We have 18% war support. Oh, because world tension went up. It wasn't glowing. So I just assumed we couldn't do it. Well, yeah, we get 5% of our consumer goods factories back. The higher the consumer goods number, the fewer civilian factories we're allowed to use. So right now we have 21 total civilian factories at our disposal, but 10 of them are reserved for consumer goods because people still need to buy stuff because they're like, war's not really on the horizon. Keep making things for just average people. And then we're like, actually, we need some of those back to make military things. So by changing our economy model to mobilization, we're basically prepping for war. And in doing so, we get some of our consumer goods factories back for our own use, but more importantly, we go from a 30% construction speed debuff down to just a 10% debuff, and then partial mobilization will get that and turn it from a debuff into actually a bonus. But even this is still very good, because we went from 11 to 13 civilian factories helping build stuff, which is in and of itself better, and then construction speed's just faster. What happened with the extra infrastructure? Nothing. We capped at 5, like I thought. So it was just wasted on us, sadly.
Geef acht!
Ooh, look, a second defender of the realm. Eventually, I would want just some reserve forces to be trained. Let's see where do most of our... That's not the right... Mexican Socialist Republic declared war on Guatemala. Okay. So resource-wise, these are all very important places, huh?
Bevelen!
Did your fleet come back home? Yeah, but Mexico has been fairly quiet, I guess. It's not a great fleet, but it might be enough to deter any kind of naval invasion. So we'll send them on over to South America. They're going on a little adventure.
Opdrachten!
Honduras joined the Allies. Mexican Socialist Republic is going a little off the rails. There's still a war with the United States. Unlike 1920, there was no miracle at the Vistula when the Soviet armies recently approached Warsaw. Polish resistance in the city has largely collapsed, and the Soviet flag can be seen raised over most government buildings. Are we witnessing the end of the Polish nation, or will their forces somehow manage to rebound and retake the capital? Experts consider this unlikely. It's an interesting shape you've taken on here, Poland. Chat, you know what that looks like? Charizard. What were you gonna say? Charizard. Lugia. I was gonna say Latios. A rebel blockade runner. Sure. Guy giving a thumbs up. Like this? Hey, thumbs up, chat. Make that into an emote. How's it going? Are you playing with the DLCs? Yes, we're playing with all the DLCs. Every single one. But right now, things are pretty quiet because no one's declared war on us. Which I guess is good. The war is raging, though. Italy has taken a little bit more ground in France and is still battling with Yugoslavia and Romania. The war in Africa, I feel like, is going... Well, it was probably going in Italy's favor. Don't declare war on El Salvador. But yeah, now the UK's in the Allies, too. Wait, how's the UK Civil War going? Not good if you are democratic, Britain. Not good at all. What Civil War? The one in Africa, obviously. They're lucky they get to keep all the Navy. So what happens if Oswald Mosley wins? Does the Navy transfer over to them now? Because isn't that a whole thing that's going to change? And, the bloody what's the DLC called? Blood by the blood? By blood of... It's very gory DLC. The Dawn of the South American League. It's like a Warhammer, you know, adds the blood DLC. It's like that. Even El Salvador, famed for its faith in the strength and superiority of its people and nation, is not beyond forming alliances with those they respect. Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez announced today the final agreements have been made about the South American League, a military coalition purportedly with room only for honorable nations destined for greatness. Whether this greatness is intended to come from building the ideal society within the borders of the respective nations or working together to expand beyond them, the world may not know until it is too late. Oh yeah, we can do war propaganda now. But do we need it? It's 150 PP? I think we do. Because we're already at 20% war support. And then if we propaganda successfully, we ought to be able to change to partial mobilization, which is going to be big. And then more conscription if we want. So I'm planning on developing the Zahnstadt. And then grabbing the last of these factories. Then going back and doing the war on pacifism so we have the max recruits. And then things are going to get real spicy. But for now we're generating a good amount of army XP. Oh, it's everyone's favorite. Good timing. Rather than focus all efforts in building up our largest cities, we should distribute new industry to the outlying areas. Brabant and Friesland get 2 civilian factories each, and now we're at 15. Beautiful, chat. Beautiful. So I think I want to start building some dockyards. One for you and one for you. It's time for content. New national focus. The Friesland Agricultural Impetus. Also dispersed industry research bonus is going to be nice later. 2 civilian factories. Don't mind if I do. We're industrializing. Ooh, spicy. Japanese shogunate declared war on communist China. Ooh, why do I always go this way? War in the East. We've automated machine tools with servo mechanisms. We're getting computers to do things. Production efficiency skyrocketing. Okay, we gotta stay away from 1941 for a little while. What do we want next? 1939 support companies. Engineer 2, for sure. 68% world tension. We're so close. Hello, Gamer Deathbot. I'm already one step ahead of you. Chad, who are we focused on right now? There's quite a few wars. The Soviet-Polish War is the first one that's going to be over. Sorry, Poland, but I can't help you. I'm gonna get another starburst. Who goes there? T-Rex? Heroes Bertoni says, people arrive late because work is rude. Hail whoever we're playing as. We're playing as the Netherlands. We're just really small right now. We're working on it. Chat picked a political tree that we can't do until a war is declared. In response to hostile forces closing in on the Suez Canal and risking losing vital commerce artery to the enemy, the United Kingdom chose to blow the canal to ensure its use is denied to them. Through a combination of block ships, demolitions, and mining, the destruction is quite complete and will likely take months of extensive industrial effort to repair. This will impact the entire world. The hits just keep coming. Excuse me? German officials state they can no longer afford to keep the Rhineland demilitarized, arguing they need full mobility within their own borders to defend themselves. The German Empire joined the Mutual Assistance Bloc. The German-Japanese Shogunate joined the South American League. Why do I always do this? The German Empire is now at war with the Japanese Shogunate, who is of course allied with King China and Minkakuo. And Guatemala and El Salvador. Hirohito is like, I can't find anybody who likes me. I will simply send a delegation to Central America. This reminds me of the Parks and Rec episode where Venezuela sends a diplomatic envoy. Pretty much the same thing, except now they're in an authentic alliance. Straight to jail. Okay. Mexican Socialist Republic is now at war with everybody. That makes sense. But most confusing is, of course, the German Empire joining the Mutual Assistance Bloc. They allied, yes, with Communist China. And that's it? It's just the German Empire and Communist China against the world? Why? Ahistorical, please. I told you guys some spicy things were gonna happen in 1939, didn't I? Wilhelm III did this. At least we don't have to worry about the German Empire joining the wrong alliance against us. So there's that. Okay, partial mobilization. I was paying attention this time, sort of. Just do it. More consumer goods factories. And we don't have a 10% construction speed debuff. Shh, you can't hear what I'm saying. Just trust me, it's good. It's good. See, we have free factories already. We're definitely gonna want... We're definitely gonna want more guns, because we're about to... I'm gonna say support equipment. Turkey declared war on the Union of Greek Soviet Republics. It's happening. Things are deteriorating rapidly in the world. The Union of Greek Soviet Republics joined the Bolivarian Alliance. Alongside Peru and the Mexican Socialist Republic, of course. It's hard to keep track at this point. Okay, we're actually getting dockyards now. Which means we need... I don't want to make 1936 holes. I want to make 1940 holes. So. But we're going to need dockyards for that. Look how much space we've got, dude. I'm gonna say... Grab a military factory. When do we mobilize? I don't know, dude. More civilian factories just equals faster construction, but we can't afford that many. My brain cells are being impacted by musical propaganda. Because, like, I want to build, like, a frontline land forts here. But I don't know what the German Empire is going to do. I also want to build anti-air. I think anti-air is just smart, but is now the right time to do it? Or should we just get a couple more dockyards first, so we can do full-scale destroyer building? We're never gonna out-destroyer the British, but I'm committed to this bit, okay? I have to do it. Because I said I wanted a navy, and we chose the Netherlands because they had the best possible navy. But also, we could just simply research the navy. Like, that exists too. We get 3 naval dockyards there. A fuel silo for free. Tech increases. Bulgaria has a civil war. Turkey joined El Salvador. I don't even know what that means. Got 90% world tension. Turkey's in the South American Alliance. Joining, of course, Japan, Minkakuo, King China, El Salvador, and Guatemala together. Because that's how that works. Faster construction! More! Alright, we just need to start pumping Navy. Start pumping the Navy, chat. Because we need to have our first destroyer come out of the oven and be pretty sick. So what do we absolutely need for it to be pretty sick? Because you can get by with some high-tech destroyers. Faster speed while retreating is good. I think just go active sonar. You just gotta have that. Who are we? We're playing Netherlands. And so far, everyone has forgotten that we exist. Which is how we prefer it right now, because we're just going ham on industrial. Dude, we got so many extra civilian factories here. The snowball has begun. For ships, don't neglect AA and radar. Yeah, I have done radar. We haven't done much AA yet. But I had to get, like, we have a shortcut to super dispersed industry, so I had to take it. We have 1941 industry, and I have a 100% bonus for 5 whenever we decide to pick that. So we are at just a crazy amount of factory output in max factories at this stage, which is very good. But yeah, for anti-air, we can go ahead and get 1939 tech. Because that will help the boats. That will help the boats. Extensive conscription is fascist or communist, or be at war. With some other caveats. So we just need to get rid of that one thing that's holding back a lot of our manpower. 90% tension, yes! Good combo of songs. It is, yeah. I'm sorry, what? Mexican junta was like, I've had enough of this chaos! And Catholic Mexico has splintered into a civil war while Communist Mexico is at war with the United States. Catholic Mexico has gone fascist and has joined the South American Alliance, augmenting the powers, of course, of Guatemala, El Salvador, Turkey, and Japan and friends. The Second Christiana, the forces of church and revolution have once again come into conflict in Mexico. With the government renewing its attacks on the church, the embattled Catholic parties and social movements are launching an armed rebellion to seize control of Mexico. Cristero militias are reforming after a decade of inactivity, supplemented by defectors from the federal military. They have taken over several rural states and are using these as a base from which to operate. The first Christiana ended with a settlement negotiated between senior revolutionary and church officials, thanks to intermediation by the American government. But it looks likely this violence will end only with the complete destruction of one of the belligerents. The Mexican situation seems too complex for an outsider to understand. You're not wrong, because the Mexican Socialist Republic is allied with Peru, the United... Well, excuse me, the fascist British... Hang on, whoa, 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 yeah, wait a second. Communist Mexico and fascist Britain and communist Greece have accepted a war against fascist Mexico and non-aligned Turkey and non-aligned Japanese shogunate. Okay, just making sure I got my story straight. Good stuff. Ahistorical rarely disappoints. Even if we're just kind of observers right now. I don't know where our story is actually going. But I don't think we're going to be able to stay neutral for much longer. I think France is having a hard time. The Polish are still somehow technically alive. But not for long.
Aantreden.
Alright, we have one full division. We have 20 and 21 combat with divisions, so that's fairly respectable. The only thing I might change is adding more support. Like, I really need field hospitals. That was the whole point for our own manpower. That's going to take how much more support equipment? 240. Okay, that's worth it. Recon would also be sweet. How many trucks do we have? Oof, just enough. We need way more trucks for motorized recon. Cavalry recon will not be as draining. It'll just take more manpower. But support equipment-wise, we're good. And then I may as well just throw in the support anti-air. We'll have -17 in storage, but why have them if you're not using them? So we're just going to lock this in. It's not my favorite template, but it will at least use the resources we have. Bicycle recon. It's a good idea. All right, so we're working on a few things because we've got civilian factories coming in hot from this agricultural pursuit, and that will help us build 2 things faster because we'll have like 15 and 6 maybe, depending on consumer goods factories. What I really need is the 3rd artillery and the 2nd truck. Yeah, this just should trickle down like that. I need 3 more factories at least, if not more. Republic of Bulgaria has annexed the Socialist Republic of Bulgaria. One war is over. Agent Atlas says, do all the things, streamer. Keep up the good work and entertainment. Thanks, Agent Atlas. Glad you're having fun. Thanks for hanging out. There's a T-Rex and a T-Rex that both subbed, and I'm very... Actually, I just noticed this. Are T-Rex Z and T-Rex 8 related? There's 2 of you, and you both subbed. Maybe just to see if I would notice, or was that complete happenstance? No relation. It was one after the other. Okay, well, you guys should introduce yourselves. You might be clones. Increasing agricultural yield of our small country will go a long way to improving self-sufficiency. Consumer goods factories down 5%. That's just for the nation. So we just got more civilian factories and more civilian factories in one fell swoop. Excellent. And then we get 4 military factories from this one. Do it. And then we'll be basically done industrializing, and we can focus on this manpower drain. Ooh, 15 and 8? Where did the extras come from? I thought it was going to be like 6. Now it's 8. The Anglo-Italian alliance. In an unprecedented move, the new British government has distanced itself from the Great War allies in France and have now instead announced an alliance with the Italians. This brusque shift in allegiance has caused shockwaves throughout the European diplomatic scene, and is especially eyed with suspicion in France and the German Empire, the latter of whom has already been the target of repeated hostile rhetoric from Oswald Mosley. Significant British diplomatic maneuvering. Yeah, you could say that. Time to flood the water lines! Is it too soon for that? Is it too soon? Alright, we are about to be extremely poor on steel, because we just unlocked a whole new type of gun. Personal crew-served weapons with submachine guns and anti-tank rifles. They're just better. Like, 33% better all around. But they're also 50% more expensive. So every factory we have, if we switch this over, is going to take 1 extra steel per factory. So we're going to need 6 extra steel. We're negative... we're negative 11! Okay. Yeah, just do it. We have 10,000 spare guns in the stockpile. Let's start production. We got to do efficiency ramp back up so we can actually make more. We got to upgrade 23,000 guns to the new stuff. And more importantly, we're 17 steel in the hole. So let's do some more trading with France. Give them 4 of our civilian factories for 32 steel. If France capitulates, we're going to be in trouble because now they're at war with the British Empire. And then Italy got a really nice friend out of this. How can you be negative in resources when you're not in debt to anyone? Basically, we're trying to build more things than we have natural resources to build, so we have to trade for them. So we can just build them, but we'll build them slower. When we have the resources need met, we'll build them at the appropriate speed, so everything will come out faster. All right, it's almost 1940, but we still have some 1939 tech that we can improve. However, we were trying to make a push for boats. I want to make one quick push for boats. Slash improve radar. Let's do the 1939 radar. That's good for boats, too. I think we're focusing on boats a little soon. Especially when the British are coming. Sveninator gifted a sub to Fakras, who's here for the first time ever. What's up? And thanks for the gift sub. People arrive. Mega boat? Yes. Mega destroyer. It's gonna be all alone. No cruiser support. No nothing. Alright, how go the wars? Mexico versus Mexico is going about how you would expect. Japan versus China is still underway. Turkey versus Greece. Probably will just go to Istanbul and then stall out, I would guess. And the German Empire is also at war with Turkey now. France is about to see some naval invasions over here, probably.
Opdrachten.
So this is going to be fun. We want to actually, like, since we're definitely going to be at war with the British, I think I want to make a new army division type. We don't have the manpower for it yet. But it'll be pretty simple. It's just going to be, yeah, the colonial garrison one is fine. We can just add to this. Realistically, we want 4 bicycle battalions at a minimum. Maybe even 5 if we're feeling spicy, but probably 4. And then they're going to need an engineer company and support artillery. And then we need more manpower. The British are coming. Get the bicycles! Damn right. All right, and then we're gonna just train them. But we're out of manpower. That was fast. Okay, we're not training anybody yet. We're just gonna keep that in our back pockets. Bike-towed artillery. Guatemala is dead! The Mexican Socialist Republic has taken their home. Somehow. While Catholic Mexico beats down the door. Salvador Abascal actually looks like, this looks like a youth pastor photo. so I'm not surprised. Jibe Sanma joined the Mutual Assistance Bloc. Oh, we have free civilian factories that I need to pay attention to, because they're currently not doing anything. I don't know how to defend our tiny little land, to be honest. I think at this point, things are getting spicy enough that we should invest in some radar. And then anti-air. There's never a good time to do it. There's always something else you'd rather do first. Mongolia has joined the Mutual Assistance Bloc. Ma Bufang takes national leadership in China. Following extensive power struggle between Chiang Kai-shek and Ma Bufang, the former has finally conceded defeat and met with Ma Bufang at his residence. After 2 hours of negotiations, Chiang Kai-shek has evidently accepted a proposal to transfer power to Ma Bufang and step down as premier of the republic. Groups of supporters of the two leaders previously gathered outside the house, prompting fear of violent clash between the two sides. However, no violence has been reported, and the transition of power has been fairly smooth. Even if you have radar, you're gonna shoot your musket at it? I have anti-air, okay? I have anti-air. We're researching better anti-air even. And we're gonna put it on the boats. German Empire is in an alliance with Mongolia, Jibe Sanma, and Communist China. Yes. Okay, chat, we have free dockyards. How many convoys do we have? 280, that's a lot. We're gonna go down to like 2 dockyards for convoys, if that. Well, I don't have the other holes, so we're just gonna do all convoys for a minute. This game is wild. It usually is, yes. Poland was annexed! The Polish sanitation junta took 15 states. What the hell is going on? So you're telling me the Soviet Union declared war on Poland, started making inroads, then Poland had a civil war led by a fascist leader and a military junta, and then at war's end, the junta gets all the land and the Soviet Union has to go away. But they're not on the same team. But they'll be, once the peace, is there a peace treaty? I mean, that war's over. Of course, the Polish Senation junta joined the South American League, together with Turkey, Japan, Minkakuo, King China, Catholic Mexico, and El Salvador. They are all over the place. It's really gonna be hard for them to support that alliance, I think, but more power to them. These are awesome factions, yes. Shadowlight, hey! What's up, Shadowlight? Thanks for 45 months. Very kind of you. And welcome to the stream. One nice thing about not being at war for this entire stream is I actually get to just kind of fast forward, and we've advanced longer period of time than we usually do in a stream in which we didn't unpause for an hour and a half because we were talking about things. 100% world tension. Hallelujah. What can I do with that? Nothing really. We need 50% war support for war economy. We're 42%, but I don't want to spend too much PP because I want to start getting some other... Oh, ship designer. Shit, why didn't I get this? Carrier, capital ships, screens, and submarines, or carriers and capitals. You got to get the Amsterdam because we're building screens, and maybe one day we'll build capital ships. But this is max speed and also just 15% naval research. Like, I'll probably never build a carrier or capital, but I'm taking this one. Faster research for boats, please. So much PP. It's genius. Active sonar. Very nice. Submarines prepare to die. But first, what do we do next? It's November 1939. I think somebody's got to research the computing machine, because it's just 8% bonus research. That's just a fact. At least France is still holding out. You know why France is holding out? Because the British Empire may not have any ships. Do they have boats? Did they inherit? They have 9 to 18 ships. Hold on! Does that mean we may actually be able to beat them on the water? They're probably preparing a naval invasion, though. British Empire didn't get any of the Navy, which is one of the main features of the new DLC, right? When you end a war, a peace conference, you actually can get ships transferred to you from enemy fleets in the next expansion. Anti-air and NG Company 2. We grow stronger. This is a big deal. These are for tanks, don't mind them. This is for fire tanks, which we tried to use once, and we got memed. All we really care about is entrenchment, but you gotta scroll all the way down for that. And the bonus air attack. We need 1940 anti-air for boats, actually. And then probably depth charge throwers. We need to be anti-submarine. I guess they still have depth charges. Is there something more important than depth charges? Torpedo attack bonus of 20%. Improved light battery. We could be fancy batteries. We're just gonna be super fancy. Yeah, let's do, we need secondary turrets as well. I want to have the fanciest destroyers in the water. So we're going to get better light batteries for our destroyers. And then we got a long way to wait. But I'm about to get 4 whole-ass military factories in one go. We don't have the resources to support them, but it's going to be nice. So we're definitely going to put, like, 2 in on guns, because we have 21,000 guns to update. You're always going to need more support equipment when a war actually starts. And more trucks means we could do truck recon. Panama, join the Allies! Mexican Socialist Republic declared war on Panama. We're probably going to be short on weapons and support. We'll do another one on weapons. Why did that all turn green? Oh, because we just got this. The fall of Warsaw. German forces advancing in the Polish Senation junta have succeeded in capturing Warsaw. Wait, what? Why? Oh, because they joined the South American Alliance. No, right? Like, okay, if the rebels had just not joined a faction, they wouldn't be at war with anybody. But because the Polish fascists joined the South American Alliance, they're bordering the German Empire and de facto go to war. This is so strange. This is not how I remember 1939 going for Poland, but technically the same thing happened. Alternate realities starting to merge. Coming back from doing something else during a Hearts of Iron stream is always fun, seeing the different changes. There's a lot of changes, yes. Anyway, the Polish government reportedly evacuated the city as the German units entered Warsaw suburbs. Their present location is unknown. Poland didn't stand a chance. They did, though. They just chose not to. Meanwhile, our domestic car industry is not non-existent and could well be contracted to produce military vehicles. With state assistance, Van Dorn's Anhenwagen. Fabriek DAF could well become able to provide our military with all the motorized mechanized equipment it might need. New material designer. Okay, next we can do... Dude, why would the truck bonus be all the way down? You think that somebody who plays this game has done this one being 210 days to get a 100% research bonus for a truck? If you don't have truck by this point, you've been waiting for that sweet bonus. You also get a truck making discount. I guess it's 10% cheaper. Mechanized is 10% cheaper. Anyway, this is 6 naval dockyards. Wow. And this is the research slot, which I feel like we need first. And then we can do nuclear technology, which we're not going to do. But I will get the research slot. Costa Rica has joined the Allies. Good for you guys. Okay, yeah, we actually have 22 military factories now. We're starting to look legit. We're starting to appear like we're taking this serious. Nicaragua is also at war with Mexican Socialist Republic. They can't live for that much longer. They're getting small. Catholic Mexico and the United States are in completely different factions, but both working towards the same goal. Just got off work and you're still going. I am indeed. It is almost 1940, and we're watching the world lit on fire. So the United Kingdom's still just operating out of Africa with the Allies and their navy. The British Raj is still fighting with them. Australia hasn't left yet. New Zealand hasn't left yet. Very interesting. I don't know what happened to my other civilian factories. We traded a couple of them. We're building anti-air now. I'm trying to get at least a baseline level of 3 out of 5 anti-air with radar. Because planes are our worst nightmare. So, I forget how supplies work. I think it's fine. We might just need this and that to become level 3 so that we can have more than 15 supplies to the front lines up here. That's probably the best case scenario. Rails don't take that long. Alright, we're being speedy. Decimetric radar's coming out. And then we're going to do the new ship hulls, I think. And then we're going to actually start pumping out some destroyers if we can afford to get the resources to build them. They're going to be quite expensive, but I'm willing to pay the price. 1940 destroyer hull. Fancy. Look how much more it is. 3 steel instead of 2. It's more than that. But it's per dockyard, so it adds up quite quickly. It takes more people to man. It's a little less visible. Faster. Has a larger range. 25% more HP. It's more reliable, but it uses more fuel and takes more production. And we also get a faster engine for big max speed bonuses. And then we're going to start customizing with our 419 naval XP. Did we ever pick up the naval staff? No. We get a chief of navy. But then I have to spend all the PP. Repair the Suez Canal, repudiate the Treaty of London. Meh. The Ottoman Sultanate is reborn. Much to the world's dismay, the Ottoman Sultan has been restored to his throne after a particularly brutal civil war between the country's conservatives and its secularist Kemalists. Secularist Kemalist is a tongue twister. In an extravagant ceremony that seems straight out of the medieval ages, the Sultan was restored to his former position, and Mustafa Kemal Ataturk's republic was dissolved forever. Refet Pasha has addressed his newly reborn sultanate, expressing a mix of surprise and humility over the fact he was restored to his old station. The new sultan is a mild-mannered man, but is surrounded by a court of warmongers and irredentists. Experts who never believed the sultan's return was even possible are clueless what the future could hold. Bizarre. Bizarre. Well, there he is. Leader of the sultanate. Still at war with Nikos. Fighting alongside the German Empire over here, who, by the way, has swallowed up the Civil War Poland junta and now borders quite a large area. I'm sure they're happy with all that territory. They're like, thanks for weakening them. And the Soviet Union is like, I wanted that! I'm joining the South American League, you bastards! Soviet Union is like, I am best friends with Japan, King China, and Minkakuo. I actually hate Mongolia. All my friends hate Mongolia. And I actually love Catholic Mexico, Nicaragua, and El Salvador. And of course, the Ottoman Sultanate. So I don't know who the Soviet Union is actually going to declare on, but it's good that they're in a different... Oh, yeah, they just joined up the war against the British Empire. Relations are souring. And have another military factory. I think 5 on support is good. Okay, so we got like 9 infantry equipment, 5 support, 3 artillery, 3 trucks, 2 anti-air, and a train. Not... It could be better. We're 18 steel in the hold. France, you gotta live. You gotta live so that we have resources. We're losing civilian factories to trade. Gotta do what you gotta do. We'll build more! Trade technology. What is this cursed world you're in? Every new save you play is more and more cursed. This one's Iron Man too, but yes, it is pretty cursed. P. Willie, thanks for the 15 months, by the way, and good evening. Also, thanks again, Shadowlight. Hey yourself. What's up, P. Willie? We're just chilling as the Netherlands here. We've risen up from like 6 or 8 divisions to a full 24. We're gonna work on manpower soon, but we're just finishing tapping a research slot. I do want the 6 dockyards, and then we're gonna do war on pacifism, which is gonna give us a manpower pool. So that is the plan. We can't really do our government change. Ooh. They are ready. Okay, upgrading our infrastructure and our railways. I do think a fuel hub would be smart if we're planning on investing in the Navy. I'd rather not place it where we're bound to lose it, so I'm going to put it in the capital, because fuel's kind of important. Then what? Probably just churn out a couple civilian factories so we can do more trade. Declare on Belgium. They're gonna join a faction. But also I can't. We have to have a war goal. Because we can't change... Even though we are like 67% non-aligned, we can't stop being democratic yet, apparently. So... Unfortunate. Czechoslovakia in 1940. Yeah, Czechoslovakia is like... Ooh. Ow. Poland. Ow. Ow. Ooh. Looks like it stung, buddy. You got warred on by the Soviets, then by your own people, then by German Empire. Rapid industrialization of our nation has opened up new R&D. 1 research slot. Okay, we are now research gods. We can do anything we set our mind to. I choose boats, which is a mistake. I just want to be clear to anybody. Some people were like, hey, by the way, Etal, I learned how to play Hearts of Iron by watching your streams. Okay, here's my advice. Don't focus on the Navy and build up 1940 era destroyers as the Netherlands. Okay? Do as I say, not as I do. I'm gonna make the best damn destroyers the Netherlands has ever seen. British Empire declared war on Ireland, who has joined the Allies. Okay, so we're basically just training all these high-tier guns so we can make these god-tier destroyers. Some of these things we can do later because they're not pieces of equipment that we have to have unlocked in order to build the boats. What is this? Ooh, yep, gotta get the best torpedoes known to man. In circa 1940, that is. All in on boats right now. Oh, and we have a national focus. Because how many, what did we just get? Oh, the research slot, yes. So we're gonna go research slot to 6 naval dockyards, and it's gonna be beautiful. They're not gonna know what hit them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If we just build 3 more dockyards, we can have... No, actually, we only need 4 more dockyards. So we're gonna have 2 on convoys and 1 on the destroyer hull, like 1 full rack on destroyers. It's gonna be glorious. Just checking these because sometimes they don't highlight. Anti-air is gonna go on our boats, and it's gonna upgrade our national anti-air. Okay, it's a lot better. Because these are the ones that go on boats, right here. It's 50% better. Damage, firepower. Costs more to build, but that's part of the price that you pay. We probably need artillery, but artillery can't go on a boat. So you understand why I can't pick it. So equipment-wise, the only thing we could still get is a depth charge mortar, which I'm not gonna wait for, I don't think. And then... you can't put medium batteries, I don't think, on anything that's smaller than a cruiser. But we can put secondary batteries, right? No. It's for cruisers also. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all the equip that we need to make sick, nasty 1940s destroyers. So let's start buffing the infantry. They need some help. Okay, super anti-air. You got it. Tier 2. Coming on in. I wouldn't mind a 3rd factory on anti-air, but then I need a 4th on trucks soon. Because I want truck recon. And trucks drain pretty quick once war actually starts. I'm loving this Italy game. You'll love it even more when the next expansion comes out, Miss Mate. Italy is tag teaming France and Yugoslavia with the British Empire, who we guesstimate has 26 to 108 divisions. That's a large gap. Maybe 500,000 manpower. We got about 100,000 manpower. France has... We don't know. We have no idea. God, I can't wait for that focus tree. All right, we don't get the bonus to build speed that we had before. How goes the Netherlands playthrough? I've been too nervous to deal with colony stuff. The big catch that I didn't realize that makes it a little easier is I did not know until chat told me that you can go to recruit when you have no manpower and then recruit from your subjects. So, whereas I only have 8,000 manpower, Indonesia has 67,000 deployed and 1 million available. So you can actually draft from their 1.37 million manpower as long as you provide the equipment. And that actually makes up most of my armed forces right now are Indonesian troops. That's one thing that's really nice. And you get their resources for cheap. That's true too. But I don't know what resources they have that I need. But yes, they do give us some things. So the hard part is simply arming everybody. But I can actually give them... we have a line artillery. I want to support anti-air, but we don't have enough. Could do a field hospital, but it's kind of a waste with 1.3 million troops. So another support group would be good, I think. You provide a small amount of manpower, but I think the colony provides like 90%. Yeah, it's very high. We're about to get a substantial amount of manpower. We're about to get another 100,000 people after this next focus. And then we can also, of course, focus on making the colonies better over here. Giving them infrastructure, more oil, building slots, and eventually integrating and / annexing them. Right now, they're right down the middle. It doesn't affect their autonomy, no. We're probably gonna want a Chief of Navy at some point. Screen attack plus 5% seems good. Let's get... Like, convoy rating is fine. And there's more naval experience. But 200 PP is a lot. I'm just gonna go for the 50 PP so we can just start generating some naval XP. Now, meanwhile, let's check the wars. Japanese-Mexican War. Everybody knows that. Part of our history books. The Mutual Assistance Bloc has taken almost 500,000 casualties. Japanese Shogunate, only 104,000 casualties. It's about 785,000 to 400,000. The British Empire's lost 100K to Catholic Mexico. I don't pretend to understand. The Mexican-American War has seen the United States lose close to 100,000 troops, whereas the British Empire has lost 411,000 and Mexican Socialists 166,000. The old United Kingdom lost about 160K and are basically gone, except for Africa. It's not even worth annexing anymore, which is wild. Just steal their manpower and 80% of factories. Is that how it works? And then the Italian-American War. Italy's lost 1 million troops, 700,000 inflicted by France, who in turn has had 458,000 inflicted by Italy. France is getting the better of that conflict, even though Italy's made some ground to the river. Okay, free factories. So I said we're making a couple civilians so we can do some trading, I think is what I said. Tends to increase the air base a little bit, just so if we get any allies ever, they can land there, but we don't have any planes, so forget about that. What do we need? I guess you can never go wrong with more civilian factories, but we're running out of space. So we need to figure that out. I also think a second fuel silo would be good. I'm shocked Germany hasn't joined the war against the Soviets. Because the Soviets are allied with the Ottomans. And they're at war with the Ottomans. So yeah, that is strange. I have no idea.
It's almost time, chat.
We still got the Kaiser held hostage. They do have tanks on our border now, but... Oh, that's what we should be building! Forts! Do I need to build anything back there? I don't think so. He knows. Yeah, we need to build forts. Are there only 6 spots that we need to build forts, or no? Is this a complete line? It's hard to tell. Our shipyards in Holland, Zeeland, and Friesland must be greatly expanded to enable large-scale naval construction. That's right. Free building slots. Free dockyards. I know we can get resource gain, but it's time to get manpower. The war on pacifism decision at last. Whole country needs to be one big fort. It's building pretty quickly now. But yeah, we need to hold the line against a nosy German Empire. There's the super hole. Let's go back to buffing the infantry. 5 research slots is so good. The fact that we've snuck by to 1940 without making anybody pissed at us is very, very handy. Not gonna build it up yet, but we're about to do some ship designs. And then we're gonna have no steel at all. And we're gonna lose some civilian factories, but I don't have much space for more. So yeah, we're gonna start with like level 3 land forts at each one of these, and then we're just gonna bump them all to 6, and then 10. Someone is naval invading the UK. The United Kingdom is naval invading the UK. Maybe. I don't know. The United Kingdom just took, no one's naval invading, I don't think. But the UK came back to help Ireland. against the British Empire. They want their shit back. Damn right they do. On the one hand, I don't like that we're doing army exercises and losing a bunch of equipment that I'm gonna need to actually train more units. But on the flip side, we do need army XP so we can keep changing the scale of the units. But I might stop since we're about to get an influx of manpower. That way they can go to full combat readiness, entrench, and we can have full surplus mode. Because we definitely need more artillery. We got plenty of trucks, decent chunk of support equipment, a good amount of trains. Way too many trains. But I also don't want to destroy this one factory making trains. I might put it under boats. Influx, not influx. Correct, yes. All right, boat time! We're gonna go broke. There will be no steel left for us to use, or factories for that matter. What do we need to be at war? More than 50% war support. Fascist communists are at war. Ooh, 8% faster research. Thank you, computers. Machine intelligence is on the rise. I could get another tier of radar, but that's going to take too long to put on the boats. I think the one we have is good. Infantry's already underway. We need to catch up on some support companies. And we need 1940 artillery upgrade. Let's do the 1940 artillery. Don't worry, he can just relocate the Netherlands onto the boats. Very true, yes. All right. So we're slightly better against submarines. We can still go a little bit better than even that. But I'm gonna do radar, torpedo, super torpedo attack. Okay, I'm very, very ready for what comes next. Let's make recon better. Let's see if we can replace Cav Recon with Motor Recon. We can. Very good. Okay, so what's the difference, you might ask? Cav Recon has 11 less defense, less breakthrough, which is offense, less reconnaissance, and doesn't take fuel, which is good, but I like that the game shows the fuel usage, or fuel capacity as a debuff. Horses can't hold fuel, unfortunately. But yeah, it's just much stronger. We can also, of course, with trucks, add motorized, why did I do that? Motorized mobile battalions. They're pretty fun, but we don't have enough trucks for that. So we're not going to worry about that. All right, where is... There we go. So motorized would take under the 320 trucks. I say we use them if we have them in the stockpile and get the better version. Do we have enough artillery now? No. This is as ahistorical as it gets. Yes, this is as ahistorical as it gets. Very much. It's boat time! At last. So, we've got to first find our 1940s destroyer hull. I like that noise. Do it again. It only does it sometimes. Okay, but it's good noise. We're gonna make this as hellishly expensive as possible. Anything less is not acceptable. So we got the fastest engine ever. Max speed 5 knots plus 42%. So is it 5 knots plus 42%? I think so. Okay, we do have a spot for radar. Chad, do we have a spot for radar and sonar? Or just radar? Or sonar? This is a historical game? Oh yeah, definitely. Alright, light batteries. Small gun with gun shields to protect the crew from flying splinters and harsh weather, but not other bullets. Destroyers can do radar and sonar. Okay, good. That's what I wanted. But yes, big light battery. This is the top tier anti-air that we just got. 50% better, slows the boat down a little bit, but highly worth. Fire control systems can increase our light attack, but this is where I guess we get sonar. Detect those subs. And then we want radar to detect planes, but also surface detection. And other ships. And also subs. And everything. Now, torpedo launcher 3 for the maximum torpedo attack. And then we have some interesting choices. So we clearly want some anti-sub. Because otherwise, what's the point of detecting them if you can't try and throw some depth charges, right? Put those on the back. And then we need some pew-pew. But we have to make a decision. Would we rather have more focus on anti-air, more focus on anti-ship, or more focus on anti-sub? I think we need to go more torpedoes. 2 torpedo slots, if possible. Okay, torpedo slots here, because the torpedoes are super strong. And then it's either another battery or another anti-air. What do you think, chat? Nothing could possibly sink these ships. I agree. I think 2 anti-air feels like a lot. But we could have an anti-air, anti-sub version of this destroyer that goes with them. Like, what if we just made this rapid fire? What are we gonna call this? This can be, we just have 2 variations. Make 2 at the same time. 1940, chat, I need a Dutch anti-boat. You can make different designs. I can make different designs, yes. The ship's sinking. All the budget went to this one destroyer. It's only 40. I got 450 Navy XP. The Flying Dutchman, but it's a boat. Does that make it better that it's Flying Dutchman? Actual names are Java, Sumatra. Yeah, but those are already in the game. We can't copy them. The Flying Dutchman was a boat. The 1940... Hold on. Chad, I looked for see if there was a Dutch national fish, and everything. I don't know if it's the national fish. It came up with the national dish instead, which is stampot. But everything else is raw herring. I don't think that's the national fish, but that's just a traditional delicacy. So I'm gonna go with that. 1940 raw. It's not gonna be the HMS raw herring. That stands for Her Majesty. The 1940 raw herring. This ship is raw. It is, yeah. All right, save that badass. And now, how do I create a variant of this one? This, and if I save it as something else, and then give it, instead of a second torpedo slot, we give it a second anti-air. And a second depth charge thrower. So it just has the one battery and the one torp. Then this needs to be anti-air. The national bird is the black-tailed godwit. So why don't we just do godwit? There you go. Save. Why did it just overwrite that? No, I wanted to make a new one. How do you make a new one? I don't want to create empty, I just want a variant. Can you make a variant? The godwit ate the raw herrings. There's a duplicate button on the bottom. Oh, there's a save as new button. Where? How long has that been in the game? Torp launchers and super battery. That's what I meant. Of course you did, you nugget. Save as new. It did. Oh, it did. Okay, it did. So, the raw herring's the one we want the most of. We're not going to dedicate 12 naval dockyards to making convoys. In fact, we're not going to make any convoys. We're gonna have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 making the raw herring and 4 making the godwits right now. Or we could actually just start full power behind the raw herring. And then we'll just add more dockyards. That's better. Okay, so how many resources are we in the... 34 steel! Okay. Trade fronts! Take all of my energy. 8, 16, 24, 32. Take it all. We don't need civilian factories where we're going, chat. You know what we need? Boats. Now we're gonna get a boat on the 25th of July. Does your colony have trade goods? If your colony has trade goods, I believe it appears... They have a lot of, Well, I know they have a lot of rubber. I don't think they really have steel, do they? No. All right, anywho, the boats are incoming now. At last. We did it. And now we have a war on pacifism. Right in line with the boats. But yeah, we got almost full-scale work on the land forts. I can... Realistically, we can wait on the land forts. We are going to need the fuel depot, though. So we're going to do fuel depot into civilian factory into naval dockyards. And that's probably going to be at the extent of the naval dockyards right now. Like 10 for the herring and 4 for the godwit is fine. Because we don't need a ton of these. They're just specifically to counter anti-air and subs. But yes, the full-scale boat production is going to be sick. We are going to have a surprise destroyer navy that I think is going to kick some ass, because we got to go into 1940, which is not bad, considering we start with very little infrastructure. And we could have the new boats join a new force if we wanted. All right, let's see how the wars are going. German Empire is just chilling. They're technically at war, but I don't know if they're actually supporting anybody. I got one thing in before this. Ever since the Great War, pacifism has run rampant among the Dutch public, making it practically impossible to form a modern military. For too long has the will of the people prevented the full allocation of required funds to the military. They know not the danger they expose themselves to. We will declare war upon pacifism and banish this unproductive sentiment from the minds of our populace. Very good. Okay, so that is actually a decision that you make. Crack down on the movements, establish pro-war labor indoctrination, and anti-pacifist propaganda. The top one is stability down, war support up. When it's removed, democracy goes down, stability goes down. And then modify shell-shocked spectator with plus 10% recruitable pop. So I think you can do any of these, and it has the same outcome. So you can lose political power and factory output for 60 days. And then communism goes up. Or you can do propaganda and lose 35% PP for 60 days, which is fine. War support goes up. This seems like the easiest one, because I have 400 PP. So let's just do propaganda. And then we get the 10% bonus recruitables. Which is a lot. Factory output and dockyard output. Bam. 400 PP, chat. You heard me. We have much to do. We could just make more trucks and then get the rubber from our friends. It would take 10 convoys, but we do have convoys. We're buying 80 rubber for one factory. Oh, let's see, now we're short a factory, so hold on. I take that back. We'll just... I need that back. We gotta keep making... We don't have enough space! We're running out of room! But we also, like, need a national focus. We can't do anything politically. We can't even go with Britain now, because they're not democratic anymore. So I'm glad I didn't pick that. We stalled out politically because we can't go into a war. We can just get... Oh, I forgot about the actual Navy tree. Secret staff talks. Tank researches. Meh. free fuel silo. I mean, there's no reason not to just get 3 naval dockyards in one go. And then, therefore, stop these naval dockyards. Grab another civilian factory here or there. 2's good, and then maybe military. Okay. Loud. Relax. But yeah, I don't know if I need the naval. This is a fuel silo. It's fine. I don't know. I guess we can start focusing on colony infrastructure then. After this. This is the part where I just open every menu over and over again to make sure I'm not missing something important. Because it's easy to do. You kind of just have to nervously check. All right, the wars! How is Mexico still alive? Mexican Socialist Republic is still fighting Catholic Mexico and the United States independently. Unitary Canada, scary. Very scary. They're in the Allies, though. Has Belgium joined a faction? No, but I also can't declare war on them. I blame chat. I'm not letting chat pick the focus for politics next time. The only people we can physically declare war on is the German Empire. I'm picking my own next time, because I would have picked EU or the Netherlands first. Either one of those, we probably had more gameplay for the politics, but that's okay. Infantry more better. They're doing great. Let's buff our support again. Let's get the field hospitals up. If Belgium stopped being democratic, or we stopped being democratic, we could declare war on Belgium. But until then, I can't. Unitary Canada is much scarier than regular Canada. That is true, yes. Completely accurate. How goes Japan? Japan and the Soviet Union are doing pretty good for themselves. In fact. Soviet Union versus German Empire hasn't happened yet. Came for war, and all we got was Factorio. Good. I love the Factorio portion of this game. Snowballing all of my industry up. Sure, I'll take it. Ugh. Leave game unpaused and just like, okay. Earlier today, the Japanese shogunate and Iraq issued a joint statement that the latter has now been formally granted member status to the South American League. I don't know if that sentence has ever been uttered in Hearts of Iron 4 before. Somebody post that to the Hearts of Iron subreddit with a good title, okay? The Democratic Republic of Afghanistan joins the South American League. South America is a state of mind. I fear that you're right, yeah. Italy? Are you okay? Hello, Bosnia, Yugoslavia. Greece? Are you okay? Okay, infantry is as high-tech as they can possibly get until 1942 at this stage. We're catching up on some... I think just having a logistics company is always useful. So let's start there. Get a new support company. And we should be close to anti-pacifist propaganda in 10 days. And then we should have a significant recruitable population bonus. Artillery is also the best it can get until 1941. We're doing pretty good. 5 research is a lot of research. Let's get smoke generators and boost those boats' retreats. Italy is about to get a big encirclement going on here. Big encirclement going on here. We're almost caught up on infantry equipment upgrades. We got 1,000 trucks stockpiled, some 400 artillery. I think it's all old artillery because we're still trying to replace 81. And let's check the boats.
Chat, we have a new fleet. A raw herring with all the modern bells and whistles.
Upgraded radar. 1940s radar. Okay, so what we can do is build up to level 4 radar here. We're finally going to start building the land forts. These are good, but not for the boats that we made. All right, what do we start working on now? If you can get other countries to accept honorable ship duels, you're good to go.
Tell them to bring their whole fleet. My single destroyer can take them.
Planes? I don't have enough factories to make... We have neither factories nor natural resources to make planes or armor. I guess we can research planes anyways. We do have the resources, I take that back. We can just trade for the resources, but we don't have the factories. Do I want fighters or heavy fighters? Heavy fighters take longer to build, but have more range. Okay, I guess I'll just do regular fighters. Alright, we'll start researching planes, chat. There you go. We're about to get 3 more naval dockyards, and thus we'll stall. We'll have 5 on Godwits and 10 on raw herrings, and we will have a need for many units of steel. There you go. We should prepare for an enlargement of our navy, and therefore should begin pouring resources into a Dutch ship expansion already now. Wait. We should begin pouring resources into an expansion of Dutch shipbuilding already now. Ah! Any neo-colonialism in the plans? Nah, I mean we're gonna handle just the old colonial. Because we can't do any politicking. I blame chat. So let's finally invest in our colonial holdings. Though they are strongly anti-colonialist, the Americans have nevertheless long had an economic interest in our colonies, in particular the West Indies. Along with the British and the Japanese, they learned to make investments in our developments, both in the West and the East. We should encourage this. Ooh, we have military factories. But what to build with them? I would say another towed artillery, and we can make more line artillery. 16 steel in the hole. We don't have any spare civilian factories, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. I want to keep at least 15. Just join a faction. Joining a faction is the quickest way to end your run. Unless it's your faction. Because you will be dragged into every single war across the world, and that'll be that. Also, the best time to join a faction is probably if you, like, let's say we invaded Belgium. Because literally the only thing we stand to gain is Belgium and Luxembourg. Which I guess has the secondary problem of having holdings in Africa. The Spanish Empire declared war on Portugal. Tox, let's be honest, someone's gonna kill us, it's just a matter of time. Oh yeah, that's what I'm waiting on. That's what I'm building for right now. We're making land forts. There's a decent amount of German forces on this border. I wonder if we don't... Are we not stacking more people because the supplies are too thin? Oh. I guess they didn't have orders assigned, maybe. These are some thick borders. Actually, pretty thick borders. Recon company buffs, more reconnaissance. Okay, sick. And, what you're saying is railway guns, chat? I heard somebody in the back say railway guns. For sure. Like, I definitely heard it. Let's get... Oh, we could do heavy fighters. Without waiting for this. Has completed research focus, Fokker. No comment. Army XP gain per day would be sick. Infantry division attack, defense, and army XP. Hell yeah. Is there a definite way of winning this game? No. So it's more a game where you make the most of what you can in the allotted time. The allotted time is basically, it's more like making the most of what you can based on your nation and what your goals are. So in my case, like, if you had politically aligned, it's kind of your choice. So in this case, as the Netherlands with the DLC, you can give in to the German demands for trade, but then either join Germany outright if they're historical, or choose Netherlands first to prioritize a fascist, but independently fascist Netherlands, who conquers France or whatever else, if you can muster that, or possibly even going so far as to claim northeastern United States with a navy. You can go communist, various flavors of that. You can go royalist, which chat wanted to do, but we didn't consider the difficulty in doing so. Or you can try to go democracy, joining the Allies, or even forming the EU yourself. So it's basically like you choose a goal at the beginning based on your nation and what focus you want, and then you sort of react to what the people around you do best you can. In this case, we react by doing nothing and sitting still, but at least we're doing nothing productively. Very productively. Okay. Let's get the depth charge mortar. I'm gonna get 150% research bonus on this. Research it super fast. Can you play as Switzerland? You can, but I wouldn't play as Switzerland until the next expansion comes out, because they'll have their own unique focus tree then. Right now, their focus tree is very boring. Very plain, like all the other non-uniques. But in the next expansion, they'll get their own. Guatemala has gone into exile. How is Mexico still doing stuff? So Mexican Socialist Republic is still hanging in there. In the Mexican-American War, the British Empire is responsible for 90,000 U.S. casualties. Makes a lot of sense. It's pretty even, actually, there. I can't believe no one's declared war on us. The German Empire is just kind of chilling, actually. And I think that's just because we kidnapped Kaiser Wilhelm II. I really think that was the game-changing move. I'm glad we didn't capitulate and give him back, because that would have sucked. But yeah, we're just on 4 times speed right now, just passing time and developing our colonial investments right now. But look, we have manpower! Oh, we can still do more propaganda. Anti-pacifist propaganda, more recruitable population. So it's negative 40%. We have to chip it away 10% at a time. So I think it's a good time to start recruiting some colonial garrisons. Give them a field hospital and a motorized recon company. So many support groups for 4 bicycle battalions. And there you go. We got 5 bicycle divisions training. These are going to hold the islands for us, I think. And the coastline. Yeah, they've got artillery being dragged by the bicycles, of course. This is a good song. Italy? What's wrong? You haven't eaten any of your Piedmont. Ottoman Sultanate looks larger than I remember. You know what this looks like? It looks like the fish in the super deep darks with the little light antenna on the front. I'm pretty sure Kaiser Germany will never, via focus, declare war on you. They just don't have the option. Well, that's pretty sweet. I kind of just, like, kneecapped the German Empire's run, this run. They did capitalize on Poland, I guess. I feel like if I attack Belgium, they'll just join the Allies, and then I'll be at war with France. But France might be weaker now. Okay, new decision to allow temporary bonuses to consumer goods and construction speed and permanent oil increases. Which we don't need yet, but we will. Okay, then we could do the Crown Jewel Colony. They're not mutually exclusive, or Western Possessions. This is oil, infrastructure, Civilian factory, aluminum, and defense. Puppet, Venezuela. Now we're talking. All right. So what you're saying is Puppet, Venezuela. What else do we have that's negative? Aloof neutrality. Doesn't matter that much. We're working on shell shock spectators right now. Do the South American one to join the South American League. I don't think I want to join them, but yeah, let's do Western stuff first. Because Venezuela would be a good use of our new navy. I wouldn't mind some mountain infantry for certain specific circumstances, but why not just start on 1941 tech? We can get the assembly line production for efficiency cap, because it's almost December anyways. Nico FM, and thank you for the 4 months. Hey, 1 minute ago. Appreciate the prime sub. Ugh. All right, chat. I think we're gonna put a pin in it for 1941 here. It's been almost 8 hours. It's getting late, and I've got some moving considerations to attend to, IRL, because I have not many days left, and I need to be all moved out. Where you won't be seeing this for very much longer, so get a good look at it. However, there will be a stream tomorrow. And I was gonna play Clanfolk, but now I think I just want to finish this campaign. But why not both? I guess it's possible that we just finish the Netherlands campaign early and then play Clanfolk. I'm staying in Vegas, chat. If you missed the stream yesterday, there was a whole big announcement that I'm moving, and I am moving because I met someone, and you didn't know for the most part, and I am moving in with them. You have a new stream mom. But you can just treat this like it was its own first-time announcement if you weren't listening yesterday, or you weren't here at the stream yesterday. But anyways, I have, to that end, I have noticed some people in the Discord who think they have these, oh, it was so obvious, there were so many clues. He bought a couch, and he shaved his beard. None of the things that I did, I didn't even know this person when I did them. So, actually unrelated. Didn't you shave in like October, Etalyx? It was last year before the RimWorld, the charity goal. The couch sealed it. Chat, I have a 65-inch TV that I've had for 2 years. And the only chair I had to watch it was a camping chair. So yeah, I bought a couch. I thought you shaved like 2 months ago. Chat, you guys are just holding on to the beard. It's been gone for 9 months. It's been 9 months since we had a beard here. That's a good image. What, me watching a 65-inch TV in a camping chair? And also, true story, a inflatable air mattress? Who is this man? I've only known shaved Etel. You look weird with a beard. And that'll be the norm. Super happy for you, mate. Thank you, Avic. But anyway, I'm moving relatively quickly. So this is going to be a long weekend, but I am going to stream tomorrow. And I would like to finish this campaign for sure and maybe play some clan folk if we're fast. Because now we don't have to pick a nation. We don't have to go over the basics. We can just jump in and let the fun begin. Oh, yeah, let's get damage control so we don't get crits. We can just jump in and play. When all you do is watch Twitch in a dark room, you have no sense of time. I enjoyed my 55-inch TV from a sack chair. The couch was the real turning point. Having a piece of furniture. Apparently that's all it took. Chad, what did you think when I bought a dining room table and chairs 2.5 years ago? Or when I bought my gamer chair. You guys know I have this like extremely expensive Herman Miller gaming chair. That's probably too much money, but I bought it because I wanted to. Midlife crisis. No, it's just that the things I buy are too expensive, so I can only buy one at a time. And I buy one, and then I wait until I have money again, and then I buy another one, and then I wait until I have money, and then I buy another one. Instead of buying like 7 IKEA furniture simultaneously, which I should do instead. Because then I would have more furniture and more quality of life and more comfort. But instead I'm content apparently just buying one thing at a time. Gamer chair equals tax write-off. That is true, yeah, it was. It was. Just Mojo, thank you for the double gift sub, by the way, to Verdi Sensei and Last Hazard. Alright, so I was going to stop before something bad happens. Nothing bad happened. It's 1940. We'll have to check on the state of the world tomorrow. Alright, so we're going to continue then. Let's... Oh, I can't save or load. Because it's Iron Man. Does it save on exit? It has to, right? 24th of December, 1940. Alright, that's close enough. If we quit now, where would we be? Not even close. Oh, we're there on the industrial score. Not bad. You guys are possibly around the corner from meeting new animals. Catos. Never seen those before on this stream. Have you? Might get some Cato shenanigans, in fact. Cool cat. Were the anti-sneeze Dr. Fizzes because of cats? No, I'm allergic to dogs. I'm allergic to Midas, actually. But I also have 10 out of... I think it's 9 or 10 out of 12 months of the year I'm allergic to grasses, weeds, and trees. So I just have massive allergies all the time.
You're just an egotistical streamer.
Doesn't mean I don't have allergies. Okay, so I got a nice nasal spray for when times are tough. Which is most of the year. It's actually just December and January that are like good. And the rest of the year sucks. But anyways, what are you not allergic to? Eels. Not allergic to eels, per the tests. Chat, I will see you again for the continuation of this campaign tomorrow, because I'd like to just wrap it up. We're already at like 1941, so we went 1936 to 41, so we went 5 years. It's pretty good for me. And it'll be a lot faster. It'll be faster until we get into a war, and then it'll be slower. But we might just do both clan folk and that tomorrow, because I think we'll probably have time for it. But either way, I gotta start packing things up and making some food, feeding Midas the dog. But it's gonna be a long weekend this weekend, so you're probably Definitely not going to see me Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and you might not see me... I might be able to get like one stream in on Monday or Tuesday. But it's going to be action-packed. I have too many people texting, calling, appointments, inspections, all that. But thanks, guys, for watching. Good almost 8-hour stream today. It's always a blast jumping back into Hearts of Iron. Having a lot of fun, as expected, even though we haven't declared war on anyone yet. That's okay. It's only been 5 years. Game's not over. Let's go on an end-of-stream raid. Shall we? I'm going to send you guys off. Let's go say what's up to... Actually, hold on. I've got an idea, but I don't know if it's a good one. Okay, never mind. Scratch that. Let's actually go on a raid and say what's up to Nomek. Because I can see my follow list now. He's playing cat. Speaking of cats, this is the cat game. But good night, chat. I will catch you for the Thursday stream, and we'll do it again and get some closure on the Netherlands, ideally. All right? Good night. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Mr. Super Smiley, thank you for the tier 3 sub for 27 months. Poggin for cats. That's very nice of you. And I will see you guys over there. Good night. Have a good one. Catch you next time. Bye-bye.